this event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
So good morning and welcome to the Nottingham Riverside Sports Complex for round 2 of the University Touch Series. We had round 1 2 weeks ago, where it was Exeter coming out on top in the final over Bath. And we're going to start off today with Durham Knights versus Cambridge. Cambridge in the black, attacking from left to right. Durham with the tap off, attacking right to left in the purple strip. And it is round 2, midway through the series. Round 3 will be coming in 2 weeks' time. And there is the hooter to get us underway on this, what is a glorious sunny Saturday morning. As Durham look to find the outside edge, they look to just go for the overlap. Good meters made. It's number 52, Ben Simons, just getting around the outside. They work it back into the middle. Sweeper play. They play heads up. Oh, nice wraparound play. This could be the try. It is indeed. And Durham Knights, it is stunning. Ollie Lowe opening the scoring. And we'll have a look at this one on the replay. It's a slick one to get us underway. They just engage, give the little wrap around. There's a lovely bit of delay on the pass, and the show and go's brilliant. And Durham, with their first possession of the ball, open the scoring. And now it's up to Cambridge to go back up the other end and equalise. Couple of buddies taken in the midfield. Now they look to maybe use the width. Sweeper play. Good option. A little bit static though at the dump, and that just goes to ground. Maybe a little bit of early morning cobwebs to dust off. There's no cobwebs. In terms of the weather, it is gorgeous out here. About as good conditions you could possibly hope for touch. And Durham just over halfway. And another little bobble of the ball. It is early, so we'll forgive any unforced errors at this stage. First game of the day is always a tricky one. You've got to manage the fitness expectations. A little bit of a delay at half. As you see Durham pistoning up. That is number 60 again. Ollie Lowe affecting the game on both sides of the ball. Good dump. Cambridge just a little bit static at the moment. Now look to drive for the line. Good dump, scooping play. Nice open side quickie. But it's well crowded out by Durham. So Cambridge just struggling with their momentum. And an opportunity now to put on a bit of defensive pressure. and try and turn over the ball. And they're doing well, trying to trap Durham into their half of the field. However, Ollie Lowe once more instrumental for his team, making some extra yards. Oh, lovely show and go as well in the midfield. So this is fifth coming. They're going to scoop from a much more favourable position. There is fifth. There's the scoop. Left foot step. But the touch comes in. It was a good attempt from Caelan Brown. However, the touch and pass is called. Is the game just slowing down ever so much? And it gives me a really nice opportunity to run you through some of the pooled stage games that we have on live stream for you today. So this is obviously Durham versus Cambridge, both first teams. And then at 9:30 we have Southampton versus Notts Trent 2. That'll be a really interesting affair. We've not seen Notts Trent 2 on the live stream as of yet. And then we've got Leeds versus Surrey 2, Surrey Bucs. And then Birmingham versus Oxford Brookes and Exeter versus Birmingham. And then we finish the pool stage games with Notts Trent 1's, the Timberwolves, versus Surrey Stags, their first team as well. We see Durham looking to extend their advantage in this opening game. There it was an overlap for just a moment, but Cambridge recycle it well. As we see 32 short coming. Oh, it's a lovely long ball to the wing. It's stunning, and it's Ollie Lowe at the heart of it again. And it's Janaea Thorpe, the beneficiary. And it seemed like there was an opportunity to go open side, but the ball is flashed across the face. And so far, for Durham Knights, it is Ollie Lowe who is pulling the strings. In Cambridge, just need to find a little bit more structure. This is better momentum. Sweeper plays coming round. And that was Chamberlain trying to go through. Nothing doing, so that's fifth. Link punish. It's a really good dive at the line, but the covering touch matches it. So Cambridge with a better attacking set, just not quite finding the gaps in the Durham defence, if there are any. Nice transition. However, Cambridge have shut that down very well, and he has to take the ball back to midfield for fifth. There were no touches to play with. They're going to get round the outside. Nice left foot step, just goes through the gap. And the ball goes down, and that is stunning. Cambridge just switch off in defence, and it is indeed the Low show on a sunny Saturday morning. And Cambridge, the question is at the moment, can you stop Ollie Lowe? Because the answer at the moment is no. Just pulling the strings, playing expansive, brilliant footwork. And it is a bit too easy for Durham at the moment. 3 tries to the good. Sweeper play again. They run the setup very nice, but there's just not a lot of momentum going into the final third. A little bit better. But again, Durham do well to crowd it out. So this is fifth coming. Fifth. Scooping player. And the ball just bubbles. Good hands around the outside of the Cambridge press. And he looks to go all the way. And it's a foot race. And there's only one winner. And it's number 65. Ben Honeywell. And at the moment, Durham, they don't look like there's any cobblers. They don't look like they're tired. And it's the athleticism that's the key difference. And there's some problem solving to do for Cambridge early doors. A wonderful footwork. Just gas. Finds the gap. Gasses him. No touch. And once again, it's Ollie Lowe affecting the game on both sides of the ball. They're just trying to slow the ball down now. Good momentum. No one at half. Checks it off. 2-on-1 now. Gives it to the wing. Oh, and it's just bobbled at the last. But Durham do that really well, just finding space on the heads-up play, not necessarily using all that much structure. Just backing themselves to find the gaps and hit them. And Cambridge just look a little bit too static. And this is 3. They've not really made much forward momentum. That's 4th. So this is 5th coming. And they'd be lucky to get up over halfway. They don't. That's 5th. And it's a really good snipe as well. And then a Boyd getting up from the link position, affecting the turnover. And this is essentially a tap-off move. However, Durham will take a couple touches just to get the subs on. This is 4th, so 5th coming now. Lost a bit of momentum. However, there's an opportunity on that right-hand edge. They've got a little bit of an overlap if they want to use it. Oh, lovely weight of pass. And if there's no touch, that is try time, and there is no touch. And it's wonderful. Ben Simons getting over. They do use the early release on the 32 shot, and it unlocks that Cambridge defence for the 6th time. So Cambridge need to find some more momentum, as the touches at the moment are pretty static. And I'd like to see them look to play around these shooters a little bit more, find some space, go to the wing. It's a good opportunity, but this is 5th, so they've got no touches now. And they'll just surrender possession. A little bit sheepish, as we see Durham now. Might just take the touch for half-time, or they might look to go and play some jouet rugby. Oh, dummy switch. And here's the danger man. There's an opportunity to go all the way. They've worked the ball really well to the outside edge. There's a foot race now. Oh, and they do well to turn it over, but Durham, it shows their intent and their very good value for the lead as it takes us into half-time. And it is Durham, 6 tries to the good, orchestrated by the likes of Ollie Lowe. And for Cambridge, a bit of problem solving to do, and I'm sure they'll do that in the half-time. We're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be right back with you for the second half.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is.
There's an official standby.
And we are just waiting for the hooter to get us back underway for the second half of this first game between Durham Knights and Cambridge. Durham heavily in the ascendancy. As you see Cambridge run their tap-off move. And sweeper coming round a little bit wide. They'll take back the other way. And Durham do well to crowd it out. A nicer option off the back of the tap-off move. This is fifth coming. To run the hammer. Early release, and there was a couple of Cambridge players on that far side. But not taken, and Durham, the pace injected off the transition is brilliant. Great hands to the link. Second touch, third coming. Make it up that box side, third on halfway. Fourth. This is fifth coming. Oh, and it pass from half. Just a little bit too demanding. Maybe in the afternoon that one sticks. But early morning, ball goes to ground. As you see Cambridge with an opportunity to take advantage of some good field position. Get some fresh legs on the field. Oh, good evase of the touch from Chamberlain. And it's good heads up as well. This is fifth coming now. So they'll have an opportunity to strike. They go for the quickie play. Opportunity to go to the wing. They don't look to dive through. And Durham do a really good job at collapsing underneath that toucher. And protecting the spaces underneath him as he's trying to get back onside. And I think at the moment it really is a battle between potentially a little bit too much structure from Cambridge and just running heads up from Durham as they look to come over to this open side again. There's an opportunity to check off. They do. Well saved on the touch. Scooping player comes through. They had a 3-on-2 on this short side. They opt not to use it. Sweeper play coming round. They recycle it really well. Little bit of a show and go. Could have gone to the wing, doesn't, and that's 6-touch turnover. So Cambridge with a really good defensive set. Good option. And Cambridge going to need a little bit more of that to help find some momentum in the second half. Just checking off around those single shooters because they are there. And they're doing it much better. So fifth coming, and they've got into a really dangerous area. They need a scooper. They find one. Opportunity for the ball on the inside. Doesn't quite happen. But a much better transition, using all their touches, killing the ball far into the Durham half. Really good touch as well coming across. Durham just taking their foot off the gas a little bit. They might look to use the hands here. No, that's fifth. The scoop, a little bit static. Got to make something from nothing now. Need switches, need something happening off the ball. They look to play the wraparound. Ball goes to ground. So Cambridge do really well. And it seems like Cambridge have done some problem solving at half-time. Recognising they need to be aware of those heads-up play. Putting more pressure on. And then passing around these shooters much easier now. So Cambridge learning a lot from the first half and taking it into the second. Arguably in the ascendancy in the second half of making more meters. Always completing their transition. That's fifth coming though, and ball just goes to ground. And there's just a little bit of inaccuracy getting into that final third for Cambridge. And if they can problem solve that just as well as they have their midfield D and everything else, then there's an opportunity for them to get a few scores on the board in this second half as Lowe takes a tumble but gets the ball down cleanly. And this is where Durham are so dangerous when they are in open field. Couple offside Cambridge defenders. They play around them really well. Sweeper plays coming. Bit wide. 3-on-2. Can they execute? Ball should have gone to the wing, but it doesn't. And it's a brilliant defensive touch from the Cambridge link. So now Durham needs to create something from nothing. And unfortunately, the task is a little bit too big. So Cambridge halfway in this second half have done a really good job at seeing Durham out. But this is forthcoming, and Cambridge aren't over halfway, so they'll be scooping from deep. This is fifth coming now. And it's so difficult to scoop from deep. You need basically a bit of a miracle. But it's a really good ball and good evasion. But again, Durham do just enough to crowd it out. Oh, and it's good hands, and they carve right through the middle of this Cambridge midfield defence. So Durham starting to find the holes a bit better. Dumper's a bit isolated. There's 54, Oliver Hall working with Low. This is Hall. Back to Low. Finding the link. Oh, the pace is just too much. And why bother about taking touches when you can just go through gaps like that? And it is the interplay between Hall and Low in the midfield. And then they recognise that the space is there to be taken. And it's Ben Simons that just puts the afterburners on, finds the hole, gets through. And it's taken them 6 minutes in this second half. But they do extend their lead. And I think for Durham, the main aim now, you've shown you can score, but can you hold Cambridge to 0? Rappers there. Ball looks to go to the wing, and it's just bobbled. And there was calls from the sub-box to pick up and go on that left-hand edge, which might have been the better option. But as we say, this game is not the be-all and end-all for Cambridge. It's got opportunities to problem-solve, learn from the experience. They switch back on the inside, and that should be an off-the-mark penalty. It is indeed. So Cambridge do really well to force that turnover, and they will have a tap-off move if they want it, or they'll end up burning a couple touches to get some fresh legs on, or they'll cough the ball up on first touch and turn it over back over to Durham. There's good hands. Bit static. There's Hall. Hall again, looking to drag for the 32 short. Does. Low. Oh, left foot step is gorgeous, and they work it to the wing beautifully. However, forward pass on that last one from Hall. But again, this transition defence from Durham just pinning Cambridge in their own half. There's a good check-off to find some extra metres, but they need some more momentum. And that's fifth on halfway. Needs to escape the toucher, doesn't. That'll be touch and pass. So for Durham, it's pretty straightforward at the moment, with just over a minute left to play. And what an opening performance from Durham at round 2. Really putting themselves out there. Oh, good pace as well. That's Hall dancing around a couple touches as the supporting cast comes on from the sub-box. They'll burn a touch, get players in the right positions. And now's the opportunity to go and have a strike. There's Simons at half. 32 short, looks to give the wrap or go long, doesn't really do either. And that's 5th, but we've seen what they can do with no touches, so it won't be any issues. Ball goes, needs to go one more, and Durham just playing around the single shooters from Cambridge oh so easily. And it's the core skills, the catch and pass at pace that's causing Cambridge so many issues. Lovely engagement. And they work it to that far side. And Durham Knights are galloping away with the victory of game 1. And there is the hooter, that's full time. Cambridge might look to go full length, however, touch comes in. And Durham, wonderful performance. And that'll be giving them a real boost of confidence going into the rest of the day, especially holding Cambridge to 0. It was very comprehensive in the end, but Cambridge can take a lot of positives away, especially the way that they defended so much better in that second half. But we're going to take a very quick break as we continue with the pool stages. And coming up next, it is Southampton versus Notts Trent Seconds.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I could have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project. So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what CIMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of CIMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like. Studying through the CIMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything. I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging, so having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
So welcome back to the second game of the day between Notts Army and Southampton. And this is round 2 of the University Touch Series here at the Riverside Sports Complex in Nottingham. Sponsored by AI, CPA and SEMA. In round 1, Exeter did take the victory in the Cup over Bath. But as we saw in game 1, Durham Knights looked like some team to be beating. And these are the pool stage games, taking us all the way through to lunchtime. And then it is finals footy, where we'll start with the plate quarter-final, cup quarter-final, plate semi-final, cup semi-final, and then we roll through all 3 finals with the bowl, the plate, and the cup. And it is Southampton to get us underway, attacking from left to right. And what I will say, it's probably one of the nicest kits that we'll have out here. Against Notts 2, the Army. And their first team will be looking for that top spot. And Southampton roll through their first opportunity at line attack. There's an open side quickie. Looks to feed the ball back inside. That is ball down. And it's a bit of a concurrent theme from what we've seen so far. First attempt at the line, first score. And no thought of subbing. They go, well, if we don't do it, it doesn't count. And it's number 42, Andrew Biffin. We saw him in round 1. It was a real shining start for this Southampton side. And they'll come up against quite a dynamic Notts second team. We'll see if the Army can march over that try line in return. You see the ball worked over to this short side. Looking for potentially a link punish. Good footwork, engaging the Southampton defence. Southampton have to keep walking when they're in the 7. Go over the 32 quick down the short side. Oh, and it's a wonderful reply from the Army. And they do start off marching. And that brings us even at a try apiece. As we see, they work it down the short side. Just engaging that wing. The wing has to shut. And Trent do get over. And it was orchestrated by Harry Lowe. They check the ball off. Good feet. However, Southampton with a bit of momentum of their own. Coming into the strike zone. Sterry with the ball again. Looks for the one back on the inside. Doesn't happen. Recycles the play. There is Sterry checking it off. Another dive at the line, however. Diving onto feet. Always a try. Always a touch, sorry. But they will get the penalty for offside. And it was Toby Chilvers working with Luke Sterry. Chilvers. Sterry at half. Back to Chilvers. Diving at the line. That looks like it's down. It is indeed. And Southampton 100% so far at the try line. Every time they get there, they finish. And it was Sterry and Chilvers working together. As you see, just an open side quickie. Yeah, ball's always down. Good low dive. And it is Southampton that take the lead. 2 tries to 1. And there's Lowe. Woods trying to evade a couple touches. Chilvers gets him. Woods. They just look to go round the outside, however, the ball just goes to ground. There's good endeavour from Notts Trent. Just a bit of inaccuracy. It was number 30, Benjamin Murray, just couldn't quite reel that one in. It was a demanding pass. Oh, that looks to be an off-the-mark penalty. It is indeed. So Notts Trent will have another opportunity at the line to come and equalise. In Woods. With Lowe at half. Open side quickie, a little bit static, has a lot to do. Oh, that could have been an intercept. Referees will have one to figure out here. They're saying the touch came in one of the stranger ones. The ball bobbling around. That should be 6 more, though, for interfering. Let's go for the link punish. No, they check it back off on the inside. Open side quickie again, but that's a foot in the ruck. Turnover. So Notts Trent just struggling to find their rhythm. As you see Southampton Uni now, looking to get up there, box side, and get the replacements on. Good momentum. Couple single shooters from Nottingham, so opportunities to pass around, but yeah, foot over the line of play. So both teams with a couple unforced errors creeping in. But good pace injected up the middle. No sub. They want to give the ball. That one is reeled in from Murray. He's Low at half. Here he is. Checking off to Woods. A little bit static. He needs to find a bit of structure. Does the pod of Low, Woods and Murray. Low. However, Pip's not square. So that's easy turnover there for Southampton. So this pod of Southampton doing really well to defend out the attacking threat from the Army. And that's first touch in the midfield. Second touch. Doesn't look like they're going to sub. They're just going to drive it up the field. Here's Biffin. He's the danger man. And look at the momentum given. However, didn't get the ball down. And unfortunately, Southampton overplay it as they approach the Notts Trent red zone. And now surely Notts Trent will go through their own sub move, get the fresh legs on, and then look to have a couple cracks at the line if they can save the touches. However, a bit of confusion at the roll ball. But the momentum's clean. And check it off back on the inside. Biffin, however, can make both touches. That probably should have been off the mark, but Nottingham get away with one, and there's a bit of gas going through. But Andrew Biffin makes a wonderful diving touch on number 29. Dominic Arnold will look to go all the way through. And that's 5th. So Notts Trent just guilty of not giving themselves a bit of structure coming into the final few touches. That means they don't really have a proper crack at the line, and Nicholas Davies tried to create something from nothing. Well, once again, Southampton, the team on top with their early scores, courtesy of Andrew Biffin. Oh, good footwork as well to escape the oncoming touch. However, that's an off-the-mark penalty. Been a few of those in this game, and if Notts Trent can turn this ball over quickly, there's an opportunity. But they don't. Just taking it easy, tap penalty. And that's another off the mark penalty. And that was number 2. Charmaine Pillard. Oh, and there's another one, loss of control. So in the last few minutes, plenty of mistakes creeping in this game with 2.5 minutes left to go in the first half. And Notts Trent really need to start taking advantage of the field position, because they are forcing turnovers. However, when they get here, they are making mistakes of their own, and there's another one just overplaying a little bit, struggling to find their momentum. Oh, good footwork to get around the touch, and there's an opportunity to go all the way in the corner now. And he does have the gas, and he will go all the way. And it is a wonderful little turn and burn from Toby Chilvers. Just right foot steps, see you later. Goes round the outside, and no one's catching him. Carrying the ball in one hand. And almost taking a leaf out of the Durham Knights playbook, just playing heads up, little right foot step, goes round the outside, and Southampton Uni are 3 tries to 1 against Notts Trent Army, and the Army need to find more structure when they get into this area of the pitch. They're direct in the midfield, but on line attack, it's all a little bit static. The ball's on the floor a little bit too long. And they're going to need to scoop now. They come back to this open side. However, Southampton Uni do really well to defend it and cover across and make that touch. And if Southampton Uni can just keep a hold of this ball, not do anything silly in possession, they will go into half-time with a 2-try advantage over the Notts Trent Army. And that's a better transition as well. Look to come up this box side. There is the hooter. So Biffin looks to put on a bit of gas. However, the ground was eaten up very easily by Harry Lowe, and that does bring us up to half-time with Southampton Uni leading 3 tries to 1 over the Notts Trent Army. And it is a little bit straightforward. The Notts Trent have some problem solving to do. However, we've seen the calibre of their first team, so they do have the personnel to do it. And it'll be an interesting one when we come back with the second half.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning.
Studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything.
Seconds, stand by.
We have 10 seconds till the hooter gets us back underway for the second half between Notts Trent Army and Southampton University. And so far, Southampton are in the ascendancy. However, it's the dangerous Harry Lowe in the number 21 involved in this pod. And there is Woods. As we see the ball going to Woods. No touch, good evasion. Looks to go around the outside and open the scoring. Checks the ball back on the inside, but it's a similar recipe to what we saw in the first half, which is Notts Trent just guilty of overplaying when they get into the line, and Southampton Uni are comfortable in defending as they look now to go up the other end and extend their lead out to 3 tries. And this man on the ball, Toby Chilvers, wearing the number 3. He's been one of those danger men for Southampton Uni. Here is Chilvers. That's 5th. So Chilvers has a lot to do with a set Notts Trent defence. And that is the complete set of 6. And they'll turn the ball over to Notts Trent. And that looks to be a loss of control at the base of the ruck. See what the referees have to say. There's a tap penalty, however, just a little bit of confusion at the roll ball. For me, that probably could have been a turnover for Southampton Uni, not given. And good pace injected. However, having to come back to the mark of where the touch was made. So this will be a good opportunity for Notts Trent to have a strike at the line, but once again, there's not much line attack structure going on, and Southampton are able to just crowd them out quite easily. And they did have a 2-on-1 on this short side. But the ball goes down and Southampton defend it pretty easily. And for Notts Trent, it'd be worrying signs because you're going to get the pod of Andrew Biffin coming on. So just taking the ball back to the mark. Roll ball first. This is second coming. That second touch. Better momentum from Southampton Uni getting up to halfway. However, another over the mark. And the referee's giving a little bit of leeway for the infringements at the roll ball, but not 2 times in a row. And once again, Notts Trent have to take the ball back to the mark. That's a better dump. Cleaner at the roll ball. Good opportunity for a sweeper, not given. Ball needs to go to the wing. It doesn't. So Notts Trent just need to find some momentum now. Ball's on the floor for a little bit too long. Not a lot of threats. Looks to dive at the line. However, he is half, so cannot score. And it's easy turnover once again for Southampton. Haven't really got out of second gear so far. And here is Andrew Biffin, who opened the scoring. And Southampton making brilliant yards up the middle. Really good drive. That is 5th. However, there's another off the mark penalty. And the penalty count in this game is just constantly increasing. And it is only the second game of the day. Still early. And a lot of these errors potentially might not be existing if this game was happening later on in the day or in the afternoon. First game for both of these teams. As you see Notts Trent now with their own transition. Good ball around the outside, however, steps a bit too lateral. Let's carry the ball forward. Here is Lowe. Seems to be the bright spark for this Notts Trent team. That's 5th, but has to take the ball back to the mark, so it'll be easy enough. There is a gap opening up for Lowe. The ball's checked off on the inside. Ball's away. They look to step through. There's an opportunity to come back to this short side if they could find it. Nothing doing. And it is pretty much rinse and repeat for Southampton. Although, as I say that, ball goes to floor with their own inaccuracies. And for me, Notts Trent really need to start taking advantage of the mistakes creeping in from the Southampton University. There's Lowe. Going one-on-one against Harry Biffin. There's an opportunity now, and they will go through and score. And once again, Harry Lowe involved in the creation of the score, and it's Benjamin Murray who goes through the gap and brings the tally. 3 tries to 2 in favour of Southampton Uni. Harry Lowe does really well to spot where the gap is. The link crashes in, which leaves Murray in acres of space. And when Notts Trent Uni get it right, that is what they can do, but they've now got to defend the dangerous Chilvers. He's gotten over the try line twice for Southampton Uni. Open side Quickie. Good dive at the line, but touch is made. That was the combination of Chilvers and Sterry. Sterry on the ball. Chilvers. Quickie. Sweeper play coming round. Play on called. There was an offside man in there. And there's a lot of discussion, so there will be a repeat set of 6 for Southampton on the line. You heard the call from the referee. And you give Chilvers and Sterry another opportunity to go at your line. It could be danger time for the Army. Sterry steps back. That's a really good touch. However, is the referee going to say he was offside? Yep. So that is the second penalty, and it brings me a good opportunity to explain that if there are 3 penalties for a team in defence on their own line, then someone will have to go for the rest of the possession. And for Notts Trent, they're at 2, so it's danger. They look to go to the wing, however, that ball goes to ground off first, and there's a bit of frustration in the Southampton sub-box. They know they let Notts Trent away with that. They were under pressure on the line. So now it's up to Notts Trent to get out and get some fresh legs on. And they do. Here is Lowe. Goes around the shooter. Looks to take some more advantage. Bringing the ball from coast to coast. Lowe. Great footwork. Can't find the pass off. So this is 5th coming. There is 5th. Lowe's got a lot to do. Oh, good dummy as well. Looks to go through. However, that'll be touch and pass. And that was number 3, Chan, trying to create something. Nothing doing. And we've got little over 2 minutes left in this game with the scoreline 3 tries to 2 in favour of Southampton. There's an opportunity here for Notts to potentially equalise. However, Chilvers almost just goes round the outside once more. Rinse and repeat of his second try in the first half. Calls for simple coming from the sub box, and I tend to agree with them. That'll be, well, that could have been an off the mark penalty, not given. Again, leeway shown from the referees in this game. Chilvers looks to drive at the line. He's offside. That should be scoring. It is indeed, and Chilvers has his hat trick. And just identifies that offside defender. Gets underneath him. And we'll see it on the replay. Maybe a bit fortunate not to have the off the mark there from Sterry, but Sterry gives the ball back to Chilvers, and then it's Rinse and pretty straightforward. Open side Quickie getting underneath the offside defender, and that might take the game out of the Army's reach with a minute left to go. That 2 tries to make up. They've got to go quickly. It's not impossible, but it will be tough. You see number 29 looking to go through. Dominic Arnold not quite doing. However, there is an overlap if they can expose it, but it's a brilliant covering touch from number 12 Surrey. In fact, it wasn't Surrey. There might be two number 12s on the pitch. We'll correct that if I can get his shirt number again. However, good open-side quickie. Opportunity for the inside ball. They give it. That could be ball down, but it's a touch. And this is fifth and final. And once again, there is an opportunity on that left-hand edge. If someone wants to throw long, they come back to the right-hand side. They engage, 3-on-2. But the touch comes in, and it is a saving touch. I won't believe it. Hannah Alidina. And that is the hooter. That will be full time. Southampton not content with 4, they want 5. That will bring us to the end of this game. Southampton University always on top. Not for a good attempt from the Army. And when they do get the open side play right, it is effective. However, Southampton had a little bit too much for them in our second game of the day. And we're going to take a very quick break of 7 minutes. And then at 10 o'clock, we're back with Leeds 1 versus Surrey 2's, the Bucs.
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms, like the coach of a touch rugby team. Management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, don't know anybody associated with it. But I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that SEMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I could have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. SEMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying SEMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
Are you interested in careers in finance and business? If so, come and follow us on Instagram and TikTok to find out more about SEMA's CGMA qualification. SEMA Early Careers UK is your one-stop shop for all things finance and business with SEMA. We're going to share job opportunities, career insights, employability advice, success stories from SEMA members, events, competitions, and much, much more. So follow us today, SEMA Early Careers UK on TikTok and Instagram.
I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything. I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management.
So welcome back to the third game of the day between Leeds 1 and Surrey 2. And Leeds have gone all the way through. As I'm trying to intro it, Surrey seems to be a little bit starstruck by that.
Oh, I think they got caught cold there.
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely.
And I'm joined. It's a pleasure to say for the first time today I've got a co-commentator, and it's Sol Phoenix. Sol, how are you, mate?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the weather as well,
It's
man.
not
This is perfect for touch, isn't it?
Yeah, finally we get there. Honestly, I've been playing all season, all the winter season, and it's been horrible. Snow and ice and sleet and all sorts. And yeah, this is what we want.
Yeah, it's perfect. And what better conditions could you ask for, especially from a touch player, as we see Surrey look to go and rectify the early score. There's an opportunity in the link hole.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunately, the ball just goes to the ground. And I was sort of having a bit of a joke with Chris Wormuth and Dom Tripp earlier. It feels like the rite of passage for the university scene is playing in snow. And it's very rare that we get this wonderful weather as we see today. And Leeds taking full advantage of that as they look to go round once more. They do indeed.
Oh yeah, they've got some wheels. They've definitely got some wheels in this team.
And it's number 2, John Munir. It just goes round once more. And it's 2 tries off the back of some athleticism, really. Not a lot of structure, but why do you need it when you can run that fast, eh?
Absolutely. If you've got the pace, use it.
Yeah, Surrey now with a cup. Need to get the next try on the board. Just stop the flow of momentum. It's currently going in favour of the lead side. That's a good first carry as well. In behind the link a little bit, so defending, attacking against 5 for the moment. A little bit static, good touch.
Okay, well they're on the 7, so.
And
See what they set up. Going for a... Oh, touch there, yeah, just got touched as he was diving in there.
Yeah, it was number 23, Charlie Mack, getting over and making the touch. His 5th coming now, well, 5th touch, so no touches to play with. And they kill it in this far corner. And they'll make Leeds go all the way, and you know, it gives me a good opportunity having you on comms actually to talk through some of the tactics around why teams try and kill it in this far sub-box and make Leeds go as far as possible. It is something that coaches drill into teams, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about it's really all about the fact that they're going to their sub-box. They're likely to be going to their sub-box, so it's like kill it away from their sub-box. So it's going to just make it harder for them to get over there, and that should really give you a bit of an advantage in the fact that your midfield defence can be a little bit more aggressive then.
Yeah, I suppose you know where they're going as well. So that midfield press on first touch especially can just fan over and try and trap them as far over into that corner as possible.
This is it. And if you take, if you can take as many touches as you can off them in their half, then obviously they've got less touches in so it's really defending from the front. Okay? If you can defend from the front, then you're just going to make sure that you're in a more competitive situation.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Lee trying to do exactly that and putting on some pressure, but Surrey do a really good job of playing around those shooters. And
yeah, unfortunately he's just overshot it there, which means that they can reset and just lost your momentum a little bit.
Yeah, and for me,
it's that 6th touch.
It's one of those parts of the game that is a little bit unsung, but really does underpin, especially when you are on 5th. Just predicting that touch and getting a strike play going. And we've seen some teams so far on this, on pitch 1, that are just struggling on 5th to find that strike. It does make all the difference.
Absolutely, and it's kind of like playing for your team. I think that people sometimes just get a little bit of white line fever, and just the idea that you can, just the idea that I'm going to go through, and just not recognising that actually. By the time they've made the 5th touch, that's probably the time where they're most tired, because obviously they've been really working hard to defend all the touches. So actually, you can use that touch. If you use that touch more as a strike off, as a player off that, then you're more likely to have a weakened defence that you're actually attacking. But again, because of the fact that they have been making so many touches, they may look a little bit ragged, and that's the reason I think that people then try to exploit that rather than actually thinking, well, if they're ragged now, just think about how ragged they're going to be after that touch.
Yeah, 100%, and it does make all the difference when you've got one of those selfless players that is just going to give you a platform to strike off.
Absolutely. I think that this is what I think I love about this game as well, because it really is a team sport in that sense. Okay, the team that does best is the team that has the players who are all working for each other.
Yeah, definitely, and we're seeing that at the moment from Leeds. They're defending really tight and restricting the Stags to not a lot of field position. And for me, the Surrey Bucs at the moment are doing really well on touches like 2 and 3, for example. And then as those fresh legs comes on, it's a little bit disjointed. And, I was counting them for a moment. It looked like Surrey had plenty of legs on. However, there is a bit of a kit clash between the referees and the Surrey kit. So my eyes were deceiving me for a moment. I was like, that's not 7 on, that's 8 on. No, it's just the sideline refs getting involved.
Yeah, I've never been in that situation where I've actually passed it to a referee yet, but I think that could easily happen here, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's coming, and we see an off the hips not straight penalty.
Yeah, hips not straight. Yeah, just skew hips there. You've got to dump, sort of like completely facing forward. You can't basically be sort of like it's often again when people are tired, they'll be facing their sub box, and they'll dump the ball like that. So.
And Leeds now looking to go over. And for me, this is where Leeds are going to be the most dangerous, when they've got this line attack and the repeat set of sits. And we've got number 23, Charlie Mack, who's sort of hovering around that roll ball, waiting for this. And they go over to that short side. It's a little bit congested. They'll just take that touch nice and straightforward. I'd like to see Leeds bring the ball over to this short side, as we see Mack now.
Yeah, there is a lot of space out here.
Yeah. They can go to the wing off first.
Oh, nearly. And it was a forward pass as well, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those great examples you were mentioning earlier, Sol, about just, you've done so well to stretch that defence coming back over, basically going from sideline to sideline. Get that structure in there, get that platform, get someone in at half, get a strike done. We've seen Leeds have the athleticism to really stress out this Surrey team.
Yeah.
And it's in those moments where you might think just giving the ball early and trying to go around the outside is the play, but in actuality,
yeah,
as you said, if they look disjointed then, imagine what's going to happen after that touch.
Exactly. The thing about this game, because after that touch, you're having to go backwards. You have to go backwards, and that's the thing that really hurts. And obviously the defence is really stretched. Oh, nearly in there, nearly in.
Yeah, it's number 97, Matt Marsh, trying to get over, working with 99, Hewitt, and these two seem like they've got the skills to unlock this Leeds defence.
They may have them here. No, I didn't quite get there.
Yeah, they do have an overlap though on that far side as we see it on the left edge. As you see, Marsh and Hewitt once again.
Like they're going for a quickie play here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just dropped it.
Yeah, loss of control. It's unfortunate because for me that was the best opportunity that Surrey Bucs have manufactured for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, they got up there. They were on the 7, and I think that one might be over the mark. Nope, not going to.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of leeway actually on that penalty. I think I've been made to look a fool on commentary a couple of times, calling off the mark, and it's like the rest just go, "Nah, mate, sorry, I don't know don't know what you're on about."
Yeah, I think just.
Oh, good pace. Can he find the pass?
Oh, that's really good. Stunning. Yeah, brilliant.
Stunning. And I believe it was John Munir again, orchestrating that try for Leeds. 2 very quickly turns into 3 as we see from here. And this is exactly that platform you were talking about, just someone straightening up, scooping through, trying to find the supporting player, and it is Munir that checks the ball off on the inside.
Yeah,
I think it was number 16.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think that, because he's come back through the same hole that the scooper ran through, obviously that's the place where the space is open. So, yeah, that's often overlooked, but they did really well to find that.
Yeah, definitely, and also having the awareness of getting into that dead ball zone and then thinking, okay, like, where's my support? Can I find that sporting player? I remember I was always told just hug that try line because often everyone retreats deep into the dead ball zone.
Oh, I think they've got one.
Yeah, Surrey get their result.
Oh, on the hooter as well. Brilliant.
Yeah, we love a good hooter score and good value for their finish, and it is, well, my favourite name so far of the day, Octave Allaire.
Oh,
what a name! I mean, it sort of rivals yours. And Sol Phoenix.
I think Octave Allaire is up there. That's definitely up there. Yeah. Brilliant.
And that score brings Surrey on the board, 3 tries to 1 in favour of Leeds, and Surrey have a good opportunity. Do a little bit of problem solving in the sub box. You've just shown you can get through this Leeds defence. And it's shaping up to be a very interesting second half. We're going to take a very quick break, and then we will bring it right back with you in just a moment.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that, you do different placements in different teams, and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple, and I realized very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerie, and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. never seen touch before, never, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
So welcome back to the second half between the Surrey Bucs and Leeds Hedgerow. And Surrey look to get us back underway. They finished that half with a really good score. And they'll look to start the second half in the same vein. Check the ball off, a little bit static. As you see, strike dump coming in, that is fifth. However, there's no momentum in the attack. Looking for the switches, however, that is sixth touch turnover. And unfortunately for Leeds, unfortunately for Surrey, there wasn't a lot of momentum in there, and it was a little bit straightforward. And as we see, the expansive Leeds get their fresh legs on. However, the referees have spotted something they're not that happy with, so they'll turn it over, and Surrey will have another crack at the line. They need a little bit more momentum in their line attack and in their midfield. That first touch is taken in pretty much the same place that the roll ball was. That's better momentum. Getting up there. And it's 99, Hewitt. Working with Allaire, Octave Allaire. What a name. And here is Allaire. However, there's an injury over on that far side. Sorry, it's not Harry Hewitt. It's Matt Marsh in the white skins. You see Allaire taking the roll ball. And there is Marsh. Reels it in quite well, however, just surrenders the touch. And there's just not a lot doing in this attacking set, and that is turnover for a forward pass. And the Surrey Bucs just struggling to find their momentum and structure, attacking down the short side. And the last thing you want to do is give this Leeds time an opportunity to go run through you again. And it's lovely footwork. There's a big touch there in the midfield, but he gets the hit, not square penalty. So Matt Marsh putting on the nudge in defence, forcing the turnover, and they will have their third crack at the line now. And they really do need this one to get over, as we see Octave Allaire on the ball, open side quickie. There's an opportunity here. The play on was called. That'll be penalty for never getting back on side. So Octave Allaire drawing the penalty. As you see Matt Marsh in the skins, barking orders at his teammates. It's calls from the box side. Matt drag for Chloe. Oh, he is half. However, that might be another penalty. It is indeed. So that's the second penalty in 2 sets. If they get a third, someone will go for time. Marsh receives the ball back. Oh, opportunity to have the line. Brilliant diving touch, though. Coming in from number 23, Charlie Mack. Said his name more often than anyone else so far on this pitch. 32. It's just a little bit congested. There's opportunities for this Surrey team if they can hit this outside edge a little bit quicker. not really using all of the players available. Octave Allaire looking to dive at the line, but that 6-touch turnover just a little bit short of the try line. Oh, good hands from the Leeds link. Was almost begging for a turnover, that pass, but nothing doing. So Surrey looked to go back over that line. It's nice hands to check around the pressing defence of Leeds. And we've not really seen Leeds line attack so far. We've just come to halfway through this second half, and Leeds have spent basically all of it defending. However, that is turnover. And it gives me a really good opportunity to shout out some of the food that we have here at the Riverside Sports Complex. Big Melt cheese toasties. I mean, if you want a gourmet cheese toastie, they are the ones. The sourdough toasties, everything from ham, chili jam, brisket. And I've got to shout them out because I'm trying to force some free cheese toasties at the end. I'm sure they'll love me for that. They've just brought over some tasters, to be fair. As we see Leeds now looking to get over their own, but just a little bit disjointed. Could have run through there. There was an offside defender. But nothing doing. There's Octave Allaire. Oh, stepping around the touch wonderfully, making extra meters, and then just struggling to find the momentum. And there are some subs coming on for Surrey. This pod that started the second half has been on for 5 minutes straight. There's a bit of physicality creeping in as well. Oh, and it was good hands to check around the shooter. However, the hand was in the passing lane, so that'll be 6 more. Leeds guilty of knocking that ball down. So Surrey, again, with another good opportunity to go at the line. And here is Harry Hewitt with Octave Allaire. However, that looks like a loss of control. It is indeed. Ball goes down. So even though Leeds haven't had practically any attacking ball so far in this second half, they are doing well in defence, shutting down the Surrey opposition. But we need to see more of that athleticism we saw in the first half. You see them now flood over to this open side. There's an opportunity to just go completely round the edge, and they do. It's turn and burn. There's a foot race in the corner, and there's only going to be one winner, and that is number 72, Sam Tong, that just puts on the gas, identifies the space. And Leeds, defending for all of this second half, only need one opportunity. And with just under 3 minutes left to go, that really is a nail in the coffin for the Surrey Bucs. And that compounds the error with the early loss of control, but Leeds players not on the same page, and that'll be an extra 10 metres for kicking the ball away. Bit of frustration creeping in. And the penalty advantage is actually huge. They've been marched back. And here is Octave Allaire. Good dump. And they play around that shooter well. There is Hewitt. One of the best opportunities they'll have in this game. It was well worked, but Leeds do just enough to crab over and crowd them out. See here calls from the sub box. We've got a really good vantage point here just behind the Surrey sub box. Calls of use the six. We need to make sure that they're using all the touches available to them. That'll be a forward pass at the base of the ruck. Surely. And there's a penalty for offside creeping in. That ball looked forward off the base of the ruck. The referees don't agree. As we see Hewitt, here is Octave Allaire. Let's come over to this open side. Work the ball well over to the link. However, there's no real space out there. It's great hands. Yeah, good opportunity for the quickie. Long ball is on as well, but the link's in a gap, and that might be try time. It is indeed. And Surrey use the ball, use the space available to them, check it off on the outside. And it is a brilliant finish, getting over in that link hole. And I want to say, it's number 89, Chloe Eiling. We're not quite seeing the number yet. I'm waiting for it to turn around after celebrating in the sub box. Yep, Chloe Eiling. Oh, you hear the call for the punish. Oh, it's begging to go over, and it is indeed. And Leeds go over and make it pay. It's number 10, Harry Duckworth, getting over. That link comes up and hits that touch, and that does bring us to full time. And Leeds, stalwart in defence, expansive in attack, take the victory over the Surrey Bucs. And coming up next, we've got the Birmingham 2s, the Pumas, versus Oxford Brook 1s, the Bears. And it is Leeds that take the victory in this game over the Surrey Bucs. We're going to take a very quick break as we start to wind down the rest of the games in the pool stage.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like. Studying through the CIMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything. I think what I always liked about the CIMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the CIMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a SEMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams.
So welcome back to the third to final game of the group stages. Is Birmingham Pumas versus the Oxford Brook Bears. And it is Birmingham in the red to get us underway, attacking from right to left. Then Oxford in the nice pink and black gradient strip, attacking from left to right. We're waiting for the hooter to get us underway. Here we go. There's good pressure already from Oxford Brooks, but Birmingham now let's move the ball and just take a settler, get into their line attack. We'll see what structure the Birmingham team have. Nice hammer play. Oh, opportunities, and Birmingham go through on the first time of asking, and it's number 14, Lulu Weiss. And it's a wonderfully worked move. They fake the hammer play, give it back to the dumping player, as you see it here. And Oxford Brooks, the spacing between that link and wing is a bit too big. And Birmingham get us open on the first time of asking. Now it's up to this Oxford Brooks team to go and get the return. Nice, brilliant hands. Number 18, Ben Hooker. Here is Hooker in action now. Long ball's on. They go long. Oh, and it's missed by both the winger and the sideline ref. Well, Oxford Brooks with a good crack of the line, but it is Birmingham in front. We get a first look at the transitions for Birmingham. Good yards made up the middle as well. This is forthcoming. Good pace shown to get onto this outside edge. Now this is fifth coming. They need a platform for a scooper. That's a good platform. Scooping player comes through. There's a good bit of gas. Told to play away, and that is 2 from 2. Toucher was always offside, and Birmingham double their lead fairly quickly. And we've seen many a team this morning struggle to get that final strike dump off. but not Birmingham. It's number 8, Ben Davies, whose name will be on that score sheet. And Oxford Bucs just can't really, haven't shown that they can answer the Birmingham threatmen on the line. However, this is a much better opportunity. 5th coming. 32. They look to go long off the 32. However, Birmingham do really well and just crabbing across and snuffing out the Oxford Bucs line attack. And this Birmingham team looking dangerous, making really good yards on their transition as well. Oh, and that ball just goes to ground. Missed a bit of the timing. So Oxford Bucs need to really make this opportunity count and get over the line. At least use all 6 touches available to you. A little bit static, and they go long again. However, that ball goes to ground, and Birmingham seem relatively comfortable in their defence. Oh, nice dummy. And meters made. Half just taking an extra second to get there. And Birmingham do get the timing right with the players coming off that sub-box. So this is 5th coming. They'll be striking from a dangerous area, and we've seen the pace that Birmingham have already. And it's good extra meters. That'll be off the mark, though. So Oxford Bucs do a really good job at defending that transition. And this will be our first real opportunity. It's seeing the Oxford Bucs transition. First one up the box side. Second one, Birmingham doing really well at pistoning and pressuring this defence, coming in single shooters. So the ball needs to be transitioned pretty quickly. That could be an off-the-mark penalty, not given. Need to use their hands. They don't. So that's 5th. No more touches afforded to them. Let's just drop the ball off into space. Nothing happening. And it'd be interesting to see if Oxford Bucs can make that read that Birmingham pressed that sub-transition in single shooters, because the opportunities for the ball on the outside is there. But they'll have a bit more time to make that read. Coming off the back of their own turnover. Good touch from the Birmingham link, getting up in the lane. Open side quickly, they come back to the short side. The opportunity is there. Oh, it's a lovely show and go. And there's no touch made, so that will be try time. And it's a lovely little link hole, and it's number 11 for Oxford Bucs. I think it's number 11. It gets over in the gap as we see it and execute it really well. Here's number 11, Vivian Bewley. At least that's what I've got on my team sheet. Now Birmingham looking to run their own 32 short. Oh, he's always offside. That will be try time, has to be. Oh, but it's not given. It looked like that defender was never onside, and he won the foot race to the line. Referees in disagreement. Look to come back to this 32 short. Now they go open side. Gaps are there. Lovely drop ball. However, that ball just drifts forwards out the hands. Birmingham have the playbook, it seems, to unlock this Oxford Bucs defence. It's just not happening in that specific set. And Oxford Bucs looking to drive up the middle, find some ground. It's a better option, making better meters. Good platform. Good strong dump. This is 4th, so 5th coming. They have a good scooping opportunity. There is 5th. It's a little bit slow at the base of the half. I'm not sure if they understand that the touch count is on 5th. And they do cough the ball up. But Oxford Bucs using the maximum number of touches more often than not, making Birmingham defend the full set of 6. But they've got to do well to stop this Birmingham transition, because at the moment Oxford Bucs are just rolling. And this is 5th coming. Oh, it's a brilliant dumping platform, and there's good aggression shown in the touch, and it's a wonderful check off. There seems to be loads of space, but a wonderful diving touch from number 17, Barry Heath. He's made a couple brilliant touches for Oxford Brookes. And with 3 minutes left to go in this first half, they're only a try down, and they've certainly grown into this game. That'll be an off-the-mark penalty, however. Good defensive pressure, and if they turn this ball over quickly and whip it to the open side, there is opportunities. They take the touch, they look to run the quickie, and that is try time, surely. Oh, they're not given. Bit of a confusing one for me. Looked like he was in for all the money. There's the dive, and that is the try. And it's a stunning one-handed dive getting over. And it's number 8 for Birmingham. Ayaan Aziz. Oh, apologies, we've got duplicate numbers, which is always fun. It's actually Ben Davies getting over. And Oxford Brookes now. The deficit back to 2. Let's just drive and get into that strike zone. This is forthcoming, so they'll have a couple opportunities if they want to use it. They do. They go to the short side. They whip it back open. There's good pace shown. Hands to the corner. Touch is made. And it's a try saver. That's 5th. So no touches available to them. They just back the pace. Oh, lovely out the back pass. Good footwork as well. Goes round the outside. But the referees deem the pass to be forward. But beautiful endeavour and flamboyance on display from Oxford Brookes, if not for the pass just drifting forward. And there's a stark reminder for Birmingham. You've got to stay alive. You can't switch off at any point. However, that's loss of control, separation between hand and ball as it hits the deck. And with a minute left, there's an opportunity here for Oxford Brookes to bring the deficit down to 1. But they turn the ball over pretty unceremoniously. It's unforced. Birmingham, you don't want to give them an opportunity to extend their lead as we see the pace to go around the outside. He just bounces and puts on the burners, but a brilliant covering touch almost takes out the sideline ref. There's number 18 for Oxford Brookes, Ben Hooker. 32s. A little bit static. There's space over on that right-hand edge if they want to use it, but they can't mess around with it too much. 32 short. Looks to go hard at the line, floats the ball off into space. But unfortunately, there's the connection not quite there. We've seen them run that play a few times, and they've had a couple scores off it, but nothing doing, and that will be half-time after this touch. Oxford Brookes surrender it, and it takes us to the half with Birmingham ahead. 3 tries to 1 over Oxford Brookes. A fast affair. And it gives me a good opportunity to shout out the following 2 games. One at 11 o'clock, one at 11:30. Exeter versus Birmingham, 1's at 11. They'll look to be picking off in the same vein that the 2s have done in that first half with expansive plays. And then we finish off with Notts Trent 1. And Surrey Stags, it's not an afternoon of touch to be missed.
Two-minute warning, players officials, 2-minute warning.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, don't know anybody associated with it. But I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible.
So welcome back, as the hooter is just about to go and get us back underway for this second half between Oxford Brookes in the gradient strip against Birmingham. And at the moment, it's Birmingham in the ascendancy, but Oxford Brookes have shown that they can capitalise when they get the opportunities, but that'll be loss of control at the roll ball. Just going into that touch with a bit too much momentum for his hands to keep hold of it. But for my money, this game's probably going to become a tighter affair in the second half. However, Birmingham just look to go gas round the outside. It's a dominant touch. Throws the Oxford Brookes player to the floor almost. But this Birmingham transition is a problem area for Oxford Brookes. This is fifth coming. Can they find the strike? Really good strike dump. Massive gap as well. But a wonderful diving touch. But they're told to play on. That might be penalty for offside. It is indeed. And it was number 17 for Oxford Brookes, Barry Heath. He never quite hit that line after making the touch initially. So Birmingham with Oakes. An opportunity to strike. They run the hammer. Yeah, easy score. Diving at the line. Oh, but it's judged to have lost control of the ball before he puts it down. But they will get the penalty for offside. Potentially a bit of a harsh one. We do have Oakes platforming now. That one is good for Oakes. Lovely score. They identified that was where the space was in the first one. Cough the ball up over the line. Get the repeat set of 6 for the penalty. And Oakes doesn't need 2 bites at the cherry. Gets over. And Birmingham start the second half in the same way they did in the first. Getting the early score. A little bit static at the roll ball. A little bit slow for Oxford Brookes. Oh, and that ball just goes to ground. And Oxford Brookes just forcing things a little bit. Trying to find the outside edge. The connection isn't quite there on that time of asking. But this is what Birmingham do really well. Is they're able to get up to halfway with 3 touches. Yeah, unfortunately on that occasion has to take the ball back. But this is where Birmingham can be dangerous with Davies at number 8. Davies, in behind the toucher. Drops the ball off wonderfully. And that's waved off. So Davies gets the score off the back of the scoopers. We'll see it here. Little dummy. Could have just given it first time. Opts for the showboat. And I think it was Oliver Barraclough, who was the scooping player, that drops the ball off into space for Ben Davies. So I thought this one might be a bit tighter with Oxford Brookes having an opportunity to problem solve, but it seems like it's Birmingham who've done the most work in the sub-box, because they've come out and identified the holes they want to attack, and they've done that well, although there's a good scooping opportunity. Number 18, Ben Hooker. He's been a bright spot for the Oxford Brookes teams, but just caught before he's able to get over and find that pass. As we see Birmingham rolling through their transition. But the touch was claimed. They'll have to take it back. There's number 12, Catherine Johnson. Here's Johnson at half again. Drops the ball off. This is what Birmingham do so well. Just get the fresh legs on efficiently. This is fifth coming though, so they'll have to strike from a bit deeper. That's a wonderful momentum into the touch, but the ball just rolls after the dump. We're 4 minutes into this second half. 4 minutes has flown by. As Oxford Bucs now look to have a couple of cracks at the line themselves. There's a 32. Just static again, though. Never really rolling with much momentum, and that pass leaves a lot to be desired. Birmingham turned the ball over really quickly. So Oxford Bucs can't really get up and put the pressure on. They're up to halfway on second now. This is third. 4. Fifth coming. And they do well to get to this outside edge. Look to go around the outside. Have gas into the corner. And that's adjudged to be 6-touch turnover. I think I might have got the touch count wrong there. Just a bit of a delay. Oh, good hands to knock off that ball up. But again, Birmingham doing really well at putting the pressure on. So this is third touch for Oxford Bucs. Ball has to go one more, doesn't. However, they've got an offside penalty. So if Oxford Bucs can get to the line efficiently, they'll have at least 2 cracks at the line. Check the ball off well. Good footwork as well to get on the outside. Finds the winger, but is crowded out well. Slight delay again. And there's Oxford Bucs now. 5th touch. Let's come to this open side. There is a big gap in the link hole. And it's a lovely flat pass whipped across the face of the defence, but can't quite be reeled in. And we get another look at this Birmingham transition. A little bit more static than what we've seen. Oxford Bucs doing a better job at getting up in the face. But they've got an opportunity now on this edge. And here's the gas. Looks to just burn through the middle. Doesn't need the pass. Puts the afterburners on. And that is as easy as you like for George Wellbelove. As we see it here, it was static coming off the transition. But they finally overlap with the fresh legs coming on. And George Wellbelove almost looked like he didn't really know how much space he had. And then when he gets the call or recognises himself, just puts the burners on, kicks into gear. And the foot race in the corner only really had one winner. And it was the man in red for Birmingham. As we see Oxford Bucs now looking to have a crack at the line. They look for the punish. Bit static. Good defensive touch from Birmingham. And they look to go again, but they're running down quite a congestive avenue. And it is relatively simple for Birmingham to defend. They got around 2 minutes left in this game. Oh, but Birmingham, that's a rare mistake in their transition, actually. I've been really impressed with the completion rate of this Birmingham side. But Oxford Bucs have an opportunity. Just slowing the ball down. Potentially looking for a 32. They go for the quickie instead. They put the ball over to this open side. Good dump. However, the ball's just on the floor for a little bit too long. So the defence are already onside. But that's a better opportunity. And that will be waved through. And it is a wonderful finish from Barry Heath, who has been a real bright spark for this Oxford Bucs team. He called him in the first half, making touches in defence, bringing some line speed, but he gets over in the second half. Unfortunately for Oxford Bucs, that might be little more than a consolation score with 90 seconds left to go, but it's a well worth it. Barry Heath showing that Oxford Bucs do have it in the tank. However, here is Birmingham, and there's another opportunity for a score, and that one will be waved through. There's nothing that Oxford Bucs could do about it. Birmingham realise where the space is and they go and execute. So you see it here once again, Davies. Ben Davies has been instrumental in this team. And then boom, gets over the line, easy as you like. Birmingham putting on a bit of a line attack clinic at the moment. It seems like they've got a very deep playbook. As we see Oxford Brookes roll through their own 32. Scooping opportunity. Looks to check off on the inside. If there's no touch, that'll be a score, but there is a touch. Oxford Brookes look to go long. It's a good ball. There's an inside ball option as well, but that'll be 6-touch turnover. And if Birmingham can see out the rest of this possession without mistake, they will bring us towards the end. And that's been deemed to be pulled down. It looked like he'd just ripped the ball out of her hands, to be fair. Not given. I mean, Fergal, the on-field ref, very experienced referee. I trust his judgment more than mine, that's for sure. And there is the hooter. But Oxford Brookes look to get a score. Nothing doing, and that is full time in Birmingham. Pumas with a very comfortable win over Oxford Brookes. And it brings us to the next game, which is Exeter Ones versus Birmingham Ones, a game I was really looking forward to when we did the wrap-up in round one. And that'll be right with you in just a minute.
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a SEMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. never seen touch before, never, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
So welcome back to the penultimate game of the group stages between Birmingham 1s and Exeter 1s, and I'm very happy to say I'm joined by the Birmingham 2's captain. Oliver, how are you, mate?
I'm good, yeah, coming off the back of a good win, so pleased.
Yeah, it was definitely a good win, and I know your Birmingham 1s will be looking to replicate that in what will be a very tough game against an extremely experienced Exeter side, as we see Birmingham roll through their opportunity at line attack. Grimes, right, lovely movement of the ball. That's fifth opportunity to go long. They do, and if that's caught and grounded, it would have been the opening score, but it's not. 32. Grace Wilm, unfortunately, couldn't quite reel that one in, and it gives me a good opportunity actually, because I think the university series is really unique in the fact that you do get 1s and 2s playing together. Does that structure, because we saw you go deep in your playbook in the game that we just saw, there was lots of different line attack options. Is that something that you benefit from, having numerous teams to sort of bounce off each other, sort of ideas, experience filtering down almost?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely invaluable. We train against our lines. Last thing we do before any tournament is have a full match against them, and seeing what they're running, seeing the patterns they're running, and actually defending them means that we're really prepared coming into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely, and you're going to have to be prepared coming up against Exeter. There is Ben Lenori trying to put the gas on and go around the outside, but Birmingham forcing Exeter to scoop from deep. And I think it's fair to say that in the first round, Birmingham was one of those teams that sort of came out from nowhere, that really started to challenge for those top spots that might not have been in that conversation beforehand. How has touch grown in Birmingham from your perspective?
I mean, for us, touch has grown massively over the last few years. We've had some big people come in. We've got Phoebe Simon that has come in this year, Megan Meller, all fantastic players, adding the depth to our squads, which has really given us the opportunity to excel at these tournaments. And we're really excited kind of where we're going to go over the next few years.
Yeah, and it is exciting as well, because as we see, you're able to get over an Exeter line, an Exeter team which is spattered with English talent in there. I mean, namely, you can't talk about Exeter without talking about Josh Henderson, unfortunately, wearing number 48. One of the most nonchalant players I think I've ever had the pleasure of commentating, but just is a wonderful athlete and a wonderful skill set to boot. As we see Exeter roll through their transition. This is fifth. So have to scoop from deep. Oh, and here's the gas looking to get round in the corner. And it is a foot race. If the touch was made, it was made. That is 6-touch turnover. And number 90, Anu Shanalenko, doesn't seem that happy with it, but what a diving touch.
Touch made by Jamie Prince, absolute literally just legs and lungs is that guy. Okay.
Legs and lungs is a good way to describe it. He needed plenty of both to reel in. It was absolutely rapid, Alanko. First warning signs for what Exeter can do. A lovely show and go to get round the pressure. That is fifth touch though, so maybe a bit of a, losing track of the touch count. You see Alanko in the midfield still a bit frustrated in what he thought was the opening score. But Josh Henderson, with the heads-up play, just looks to pick around the outside. And you can't afford to switch off with Henderson on the field. As you see him now at acting half, just slowing the pace down, regaining some composure. Alanko. Back to Alanko, looks to dive at the line. Oh, lovely feet to get round the outside.
Nice. Touch made there by Charlie Grimes. We like to call him Starboy at our club because he came in this year to the club, new to touch rugby at the start of the year, and he's becoming fantastic in this first team.
Oh, Alanko, but again, another diving touch from Birmingham. It's number 12 this time, Robert Saunders. It's a brilliant diving touch, but that Alanko for Exeter already causing some issues, and Birmingham are up to the task so far, but I think it's fair to say that it's one thing to be able to do it in instances. To beat this Exeter team, you've almost got to have that one game where everything goes your way, you're hot on it, you're always aware.
Yeah. We did get a win against this Exeter side at the end of last year's tournament in the group stages, so we know that we can do it, but you are right, it's absolutely consistency throughout.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of throwing the ball away. That was mine whenever I used to play touch. Like, oh, I'm just bad at passing, mate. I'm sorry. Alanko at half. Misses out the hard runner. Hits Josh Henderson. Lovely swiping dump. Textbook from Henderson. And Exeter making really good yards up this box side. Will look to move the ball open now. They do. Scooping opportunity. Oh, brilliant footwork. Oh, and it's knocked down. And it was 61 Archie Devlin. He's been one of those players for England that's been emerging over the past few years. And it seems like in every pod of Exeter's team at the moment, there's someone to watch out for. There's someone with that experience, and Devlin, 61, is one of those. However, infringement at the roll ball. So another win for Birmingham.
An absolute great win for Birmingham there. That turnover on the line is crucial, stopping that 6 plays on the line.
Yeah, and Exeter do it so well. They always make you defend the full set of 6.
Oh,
they never really cough up that ball. There's no real unforced errors.
You just don't give anything away. It's what we talk about, the consistency. It's the constant.
As we see Birmingham now try and find a mismatch on the short side edge. Oh, no touch made. That is stunning footwork.
There's Charlie Grimes, Starboy, stepping his way through.
Oh, but the touch has been made. That's one of those where it must be a shirt and you feel like a liar for calling it, but it is fair.
Yeah. It's one of those things that you love about touch, that it's that game of honesty.
Yeah, and there's that forward pass off the base of the ruck. So a couple errors creeping in for both sides now, such as the calibre of the game. It's one of those where you play it at such a fast pace, these things do creep in. As you see Devlin making yards other box side. Always a fast and fierce competitor. As you see Ben Lenuri now in acting half, looking to scoop through, left foot step. There's a 3-on-2 over there if they can find it. There's a dive for the line. Was the touch made? It was indeed. Referee is having a chat. Exeter think they've scored, but the touch has been claimed, and that is 6-touch turnover.
It's a fantastic touch by our president, Rory Marshall. Great little dive.
Yeah, Sophia Jelfs looks to be pretty unhappy with the call. But again, it's one of those, like, touch is a game of honesty, and you can take people at their word. If they've made the touch, they've made the touch. And I've been on the other end of that, where you just don't feel the touch, and you can't believe that it's been claimed, but it absolutely is. And you see the physicality level starting to increase a little bit. A few big touches coming in. Exeter are up for this, and they know they want to fight fire with fire. But Birmingham doing a really good job playing around these shooters. They'll have to scoop from deep, though. Do really well to make some extra metres. Get the dump on Jelfs. Opportunity for a passive link play. The ball goes. That seems to be knocked down by the touching hand. Not given. Turnover. He did really well there, did Birmingham, to find those extra metres when they had 5th touch in their own halfway. Henderson up the box side. Cannonball dump. Textbook. If anyone's watching touch and wants to learn how to dump the ball cleanly, well, look at Josh Henderson's cannonball. As we see Alanko now in at half. We've already seen what he can do with the pace. And there is the gas. Finds the player, and that will be the opening score. And Ushin Alenko just turns and burns. And that's what Exeter can do.
Absolutely. So we've seen them do it time and time again. They get you rolling, they get you on the back foot, and they're through the middle.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point there. It's the first time they got Birmingham rolling there. It's really the first time they had momentum from touch 1 all the way through to touch 6. And when you've got someone with the wheels like Alanko, it's always going to be hard to make up the ground. And we've got just under 2 minutes left to go. And only one try in it. That scoop through from Alanko being the difference, and Birmingham will look to get the reply, just taking a settler. Open side quickie. Dive at the line. That could have been good. Not given. 5th touch. They'll have to create something from nothing with no touches available to them. And they do well. And here is Devlin kicking off the Exeter transition. They move the ball all the way to the wing. Halves is a little bit slow to get there, so Birmingham can put on the nudge. And they do well. There's a good physicality as well in this game now, really starting to build. As they check around the outside, Lenuri with the dump. Henderson looking to step. That is 6th touch turnover. Birmingham getting just over halfway. Oh, lovely evasion. Ben Lenuri left in the wake, however. Bit of inaccuracy at the roll ball. And that's something we saw in your game, actually. The transition, you were making so many metres off 2 and 3 touches. Is that one of those benefits you were saying earlier about being able to play this Lions side so often?
Yeah, I mean, it's really one of the great things in that when we're playing and we can transition on, we've got the numbers that really want to play competitively. We can practice that, and it is something we do practice. And we try and match game plans.
Yeah, as we see Exeter now, wonderful footwork. However, just loss of control, and Birmingham go quickly and we're running against offside players.
It really is a key plan of ours is to go quickly to get the ball down.
Yeah, and that will bring us to half-time with Exeter in the lead, 1 try to 0, and Birmingham massively in this game had opportunities at the line. Exeter's defence just doing enough to sort of crowd them out in the end. What do you expect, coming from a Birmingham perspective, what do you expect that sub-box conversation to be at half-time?
I think that conversation is going to be wholly positive. Look, we know Exeter's a very good outfit. We know that they've got the good players, as we've mentioned a number of times. And I think going into half-time, only 1-0 down, definitely in the game. I think having crossed the line maybe more times than Exeter have, just maybe getting the touches, you say, that strong defence. I think it will be a positive conversation, keeping spirits high.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Exeter, it's just that they had that one set where everything was rolling in momentum, and Alanko got over, found the pass. And that is the difference. And we're going to take a very quick break, catch our breaths a little bit for what has been the fastest game we've seen so far on live stream. And we'll be right back with you for the second half.
banner is in front of the pavilion, big white banner. If you have to go down on the ground and get a pose of you and your team. It is half time and we are approaching the 1 minute warning. The 1 minute warning, players officials, 1 minute warning. So request from the sponsors one more time, if you can get your team together and get a team photo or pose in front of the SEMA banner. They will award a prize for the most creative team pose, and this will need to be put onto social media. The social media is at University Touch UK, at England Touch, and at SEMA Early Careers UK. Players officials, 30-second warning, take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
So welcome back to the second half between Exeter Ones and Birmingham Ones, the Lions. You see Exeter going to half-time with a 1-try lead, but they will feel pretty confident in their performance. However, Exeter have come out digging into their own box of tricks. You see Archie Devlin just look to make more metres. This is second touch, so third coming. Exeter now in their line attack. Josh Henderson with Archie Devlin moving round. There is a sweeper to Devlin, diving at the line. That looks good to me, and it is indeed. And Archie Devlin opens his account in this game off the back of a lovely tap-off move with the early release to the rooster. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. And Archie gets round early, receives the ball in space, left foot step, diving, one-handed underneath the toucher.
Yeah, it's so good from Exeter. They just managed to pull those mids apart, make the space in the middle, and find the gap to dive through. And that's what we'll see them do all day.
Yeah, and it's what we see from Exeter, really. It is part of their bread and butter structure, is trying to pull the middles apart as we see Birmingham look to go through and get a score of their own. And I like the options from Birmingham in the first half of throwing long, because on this left-hand edge, it really is there. You see the hammer plate looking to dive at the line, but the line speed from Exeter, brilliant to get up and make the touch. I'd like to see that long ball thrown.
It's really what we've worked on. As I said, with the additions of some really good female players coming into the ranks at Birmingham, we've looked to use them, get them into the game. And it really is something that I think we can see on the pitch. It's coming more and more and more.
Yeah, especially in the transition defence as well. They do really well. They're not rolling, getting up in the face. However, with Ben Lenouri and Josh Henderson, it's hard not to roll, as we see Ben Lenouri now receive the ball back from Josh Henderson. And that is what happens when people get the roll on. Unfortunately, you back off behind the try line, and the experience from Josh Henderson and Ben Lenouri gets them over for their third.
It can be so difficult, particularly as you've said. I mean, they've come the entire length of the pitch there. The sub-on is clean. They've got a great platform from the players coming off the pitch, and it's that consistency across the entire team, giving the good platform, getting the good scoop, getting to the line and scoring.
Yeah, and it is, and it comes from that experience as well that we know that Exeter have. Josh Henderson had a wonderful World Cup campaign with England Men's Open. Had the pleasure of calling his games more than a few times, not only for England, but for his regions. As you see Birmingham, a little bit static. Good recycling, gets around the outside edge, but wonderful covering touch. That is 6-touch turnover. Oh, excuse me, that is 5th touch now, and they'll probably just look to kill it in that box side and force Exeter to come all the way. And this is where I'd like to see Birmingham put on a little bit more pressure on this Exeter transition.
So we've got great pressure from Katie Wright there, our vice president, but just gone round her. It really is that palpable feel that Exeter just have a little bit more.
Yeah,
they just can go a little bit quicker.
It's the momentum as well, isn't it? The momentum they get coming off the box side is wonderful. As we see the dangerous Archie Devlin. A little bit static, but that won't matter to Archie Devlin, because there's the little left foot goosey, and he gets through, finds the spare man. Can he? Yes, he can. Archie Devlin, that is one for the highlight reel. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. This left foot step is disgusting. Boom, see you later. And then the show and go to go through. And I said it was static.
That is the Birmingham's Kit Fairhurst getting completely sent by that step. I think he's going picking up milk from the shops after that one.
And it is hard not to as well. Archie Devlin.
It's a fantastic step, isn't it?
Just digs into his box of tricks. It's not something we've seen all that much at the University Series, but when it comes out, it is filthy. And there is that long ball option to the wing. There is space out here. Exeter defend really tight and want to chase out, so it's a good option. Just not quite sticking at the moment.
Just not quite landing really for Birmingham right now. And we have seen games where they do land, where those passes happen, but it's what you say, it's about that consistency. It's about getting it right. But we do see a good defence here. Phoebe Simon coming up for both touches there, working hard. It's a deep scoop there.
Yeah, but Alanko, we've seen what he can do, and that is 6-touch turnover. So Birmingham defend it really well and are able to get the early turnover and then go quickly, which is exactly what you were saying they need to do. And the extra yards made up the middle, that is first touch up on their box side.
Oh, and unfortunate momentum lost there. But that hopefully won't matter as Birmingham look to go.
Yeah, this is third, so fourth touch coming. They lost a little bit of momentum in their transition, but it's building now. Here's the scooping play. Trying to get on Alanko. Opportunity to go long. It's a wonderful left-hand pill.
That is what Robert Saunders there with the backwards cap can do. He's so fast. Absolutely quickest man in our club.
Yeah, and I think I'd like, as we see Alanko just look to play heads up. A brilliant covering touch. See you later. Not getting that one easy. I think that's what I'd like to see more from Birmingham, is as you get that strike dump, trying to turn the hips and that dumper so you get a clean run. As we see Josh Henderson just ghost around a couple touches. But again, it's a wonderful touch. Number 29, Megan Meller, getting up.
That really is what she does. She loves to shut, does Megan. She loves to come in. She loves to take on those boys. She really likes the challenge.
Yeah, and it's invaluable to have a link sniping like that, as we see Ben Lenuri with a couple different bits of footwork. Sophia Jelfs feeds the ball off. Really good hands, but a diving touch comes in. And Exeter completing their sets. Not so deep in Birmingham's half. They'll take some positives away from that. But they need to find some momentum again. This is second touch. Not up to the box yet. Third will be coming up to their box side on the 10 metres. Good footwork to get around Josh Henderson in the midfield. This is fifth coming. Good momentum made. They need a fast scoop. It is there. They look for the early release on the wrap. That is Josh Henderson batting the ball down. So they will get the repeat set of 6. That's a really good result for Birmingham.
It's really good, yeah, there. You can just see there Tom Pollard holding on to the ball, looking for that player coming on. Then when he lets go of the ball, that's when that slap down comes in.
Yeah, and it is much better from Birmingham. They need to use this opportunity now to have a few solid cracks at the line. 32 short, looks to go to the wing. It's there. That is a wonderful diving touch. Number 80, Anna Burkitt for Exeter, getting over, saving what was a surefire score. But it's not done yet. Another 32 coming to this left-hand edge. They look to go long on this occasion, but Josh Henderson with a wingspan of an albatross, covering the inside channel easily. And again, for me, that long ball's on.
Yeah, this is where Birmingham, I imagine we're going to look to go long now. I imagine we're going to look to play it. Number 7, Tom Pollard, does love to play the ball.
A couple calls of no, so that'll be a penalty. Yeah, didn't quite hit the line, did Ben Lenuri. So Birmingham with another set of 6. We'd like to use the full accompaniment. You see them shift the focus. That is a big touch from Josh Henderson. Not given as forceful. Checking back across, like that 32 play. Opportunity to dive at the line, however. Sophia Jelfs in the midfield, just marshalling with Ben Lenuri. It might be one of those opportunities to maybe change the play a bit. But they go back to the 32. Early release. Long ball is on. They look to go long. It's a catch and ground. Is that try time? It is indeed. And Birmingham get their result for the sustained pressure.
It's a fantastic use of what we've looked to do, yeah? Get those long balls out. We've got Phoebe Simon heading over to the wing there. It's a nice, safe pair of hands. Balls down quickly. It's absolutely what we want to see.
Yeah, and it's perfect. And nice conditioning as well from Birmingham. They run through the 32 playbook. They run the short. They run the rooster with the early release. Chucked a couple longs in there. And then when they condense the Exeter defence to their liking, they find the open space. However, they need more of that, and they need more defensive pressure. Unfortunately, with 90 seconds left to go, this game probably will end up in Exeter's hands, especially with the likes of Archie Devlin trying to bounce through and get their 5th. Not doing at the moment. Here is Devlin, 61. Devlin on the long, dangerous mismatch here. Checks the ball back off on the inside. That is 6-touch turnover. Lots of positives to take from a Birmingham perspective, I think, in this game.
So many positives. I mean, the line defence, keeping the players that Exeter have got coming at us, keeping them out, holding them to only 3 tries across this 20-minute game, really is a testament to what we've been working towards.
Definitely, and not many teams have been able to do that against Exeter, I'll tell you that one for free. However, little infringement at the roll ball gives Exeter possession back.
And it's those little things, it's those little inconsistencies which...
Oh, I think that was a fake fake full-time whistle there from the referee. That's one for the collector's item. If you've got that one on your bingo card for the University Touch Series, well done to you. But we're not quite done yet. As we see Archie Devlin on that long once again. Left foot step, checks back on the inside. Right foot step, nothing doing.
Just marshalled into the middle there by Tom Pollard.
Yeah, good defensive spacing. But though, Archie Devlin on the quickies. That is touch made. And that will be full-time. There is the full-time whistle. And it will finish Exeter 4, Birmingham 1. But talk us through that from a Birmingham perspective. Although the result didn't go your way, you didn't get the win, you force Exeter to play the best touch that they can play, which is a win in and of itself.
Yeah, you've got to be positive about performances like that. Look, we've got over the line, we've scored. We've really put some fantastic defensive performances in. Lots of people, as you said, making those diving touches, covering, putting the work in. That's what we want to see. That's all we want to see from this Birmingham team.
Yeah, definitely. And then just a quick one on just how good Exeter are. They are brilliant, aren't they?
They are absolutely outstanding. I would be surprised if they're not winners today of the entire tournament. And you reel off that list of names that we're talking about, and it's hard to kind of match up against them with any team, really.
Yeah, definitely. We were saying when we had the Bath against Exeter final in round 1, you've got to have that game. And for Bath, it didn't quite happen, and Exeter have just grown. And that will bring us to the final game of the pool stages before our lunchtime break, and it is Notts Trent 1, the Timberwolves versus Surrey Stags. And then we've got a lunchtime break, and then we're into finals footy, finishing with the cup final at 4 o'clock.
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a SEMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
this event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I could have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
Take to the field, ready to play.
So welcome back to the final game of the group stages. It is the Nottingham Trent Timberwolves versus the Surrey Stags. And on field, we have Sam Dixon and Jake Rugby, the stalwart partnership for the Notts Trent team. The Surrey Stags will be looking to go hard at Trent. And then we will take a very quick break after this game is finished for our lunch. And then we'll be back for finals footy, finishing with all three finals, the bowl, the cup and the plate. Let's try to get us underway. Here is Dixon wearing number 5. With Rugby in at half. Here is Rugby. Dixon, back to Rugby, back to Dixon, into play. Looking to engage both of these middles. Sam Dixon on the open side quickie. This is where he does his best work. Good footwork, good defence. So we see Sam Dixon. Dummy switch. Oh, he finds the space so well, but he's crowded out by number 79, Ed Pope, for the Surrey Stags. First opportunities for Notts Trent. And first defensive set for Surrey Stags. As we see Surrey go hard into their transition. Good touch made on that far side by Brodie Govans. Good hands to play around Govans. As we see Surrey roll into their 5th touch and scoop. Oh, good pace on display. Play away. Offside called. But that touch comes in at the last. And it was number 77, I believe, for Surrey Stags. I've not got a 77 on my team sheet. So I'll hazard a guess that it's the man with no number on his team sheet, Billy Tower. But that's 6 more. So Surrey, dangerous in their transition. And Notts Trent with Summers checking off to the man who's promised me a backflip if he scores, so I'm not trying to be biased, but 16, please score. As you see Trent now roll into their dangerous strike zone. 32, step inside on the county's play. Flash, oh, flat ball flashed across the defence. Not quite reeled in though. So Notts Trent just feeling themselves into this game, but Surrey doing enough to see them out. Good defensive touch. My number 16, Jude Griffin. And Surrey. No touch made that's being claimed. And there's no objection from the Surrey team. So the referees are in agreement. That's turnover. Good result for Notts Trent. As we watch Nottingham take this opportunity to get the dangerous partnership of Rugby and Dixon. Oh, they work the ball lovely over onto that short side. That is 6 more. Sam Dixon looking to take the advantage. Here is Dixon, top try scorer in this university series, working with Rugby in number 8. Dixon, Rugby, back to Dixon, left foot step, back on the inside. The double pump was wonderful, but the pass was a bit too low for Rugby. And there are the warning signs for the Surrey Stags, but Surrey have been able to play around that first shooter for Notts Trent relatively easily, and it gives them a lot of momentum rolling into their transition. And there's good pace coming off the sub box as well, a nice firm dump. As you see Surrey Stags now, I believe this is Toa in 77, because I've not got a 77 on my team sheet and he's down with no number. As you see Toa, look to goes through, but he's crowded out well by Rugby. And he's not here with me today, unfortunately, but Jake Morris, who I was doing commentary with in the last university series, we were saying how Rugby's game has improved oh so much, especially his defensive work, and Notts Trent grateful for that on this occasion, as Dixon plays the extra pass to Alice Summers. Summers takes a really strong dump. Griffin sweeping onto the play now, left foot step, straightens, back to Summers. Summers looks to check off on the inside, back to Griffin. But just a little bit of overplaying in that midfield. Done really well to find the outside edge, wanted to straighten it up for a dump in the middle for the scoop. Connections aren't quite there. As you see Surrey Stags now. Ed Day taking the ball up. Half is isolated, needs to pass it off, does. There's 7, Brewer. We have that combination of Brewer and Beveridge. Brewer. Back to Brewer. Left foot step, diving at the line. And that is the opening score. And Surrey Stags take the lead with 4.5 minutes gone. And it is a wonderful left foot step back on the inside. Just getting underneath that toucher does Brewer. And it is impressive. And it is that pod of Brewer and Pope. And I believe it's Beveridge. It is Brewer, Pope and Beveridge that cause the issues for Notts Trent. You see 32 play. Sam Dixon checks off. They look to run 32 on the open side. They do. Sam Dixon, opportunity to go long. He takes it, and there's a wonderful catch and ground, and that is way through. And Sam Dixon take a bow, left foot, left hand pill over the top. And it seems like the try for Surrey Stags just kicked him into gear. As we see, lovely delay on their pass, just floats one over, and it is a wonderful finish from Ainsley Allen. But Trent have to stop the onslaught from Surrey Stags. If come to play in this game, I'm gonna keep calling him Toa because I've not got a 77. If he's not Toa, I apologise. Toa. Oh, checks off. Good link hole, but Ainsley gets over and makes that covering touch well as the wind starts to pick up. Toa opens side quickly, just loses his footing, opts to reset. Notts Trent told to approach. Toa looks like, could have gone long, but ends up crawling over the line. It's a right foot step that takes his own feet out from underneath him, but is able to get over nonetheless. as we watch it here on the replay. Right foot step, feet go. Oh, but he's just able to get over the try line. And it's worked oh so well. As you see Rugby with Dixon. Taking off to Kerr. Dixon. To Saunders. To Dixon. Saunders in at half, back to Dixon, looks to go on the left hand or right hand edge, throws the ball long. Oh, it's another wonderful opportunity for a score, and it is indeed. Ainsley Allen and Sam Dixon just pulling the strings in the midfield, left foot, right foot, no one knows where he's going to go. Makes the read, finds the winger once more, and we see it here, left foot, right foot, back across. Wonderful ball as well, and talk about the finish. Getting under the covering defender. And so far, it's the connection between Dixon and Ainsley Allen that keeps us at 2 apiece. Although, Surrey are going to come up and give it their all again. As we've seen the Surrey Stags team be able to really threaten this Notts Trent line. They go long. They check the ball back off on the infield. There seems to be an injury, and it is. And this is far from ideal for Surrey Stags if this is an injury that will keep... who I believe is Billy Tower off the field for long, because he has been causing all sorts of issues for this Notts Trent's defence. However, this doesn't look good, as we see both teams leave the field to give him the privacy as he receives some treatment. And we've got the replays rolling on the screen now. It's been a wonderful game so far. Sam Dixon and Ainsley Allen combining on more than a few occasions, as we see this one from Toa. The right foot step. Lord knows how he gets over the line on his knees. It's a wonderful finish. And there will be a prolonged break in play. However, the clock doesn't stop, so this might take us all the way through to half time.
When you're feeling really fancy, you get some soup as well. I bet you best believe you get a bit of a wafer thin. Oh, you do. A couple slices of ham. It's always
And that does bring us to half time, and it might be a bit touch and go as to whether this game will continue, because the Stags player is down and in a lot of discomfort, and the last thing anyone wants to do is make any injury worse. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back for the second half, we will try and provide an update as to the state of this game, although it seems like he's up on his feet now, which is really wonderful to see. But that injury looks like it will take Toa out of the game, which is so unfortunate, because we want to see the best people. As he goes off to a round of applause, which is wonderful. And touch really is a game of community, and regardless what side of the pitch you're on, what team you're on, you want to see the best players out there. You want to see players play in full fitness, in full health, and provide the exciting product that we see week in, week out for touch rugby. And it is such a shame that this injury has taken Toa over. So we are going to take a break for just under 2 minutes, and then we will bring you the second half after the break.
You know, sometimes I've made the game stop before because I just didn't want to
So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant And it was quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. SEMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying SEMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
Officials, this is your first second warning. Please field ready to play.
So welcome back to the second half between Notts Trent and Surrey Stags. And we did have that prolonged break to cater for the injury, a very unfortunate injury, and not something anyone wants to see at all. And we do wish the very best. However, Surrey Stags still have a job to do. As you see the hammer play come through, a little bit disjointed. Alice Summers increasing the line speed for Notts Trent. This is fifth touch. They look to try and go round the outside of Griffin, but Griffin with a diving touch is able to make it. So Notts Trent with the first little win in this second half, and will look to inject some pace going into their transition. Oh, lovely show and go. And Griffin with the dancing feet makes brilliant meters on first, getting around the outside, and now we see the dangerous Rugby and Dixon fly onto the field. Here is Dixon, imposing figure. Rugby, Dixon. Dixon with the open side quickie. Rugby picks up, goes long to the wing to Ainsley Allen, as we've seen her finish a few. But that is 6-touch turnover. Surrey up to their sub-box now. Getting the fresh legs on and building up some momentum. Rugby with the touch in the midfield. Oh, lovely scooping play, and here comes the pace, and looks to absolutely burn through the gap. He finds it. Can he find the spare player? Oh, he does, but the ball goes to ground. A day with the pace. Unfortunately, that ball couldn't quite get reeled in, but that is what Surrey Stags can do. As Notts Trent look to play open and take Surrey up their box side, but I believe that's a forward pass spotted. So Surrey with a dangerous head day in at number 11, with another opportunity at the line, working with Beveridge. As you see Day. Beveridge at half, back to Day. Opportunity to dive at the line. Touch is made. And Dixon and Rugby are going to have to stay solid. Day. Beveridge. Day in at half. Back to Beveridge. Looks to give the ball back to Day, but Sam Dixon was up in the passing lane. Ball hawk in defence. Beveridge. Doggy's play coming, sweeping on the link. Here is Day. Looks to get over and dive. However, that 6-touch turnover and a really impressive defensive set from Notts Trent. And Rugby looking to make some extra metres up this box side. Here is Summers filtering onto the field. Little Goosey making some extra yards. Griffin looks to check off, go round the outside. Tom Kerr just gets caught before he can find the clean set of heels and go through. Griffin. There's fifth And unfortunately, that ball goes to ground. A really good defensive set from Surrey Stags. And we remain locked at 2 tries apiece. 3.5 minutes gone in this second half. Summers making the touch. And Beveridge does a really good job of not overstepping the mark. Day. Here is Beveridge. And now it's Surrey's turn to cough the ball up. You see, here is Griffin on the ball. Summers can check off one more. Checks back on the inside. Great hands. Kerr now on this open side. Looks to go round the link. However, that ball is coughed up, and unfortunately for Notts Trent, not able to really find that momentum, and potentially just overplaying on those outside edges a little bit. We have Stags now with Joseph Brewer carrying the ball up the field. And we have Beveridge. Day in at half. Day's going to scoop. Can Day find the space? He can't, but it's a beautiful pick-off by Tom Kerr. He's able to get up in those passing lanes. He's got a really good hand. So this is first. And now we see an opportunity to go around the outside. And here is Kerr. Kerr's got the pace to beat the winger, but there's covering defence by Day and Beveridge. And Tom Kerr accepts the touch. We see Sam Dixon begging to get on the field. And here is Rugby and Dixon back together with Summers at 25. Here is Summers to Rugby, to Dixon. Rugby, back to Dixon. Looks to step at the line. Oh, and he gets the ball down wonderfully. Sam Dixon with the open side quickie. Getting underneath. And that's why you sub him on in attack when you can. Just getting underneath that defence. And with the long frame that Sam Dixon has, can pretty much dive from 7 metres out and still hit that try line. And it's a wonderful result for Notts Trent after coughing up a few opportunities at the line, overplaying on the outside edge. It all starts with Tom Kerr taking the metres round the outside, filtering the ball back in. They sub on Sam Dixon, and Sam Dixon, well, proves he's worth his weight in gold. And there's a loss of control, though, at the ruck. It's spotted by the sideline ref. And that is ball down. Stags claiming that it was a Notts Trent hand. Nothing doing for the refs. As we see Alice Summers now adding some pace. Griffin. Clacker. Griffin. And Clacker picking up, left foot, right foot, switches underneath. Alice Summers to Griffin, but that ball is touch and pass. However, they do get the offside penalty for not advancing. So this pod of Griffin, Summers, Governs and Clacker will have a full set of 6 at the line. Here is Griffin to Summers. Back to Summers does Griffin. Alice Summers having a good crack at the line, nothing doing. However, there is a big space between this link and wing on this left-hand edge if they want to use it. Here is Summers. Feeds it to Clacker. Summers back to Clacker. Clacker diving at the line, but that touch is made by Brewer, who gets over, reads the play well. Summers to Clacker again, to Summers. Clacker a little bit slow to half, picks up and comes back over to this short side, looks for the switch back on the inside. And that is a wonderful heads-up play. And once again, Ainsley Allen, the beneficiary. I believe that's 3 in this game. As we see Clacker sort of go a little bit off script, step back to this open side, well, this short side, and a one-handed dump underneath. And Ainsley Allen, a wonderful finish once more. And with just a little over 90 seconds left to go in this second half, Notts Trent go 4 tries up. It's 4 tries to 2 over the Surrey Stags. As Stags to play around that midfield a little bit. Dominant touch there by Sam Dixon. As you see, Day working with Beveridge. Day looks to just take him on in a foot race, go around the outside. Beveridge gets the ball down. However, that's touch. Beveridge. Today. Trying to get a dropping early penalty for Notts Trent. There is Ed Day. Good footwork. Just loses the ball. Rugby. Good footwork to get to the outside edge. Dixon. Oh, lovely show and go from Sam Dixon. Silky hips, silky shoulders. See you later. Summers. Clacker. Summers. Clacker in at half. There is Clacker. Back to Alice Summers. Clacker. Summers with the scoop. Looks to come back over to this right-hand edge. Ball does go long to the wing, but the touch has been made. That is 6-touch turnover. And with mere seconds left on the clock, that should do it for Notts Trent. But Surrey will want to have the last say in this game as they roll through their transition. But there is the hooter, so next touch will indicate that the game has finished. And the ball is coughed up on the outside edge. And it does end Notts Trent 4, Surrey Stags 2. And that does bring us to an end of the pool games of this morning of the second round of the University Touch Series. And we'll be back with you at 12:30, where we'll have the plate quarter-final followed by the cup quarter-final. Rinse and repeat until 10-3, where we'll start with the plate final and we'll end at 4 o'clock with the cup final. It's an afternoon of finals footy.
And that's it. That is lunchtime. So now there's a break from break. Whoever got lunchtime here, get themselves into food, stretch their muscles out.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it. But I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant And it's quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. SEMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying SEMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project. So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like. Studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything. I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a SEMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams, and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realized very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that SEMA was a qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I could have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. SEMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying SEMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project. So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like. Studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. It means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything. I think what I always liked about the CIMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the CIMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with CIMA today.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the CIMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a CIMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier and I've discovered the power of opportunity with CIMA.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was a qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project. So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what CIMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of CIMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like. Studying through the CIMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. It means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything. I think what I always liked about the CIMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the CIMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with CIMA today.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the CIMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a CIMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that, you do different placements in different teams, and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple, and I realized very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier, and I've discovered the power of opportunity with CIMA.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I could have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project. So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what CIMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of CIMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
It's our turn now.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was a qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career. So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I could have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Studying through the CIMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about it's thinking big, it's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with CIMA today.
I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role is in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain for me because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. The skills that you learn will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name is Craig Masterson and I am a SEMA member.
So we'll come back after the lunch break for finals footy. We've got the big quarter final between Cardiff Dragons and Manchester University. I'm very pleased to say it's been a rare circumstance this morning. I've got a co-commentator, Chris Simon. How are you?
Hi Joe. Afternoon now, isn't it? Yeah, we're just into the afternoon. I'm good, thank you. Enjoying this lovely sunshine, isn't it?
I know. I was making a joke to Chris Wormuth earlier. It feels like the rite of passage for University Touch is to be played in snow, and they've got really lucky with a wonderful, dry and sunny day.
And it is warm, actually, when you're out there running around. I mean, we're in shirt sleeves and shorts, and it's fine.
Yeah, it's lovely. And we're expecting some more heat on the pitch as we see Manchester in the purple, attacking from left to right against Cardiff Uni, attacking from right to left in the red strip. And it's the first opportunity at the line. We've got Anna Crosley. He's really going to be the orchestrator for this Manchester attack. And here comes the pace, trying to get around the outside. Not quite doing. And I think for universities like Manchester, having someone like Anna Crosley in the midfield is just, you know, it's wonderful. You get to feed off her knowledge and experience as we see a long ball.
And offside out wide. Yeah, I think Anna's been, I think she's got finally in. I think she's 30, isn't she? She has been the sort of centre of this team since she arrived 3 years ago. And it's great to see those players giving that leadership quality as well as their skills.
Yeah, it's not something we might see in terms of, oh, it looks good all the way around the outside. Is that score given? It is indeed. And it's number 13, Grufford Sion, who just goes all the way around the outside. And why take touches when you can just put on the afterburners?
Yeah, that's one of those. And we're the bowl quarter-final, I think. And yeah, Manchester would be, so Cardiff would be disappointed to let that one in out wide. They had that Cardiff will come back, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, it's a really interesting matchup, this, as we see Ella Trays, another wonderful talent that's really been emerging through the university series.
Yeah, and I ref Cardiff a little bit earlier, and Ella is bossing it. She's playing middle quite a lot of the time when she stepped out to link there. That's unfortunate, but she has been, I guess, the role that Anna's playing for Manchester, that's very much Ella for this Cardiff Dragons team.
Yeah, definitely. And some might argue that there might be a little bit of that battle between Anna Crosley and Ella Trays and on International Women's Day.
Absolutely, fantastic. And we will give a little bit of a plug because we've got lots of women students playing in this competition today, and that's great for female sport. Obviously the joy of sport in touch, but it is really good for women's sport in general.
Yeah, definitely. See the hands.
Great offload by Anna there, just unlucky, maybe just slightly over Anna's link. And something I think most teams are trying to work on is keep that depth. And it's so easy to get too flat, particularly in that link channel when you're thinking about, should I get to half? Am I trying to stay out? I'm trying to get, but you want it. If you keep that depth, it creates uncertainty with the defence, and that's something that we're really pushing.
Yeah, definitely. Always being one of those viable options as we see Cardiff run through their transition. Just hesitating, buying some extra metres.
smashed by Anna in the middle there, I noticed. Just made sure that she made him aware of that touch.
Oh, she's not afraid of physicality, is she?
She's not at all, is she? That's 6 or half court as well.
Yeah, and I think it's something that I really enjoy about the university series when you contrast it with like the NTS series, is you get to see people who potentially wouldn't get the role that they have in the university series for their club side, just step in and be the leader, build confidence,
Absolutely.
also grow the sport in their own universities.
Yeah, I think it's great. And we've seen that.
Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you
score.
off because
I missed that. Yeah,
Simon's gone all the way through again. It's just gas. It is just pure acceleration. We'll have a look on the replay. It really was just heads up play again. Little left foot steps straight in, finds the space, and he has got wheels to burn. He's got 2. I mean, what do you say?
Yeah, pretty good. And playing heads up, and I think at this level where there will be gaps that appear in the link and mid channels, and that's what Manchester have done for both those scores.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, Ella Trays will be looking to go and rectify and get a score on the board for Cardiff. She's a little bit heavy in the touch, is Anna, once more. Holding players up, Ella Trays on the open side, quickie. Opportunity now. Oh, good hands once again, and can they straighten and finish? Yes, they can. It's a wonderful open side play.
Yeah, it was a good play, and I think we saw Manchester there. Their mids and links were quite tight, but their wings held quite wide, and that link hole was fairly big on both sides, and I think Cardiff picked it out well.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Hands on display, just checking around the shooters. So we see it here. Ella Trays gives the pass. Brilliant hands. And then it's number 15, Ewan Smith, who gets over for the score. And that is 2 tries to 1 in favour of Manchester. Cardiff going into this game, and I expect this one's going to go all the way. 2 very evenly matched teams.
Yeah, very much so. I haven't seen any Manchester this time around, but 2 weeks ago I did one of their games.
Yeah, they were... Oh, yeah.
That's unfortunate. He's rolled the ball in the 7, not paying attention to that. And Cardiff killed that one off quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those small margins, isn't it, where, you know, and I think that comes with experience, that comes with playing the game more, understanding where you are on the field. And it's another one of those areas where probably both Cardiff and Manchester will be feeding off the more experienced players in their team.
Yeah.
To just get that understanding a little bit more. As we see, Ella Trace back on the ball, playing around that shooter well. And again, 5th coming, they make extra meters, scooping play, looks to go to the right-hand edge, opportunity to go. And it was something that we've been speaking about a lot on commentary, especially with the games that we had this morning, that 5th touch is, when you get into that red zone, it's arguably the most important touch.
Yep.
And just getting that platform down so you can get your strike players to go and accelerate through. I mean, it is one of those small margins that makes the big difference, right?
Yeah, it is. And I get frustrated at Nottingham about, we slow momentum down on 4, and actually that's the last thing we want. What we want is, it's different if you are flat on the line, you haven't got anywhere to go. So have a score, that's a touch.
Well, again, Ella Trace.
And these 2 Boston, they've been on a while, haven't they, these 2?
Yeah.
I think this 4 has.
Yeah, as we see, Ella Trace again with the quickie setup. They step back, look the open side. Oh, it's
Good
a
ball.
wonderful pass. That is stunning.
Good score by Caitlinman out there. Great pass, great take. And it's all square here, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's number 19 for Cardiff, Ian Sexton. It just picks up, and it was a really nonchalant ball. Just flicks out the wrist, and again, it's that combination of Sexton and Trace in that midfield that just condenses that defence. And as you said before, this time, that winger did step in, and a brilliant read to find there.
It was brilliant. I think the different. Yeah, we saw that ball on the other side off his left. I think it was Ian or one of the other players, but off the left, and it drifted a little bit in the wind. The wind is coming towards us here, so the ball off that right hand, actually, with the wind, you could tell it was a flatter pass, and she didn't have to move much and had time to put it down. So quite important though. So had that been into the wind, and maybe off the left hand, it might not have been as good a pass. And you see there, what was going to be a touch pass, is it, or a forward pass?
Not so sure. I'm waiting for Theo to give me a hand signal, to be fair. Forward pass, yes. Yeah. Cheers, Theo, mate.
Yeah, it's probably worth saying. They've got the 3 Edwards on here refereeing, a very good quality team. 2 black badges and 5s of Julian and Theo, and Cara's at level 2, but going on 3 if she's not done the course already. I think she will do at some point, and probably concentrate on her playing at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it goes undersung as well, just the quality of refs that we have at University Series. I think, in past it might have been seen as like a stepping stone for like emerging referees. But the quality's been brilliant, like
It
all
has.
across the board.
Yeah, and I think we've got a lot of good refs here and ref coaches as well, and it provides a great platform for referees to develop, to move up through the badge system, but also for the higher caliber refs who are going to go to nationals and referee in it's only 2 months' time. They need this game time, and yeah, you imagine some of the games out here in the cup are going to be high level, and yeah, certainly probably somewhere in the NTS setup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've got a lot of experienced players out here, as we've seen Manchester look to dive for the line, but another good covering touch.
No, it's given whether he was offside or not, I don't know.
Well, we'll have a look on the replay and we can give you a little bit more information. I mean, the sun is beating down, so it's hard
I think
to
that
see.
looks like, was that Nicholas Foster coming off, I think? Nick Frost, I think, was scorer there.
Yeah, I think the referee's got it pretty clean. Never looks like he hits the line, at least not both feet. So we are, Manchester are ahead again, 3 tries to 2. You see Cardiff now. Half's a little bit slow. And that ball to the wing is the option. They do shovel it there. I believe it was a touch and pass.
Yeah, I think it was.
I'm liking that Cardiff are making that read, though, that wing ball is on. It does mean that, you know, once the defence starts to mark that, there's spaces elsewhere. I always think it's an important aspect of line attack to condition each hole rather than just, you know, trying to hammer down.
And I think that's, the development end of the game is people, I'll pick on some rugby players. Rugby players come into the game, they're looking to score off everything, aren't they? Whereas, not everybody, but there is certainly that assumption. Whereas a lot of the game in the fine margins in line attack and line D is conditioning defences, and whether that's out wide or in the link hole or in maybe brickies, you have to force it 2, 3, 4 times before defenders start to make different plays on the back of it.
Yeah, definitely, and I think touch is one of those games where we've got such a deep playbook, especially off like the 32 platform, for example. There's 5 or 6 different set strike moves, and then all the variations of those moves that you can use to condition the defence. So it is important, and Cardiff, not got any touches to play with, and of course they just get
a touch pass.
yeah, I'm sure she'll love that as well. She'll be like, give me the ball, I want to do it quickly. We've got the pace.
Was that Chloe we can pick on there?
No, just surrenders, and that does bring us to half-time. Manchester in front, 3 tries to 2, and it's been interesting because Manchester getting their scores through like the pace off the back of maybe a bit of like rolling defence. Cardiff definitely have the more structure. Like, what are you seeing for both sides? Like, is there areas of improvement going into the second half?
I think Manchester, they've had probably slightly more of the game in that first 10 minutes, but reliant upon 2 of their scores. One was a good score in the middle, but the other 2 were running around gaps, if you like, or running around players in gaps. Whereas both the Cardiff scores, I think they recognise the space out wide. Bear with, let me just get that commentary in the background. But the link hole was an obvious one. The wing was wide, and when the wing came in, protecting that link hole for the second one, that was a nice pass out wide and a good finish. I think Cardiff may be playing a little bit more heads-up touch, should I say, certainly in line attack.
Yeah, definitely. Could not agree more. So we're going to take a very quick break. We're going to be gone for, probably just a minute. And I'll be right back with you for the second half. And it's important to shout out that the game afterwards is going to be ferocious. It is Loughborough 1s versus Nottingham 1s at 1:05 in the Cup quarter-final. And then we roll through semis. And then into the final. It's an afternoon of touch not to be missed.
Ladies and officials, it's your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Ladies and officials, stand by.
They will go any moment. in this plate quarter final between Cardiff and Manchester, and even though Manchester are ahead by a try, it really is anyone's game at this stage. As we see Cardiff with a dangerous Ellis Trays and Sexton on the field, they'll look to get the opening score and level things up. They are trying to play around their shoes.
Is that going to be a forward pass or a touching pass? I'm not sure there from Theo. Could be either.
Forward.
Looks forward.
Yeah, it's a shame as well because they obviously want to play in that middle channel and bring both middles up so you don't have one dropping early and getting onside. It's a fine line, isn't it, for overplaying? Like, it really is a fine line to
It is, yeah. And an example there, Manchester trying to do the same thing, and that was a late pass that Theo's given against them. So it's pretty much even start to the second half. Kind of pleased to get the ball back in an area of the field where they can probably put 3 or 4 touches on the line and have a go at them. And this is where, you talked about conditioning earlier on, this is where conditioning is important. Spaced out wide, if you can close it off, and it's going to be a score.
Yeah, it's a wonderful finish as well. Again, they notice that Manchester defence just collapsed underneath the dangerous Sexton and Trey, so they use the link, they give the ball, and it's a nice holding pass.
I think that's Lauren Revel out there, is it? Was it number 7?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, it's Lauren Revel scoring out there wide. Yeah. And again, fairly similar to the second score they've played out wide here, is the Manchester defence sort of folded in a little bit and Cardiff saw it.
Yeah, it's another good read. As you see, Manchester, that is a whipped ball from Anna Crossley.
I thought that was going to go to ground then, she as well.
Oh, 2-on-1 here, if they can give it. It's a wonderful pass. There's a foot race in the corner. But that is only 4th, so Manchester will still have another crack at the line. Anna Crossley's just telling everyone where they need to be. It's hard to argue with the experience of Anna Crossley.
She wants the ball in her hands, doesn't she, and wants to attack them. That's an unlucky forward pass, I think that one is.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. And I was, in the round 1, I was saying, Anna's one of those players where if she wanted to, she could probably do these 20 minutes straight through. Like, her engine is just phenomenal, and we see it whenever she plays. And I think it's nice, and like obviously they won the bowl last time, and they took home some silverware. And it was nice in that interview afterwards where she was like, "Well, it's just I'm growing the sport in Manchester. Like this is what I'm doing. It's not about me kind of thing." And
absolutely.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, and I think that's nice, isn't it? You've got Anna in Manchester. I think there's a couple of the guys from the 18s boys who I know. Seb Hillebrand, who's down at Bristol, Sir Conaghan, who's down at Southampton, and they seem to be. Yeah, they could just dominate those teams, but actually they're bringing others on with them. And this is all about the game. That the game is evolving so rapidly in universities at the moment.
Oh, it's a good strike, Domiri.
That's good.
Oh, it's a lovely hole. That is stunning. Even Sexton, take a bow. That might be the best pass that we've seen so far today. And I want to say it was Evan Smith going through the gap, number 15. It was indeed. This is a stunning ball in the shooting Manchester link. And this is one for the highlight reel, really. Beautiful pass.
And I think I'll sort of emphasise the line that Ella Trey's ran there on that dummy line from the middle to just draw in. Yeah, we've talked about how dangerous her and Sexton are in the middles, and probably the defence were expecting her to get the ball. And actually, that's part of the condition, isn't it? What the defence are expecting. But it's important at all levels of the game. Is off the ball running is more important in touch than in rugby. Yeah, in rugby you can drift in and out of the game a little bit. In this sport you can't, and you have to be in it the whole time.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, the faintest of touch on any part of your body is a touch. Yeah. Those holes are going perfectly. I mean, Cardiff at the moment are really enjoying some field position as they recycle it over to this link-hand side. Looked like it was an opportunity for a link punish, not taken. Scooper comes through. A little bit of footwork. Was the touch
made? She didn't make it to score.
And Cardiff are really starting to play. That is Kate Winman.
Kate Winman again.
And it is a wonderful... And that's the blend of athleticism and structure. They work it over onto that far edge, bring it all the way back, stretch the defence, bit of footwork, score in the corner.
Yeah, and I just see there Theo sending his dad over to the far side, making the slightly older man do a bit more work. But as we know, we wouldn't argue with Theo, would we?
No. Only Theo would argue with Theo.
Absolutely. And this is a good platform for Manchester if they can move this ball. That's 6 again. That was a good setting. What was nice there on touch, I think 3 into 4, was the momentum. They kept that pace going, and Cardiff had to scramble a little bit to get the defence in shape.
Yeah, and it's that combination of Sion and Crossley. As you see, Crossley now with the ball in hand. Sweeper play coming. Crosley to Sion. He's got the pace. Can he get over the line? Touch is made. Again, I just want to really emphasise the fact that, you know, this Manchester team is emerging. And you go back a few years ago, no one's running that sweeper.
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
the quality has just improved so much.
Anna's picked up there, and she is through. She needs some support, and they're going to score.
Yeah.
Great. And again there, I think Anna didn't panic. There was a good mirroring defence from Cardiff initially, and then the Link managed to shake her defender, chop back in, and Anna found it with a great score.
Yeah, and I'm always a fan of when someone just hugs that try line in the middle. Because typically on that mirrors defence, everyone backs into that goal area, and it's like you can just
get out of it. Yeah.
The line
Make
counts.
it easy for yourself, absolutely. And I think that score there was Skylar Eves, was it? I think 16 for Manchester. Yeah, I think it was. That's all square. Are we forwards again? I think.
Yeah, we are indeed. As we see Cardiff now with another crack at line attack, and they'll be riding confidence as well. Onside quickie, step back is on.
It's a good touch. I think that's going to be a forward pass off the.
Yeah, unfortunately so. For Manchester. It's one of those games actually where we've not seen that much of a transition from either team. That's a really good covering touch getting over. Anna Crossley barking orders at her team. And here she is, scooping platform. Scooping looks to go through. Ball was away but goes to ground. And good transition using the full set 6. I think it's something that we're going to have a little bit of a chat on, just how important it is when you're in that attacking third, just using all your touches, making the defence defend the maximum.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a very good platform. And I think I probably might be a bit disappointed. I mean, Manchester's got it back here from a forward pass, but maybe a bit disappointed that the scooper just went short side, stayed short side, and the defender, I think it was Chloe Hill, just channeled with him and managed to make the touch. And I think in that you need the defence to ask some questions, maybe step back or just move them around a little bit. That's a good dive by Anna. That's a good touch. So
yeah. Dive was matched by the touch, but again you see this Cardiff defence starts to condense, and I would not be surprised if we see an Anna Crossley long ball over onto that.
Yeah, they're very tight at the moment, and that platform's not quite as good. He's half, he needs to get rid of that's good.
He does get the ball away, and it does work over itself to the
But
wing.
I think there, that roll ball in the middle, no half, Manchester panicked, and then the defence came in hard, and they just threw the ball away with a pass not good enough to the wing.
Yeah, and it's good defensive pressure from Cardiff.
Absolutely.
They weren't waiting for that half to get there. Recognise that, if that half isn't in the immediate vicinity of that ball, it is open and you can just go and put the pressure on. As you see, a really nice check off from Cardiff, getting up onto the midfield, crossing with a touch on halfway. Calls from the Manchester
And
box
it has been caught by Theo on the far side, and I think it looked forward from here, so I think it's a good call from the referees. Not all forward passes are seen, and certainly there's probably more, I think, across we saw it in the World Cup, probably quite a few passes were going, and a lot of referees let the game flow and let it play. And I think as long as it's consistent, and for both teams, but also across the tournament, then that's fine.
Yeah, and I think you've hit the nail on the head there in terms of refereeing. Like, no one cares about how it's reffed, as long as it's all reffed the same.
Absolutely.
Then, no one can have any complaints.
And I think that's sometimes, as a team of 3 referees, he's going to get rid. That's a good offload and good score.
Oh, Sion is absolutely rapid, and that does bring us all square. 5 tries apiece. Manchester do get the scoop through, find the spare man, and again it comes off that platform, and I think when you've got someone in your team with those wheels, it almost makes that final dump even more important. He's got to have a platform, he's got to get smart by defenders.
Yeah, if you can get the defence flat against him and set up a good roll ball, and get him from that half position, I think you're going to find it very difficult to chase him down. And then it's about the other runners off the ball. That's a great ball from the other Traves, and that's a good touch. It looks like a good touch.
Yeah, it's a good diving.
Good recovery touch, because I think that was it looked like a 2-on-1, but the Link chased back quite well to close that off.
Yeah, and we'll see Sexton now with the ball.
Is this last?
It is indeed 2-on-1 on this outside edge. Ball does go. Unfortunately, could it be reeled in? But more good endeavour from Cardiff.
Well, I've certainly lost track of the score now, so I don't know who's winning. We'll find out if it's level, if it goes for a drop-off, won't we? So.
Yeah, I'm begging for a drop-off. We didn't have one in round one.
Did we not get one in round one?
Not on live stream anyway. There was plenty on all the other pitches, but on pitch one we didn't have a single drop-off. And I think with the way that Cardiff are running, they'd realise that it is all square, and they probably don't want the drop-off. It's to feed the ball back into Sexton. They do. However, that would be a penalty for touch and pass, so Manchester will have another go. And we've got it 5 tries apiece. We will find out exactly what the score is when this final hooter goes, if we see the refs wave off the boxes to go and get 4 on.
Yeah, it is drop-off.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm not scoring this game. So they won't get very long now, probably less than a minute.
Yeah, and
can you remember who tapped off?
I've got a feeling it's Cardiff ball.
Cardiff ball.
I think so. I think Manchester taps off in the second half. So I think this will be Cardiff ball, and I think that will serve Cardiff better as well if it is, because the last thing you want to face in a drop off is pure gas.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
Sion has that for Manchester, so this will be interesting. And there is no surprise that we see Trays, Smith and Sexton on the field for Cardiff. However,
they've lost the ball straight away. They will be very disappointed. They're going to have to close this one out. And you said, is he going to go for a run into the field?
I honestly would not doubt it. Would not doubt it. I'm sure Anna's thinking the exact same thing. Let's just give him a platform where he can just put the gas on. Get close to that 7. 32 shortcoming. It is.
Probably go out and try and be Chloe on the outside, but no, it was good D from Cardiff.
You won't be surprised if this goes long
Here we
as
go
well.
again.
It's a foot race.
That
Oh!
looks like a touch and pass, I think, that one. And he could have probably given that a little bit early, didn't he? The link shut in a little bit and hips were facing in, I think. I'll have a look back at that, and maybe an earlier ball there could have given the Channel a chance to score.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like for me, it's one of those situations where, as the ball carrier, you are waiting for as soon as that linked hip starts to face you.
Absolutely.
Give it, because you've got the advantage on the outside then.
I mean, that's still too often in the game, and at all levels. It's you get a call from off the ball. Sometimes it is ignored, and it's so frustrating, isn't it? Because off the ball you can see so much more.
Yeah, 100%. And it is one of those where you've got to trust the call of the ball. As Cardiff sling it wide, creating some space. Sexton not even thinking about swing off. There's an opportunity here on this right-hand edge if they want to take it, but they go to the wing. Unfortunately,
that's the wrong line, unfortunately.
That's the wrong line. We've all been there. We have all been there. And it's now Manchester's turn.
So what do we think? 3-3? Is this going to go to in a minute?
I hope so.
We can't have that long left unless this man
try
can
and
go
keep
the right on the field.
Pitch, here we go. Here's the foot race in the corner on the hooter as well. If he goes full length, a wonderful heads-up play. Surely they've got to execute. Oh, he dummies the ball, and that will be 3-on-3. You cannot write it. Ball has to
and
go.
It's going to be a raw ball now. So that is Skylar Reeves, isn't it? Who's on there at the moment.
Yeah.
So 3-3.
Oh, you just wouldn't be taking Griffith's iron on.
We've got 4 on Manchester at the moment. Skylar has to roll. That's what they're trying to call her off at the moment. Manchester got the 2 female players on, but on International Women's Day, I like this.
Yeah,
and they're both talented players. Absolutely, they're talented players, and let's go for it.
Yeah, options. It's got to go. Foot race.
Good touch.
I feel like he had to check that run he was in, wasn't he? He was in.
I think this is where they say, actually, if he dived, would he have got under the touch? And I think, we're now saying, everybody needs to dive, and they need to dive at a very high level and early in their game.
Oh, and they're going to get a penalty on halfway as well, because they have 4 on.
And sometimes it's newness to the game, not always knowing. Subbing is fine, but they probably aren't aware you can't come on until you're in the box in this 20-metre zone in the middle.
Yeah, and this is anyone's game, and now we've got Sexton and Trays in the midfield.
You still think probably Manchester slightly quicker? Certainly was when Sion is on. We'll see here. That might be doing a disservice.
Yeah, it's hard now. I think Anna Crosley is going to be marshalling this Manchester pair, the boys pairing.
Yeah.
So hard, because she knows how to win a drop-off, although Trays has the outside edge, and Crosley is having to going mark doesn't bite on the half. But Cardiff look to execute. Is it
forward
good?
Pass. It's a forward pass, not given. Oh, I think actually they're giving the push. He pushed. I mean, Anna made the touch. He pushed her out of the way. I mean, yeah, she was in the rollable area, but she was on the floor from the touch. So I think that's probably a fair call. She was trying to get up.
Oh, here he comes as well. You see him lurking.
So where's your money on this? You think he's going to go to the
Just give it him now. Just give it him now for me. Yeah, look, Anna's
he's going to beat Ella on the outside. Here we go.
He is. Go on. Oh, he steps back in field. Oh, didn't even need to pass it. Didn't even need to pass it. Just run, my boy.
So how's his lactic acid going in those quads at the moment now?
Bet his quads are screaming.
Yeah, I think what's important here, I mean, he is half now. He's going to have to get somebody with him. He's half.
He's half. I think he knows it as well. Needs to find the pass. Steps away. Can he find the extra player? No, he can't. That's ball down, and we are going to continue in this drop-off. This might be the longest drop-off I think I've ever seen. However, Manchester sub in defence.
And they've had 4 on again. I mean, they're lucky there. They got 4 on again. I think the refs will let them get away with that one.
Yeah, Griffith Simon's just come over into the sub box and fallen over. I think his quads and calves are on fire.
I think the unfortunate thing there, they've clearly got away with that role. Well, the unfortunate thing there, I think Manchester tried to play from a little bit too deep. I think probably because they saw him as such a danger man. But actually, they probably had another touch or two. They could have gained some more territory.
Yeah, 100%. And this is 5th. They've got a 2-on-1 over here. They're going to have to commit. They do. Oh, the ball is dropped over the try line. And we continue to go. I can see Loughborough and Nottingham around this pitch waiting to go. And I don't think a single one of them are thinking about trying to warming up
So,
at the moment.
you know what? Another 5 minutes. I'm glad I'm not organising this anymore, Jerry.
Yeah, you've got your referee's hat on now, not the organiser.
Yeah, my job. Although I am refereeing next, so I should leave you soon as well.
Oh, this is about as close as it could possibly be.
5-minute warning.
And Sion is now on the field, and for me, you just run a 32 short.
Yeah.
And you just give him the ball in open space. Here is Sion, and now there's a foot race to the corner, and I wonder who's going to win. And it.
He's not. He's
Did
not
he
done the touch. He's just scored.
And it gives us a forward roll over the try line. And Manchester, in one of the most extraordinary drop-offs where both teams butcher winning tries. There's wonderful skill. It is won by Griffith Sion, who has basically done that for the entire game, just run around people and score. What a game of touch.
A fantastic game, and I think, they probably came out just on top. I think they probably deserved that. They had 2 or 3 chances in that drop-off when they probably should have scored, but then, Cardiff did it the other end, didn't they? And, I mean, it's just a fantastic spectacle for the sport where you've got men and women on the field playing against each other at such a high level. It's well done to both teams, but obviously congratulations to Manchester.
Yeah, congratulations to Manchester indeed. They are the victors, and that will bring us, well, we've only got a couple of minutes before our cup quarter-final, which is Loughborough versus Nottingham. And I think I need to take a very Simon's going to run off to his refereeing duties very quickly as that ran over for far too long. And we'll be right back with you with the cup quarter-final between Loughborough and Nottingham.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CMAT was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
this event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham, and I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I had the opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, never, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. And having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
I realised that
So welcome back to our Cup quarter-final between Loughborough in the purple, attacking from left to right, and Nottingham attacking from right to left, and not get over early doors for the first score. And it's number 2 for Nottingham. However, I've not got a number 2 on my team sheet, so I cannot shout you out, unfortunately. And Loughborough now have to go at the other end, and I am very, very happy to say that I'm joined by Anna Crossley, who just participated in possibly the most insane drop-off I've ever seen in the game of touch. How are you? Knackered, I suppose.
Yeah, recovering. It was a very long game. We were tired going into it anyway, and then when it was a draw, we were like, oh gosh. But we both agreed, we agreed with Cardiff beforehand. No drop-offs, but obviously it didn't go like that. But no, thankfully it's over. Just wanted it to end by the end of it.
Yeah, and it made for one hell of a spectacle. I mean, we were up on commentary losing our minds at some point. It felt like both teams had the game in their hands at times.
And then it would just go down.
Yeah, but it was wonderful to watch. And like we were saying as well, like what a spectacle of university touch. Like you would not have got that quality of touch going back like 3 or 4 years in the university calendar. Now, that's pretty commonplace to see people run that structure, and then to get a 3v3 drop-off in a quarter-final. What more can you ask for?
Oh gosh, no. It was a really good game. Great game. We were down as well near the end, so it was good to get in it, let alone, and then to go ahead and win it. That was, unexpected.
Yeah, and it seemed like one of those games where you guys just were always sort of slowly sort of pulling away, and then Cardiff would reel you back in, and then you pull away and Cardiff would reel you back in. And for me, it's game of the day by an absolute country mile. And this, to be fair, this cup quarter-final has a lot to live up to now.
No, this will be a good game, Nottingham and Loughborough.
Yeah, and Nottingham go through and double their lead. And it is another wonderful score that will jump underneath the defender. And it is Seb Trigo de Castro who gets over. I think he doubles his tally. And the uni of Nottingham, not just Nottingham, Nottingham, really sort of coming out in these university series as one of those front runners, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. We played them. They were our first game today. It was a tough one to get into the tournament, but really good players in there, quite a few England players, and even just like other people developing, probably learning from the England representatives. So good, like really structured. They only came into it a few years ago, I think. Yeah. But no, it'll be a good game against Loughborough.
Yeah, definitely. And Loughborough now really do need to get the next score on the board. They look to go open side. It's a nice link hole.
Nice.
And it's a wonderful line off the ball, cutting underneath the covering winger, who did make the read, but just a little bit too late. And you know, that's what Loughborough can do. They've got the structure. And I said this game has a lot to live up to. Well, it's starting to get there, eh?
Yeah. No, in these close games, it's all about the fine margin. So just one step, and that could be the difference.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned about teams like the University of Nottingham that are sort of feeding off the experience of other teams. Well, University of Manchester is a really good example of that. Like, you've played touch at the highest level possible, and to be able to sort of go into like a university series with the mindset of potentially just getting everyone else involved in touch and making sure that they love it, it means that the university series has just grown as a whole. It's become so much more competitive all across the board.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the main thing is like we all enjoy going to training, so everyone wants to go, and then everyone's like more keen to learn. So it's just like a good atmosphere. Everyone's really positive and keen to learn new things. It's a good day out.
Yeah, and Nottingham at the moment, line attack. Oh,
nice cover.
What a shot from Seren Carson. Makes the read, sniped from Link. I think possibly one of the harder positions to defend at.
No, definitely.
More often left hung out to dry. Seb Trigger to Castro goes over, and he's 3 from 3 off those underneath dives. And yeah, dives like that are so hard to defend against because you've got to get outside, and then you've got to touch someone who's centimetres off the grass.
Yeah, you can always see it coming, and you always think that you've got them, but it's always too late.
Yeah, although try not giving. I think one of the sideline reps must have said something. I'm not sure if you caught.
No, I'm not sure. Didn't say.
Well, we'll always defer to the referee's judgment anyway. I know whose judgment I trust more. It's not mine. But Nottingham will get another crack at the line through a unforced error from Loughborough. And a much changed Loughborough side actually from round one as well. No Theo Edwards, no Matt Hawke-Craig. It's all a little bit chop and change at the moment.
No, Theo was reffing our game today. Still got some really good players in there. Millie Bunn, Tom Hackett, Emma Hall.
But here is the danger man for Nottingham. Seb Trigger to Castro. Right footstep, left footstep.
Oh, almost.
Touch is made. Loughborough defending really tight. But you see for the University of Nottingham, the two wingers basically holding the touchline, trying to enforce some width if that long ball does go. Here is Trigger to Castro. Step back, but a beautiful release.
Oh, looking for a second phase.
And again, phase play. Not something we'd probably be used to seeing in the touch series in the University.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, definitely. The standards come up so much over the past few years. It's really good to see. Oh.
It's a lovely flat pass, just lacking that little bit of accuracy, but the wind is picking up every now and again. There are gusts of wind, and I mean, you'll know better than I will anyway. When you have got like this weird, gusty, like blustery breeze, is that something you're thinking about when potentially throwing long, or is it more like acting on instinct?
I'm not usually the one throwing long.
No, you tell a lie. You tell a lie.
No, I think it is always in the back of your mind. I mean, even in our game just before, at half time we were like, oh, we're going the other way now, so our right to left ball will be like going into the wing. So we were looking at that. Didn't do it too much, but yeah, because the wind can just sometimes like take it the extra step, extra mile, which makes it harder for the winger to catch if it's gone too far. But I feel like today's quite mild though, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's lovely.
First spring day for the touch season.
Properly, and we were saying as well, I think it was on our first game on live stream, that it feels like the university, and I've said it a few times actually, it feels like the university touch series rite of passage is to be played in horrible conditions, and yet we've got one of the most beautiful days of the year so far. It makes a big difference from usually being stood up here in the rain. I remember a few years ago it was miserable. You see Nottingham now looking to threaten the line. That is a nice link punish. Looks to get the ball out to the wing.
Nice shot from the winger there, just stopping the option.
Yeah, and it's so hard when you're defending those outside channels, especially when you're playing against a team with pace.
No, definitely. I think winger in defence is definitely the hardest position on the pitch. In our game just before, we had quite a few like hard reads for the winger. So one time we all have to shut in, and the winger would like be caught inside. The next thing they're passing out wide, and it's so hard. Like you've just got to let the winger know that they're in the most difficult position.
Yeah, and we said on commentary as well, it seemed like Cardiff were really good at making those reads as well. Like they had 2 opportunities. As you say, one was through that link wing hole, and then the other one your winger shut, and then
they'd
just
go out.
over the top.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it's a thankful task.
Yeah.
Being out there.
Yeah.
You see Nottingham get over halfway. The game sort of boiled down a little bit into just those transitional areas. And Nottingham will be looking to change that. Open side quickie, lovely left foot step. However, the defence is up to it.
Great defence from the middle there, just shutting in.
Yeah, it's hard not to bite on those steps as well when they come in so fast and furious. I mean, we saw a wonderful one of the best steps I've ever seen in person. From Archie Devlin, big left foot step, and did both middles as easy as you want. And it felt one of those moments where you're just like, what can
everything just stops.
What can you do? Oh, Loughborough playing with fire a little bit, trying to go over the top. The extra passes are on, but just losing a bit of momentum. And just how important is that momentum as you get those players onto the field, especially when you're driving up that box side. It really does set the tone for the rest of the set. And Loughborough feels like they were at the pitch where Nottingham are just on top. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, when you're defending and the other team's subbing on, it's probably the worst thing you can see, like fresh legs coming at you at 100 miles an hour. So, yeah, I think if Loughborough can just sharpen up the subbing on, I think it mainly comes from not lack of structure, but they could be a bit more like direct when they're coming off. I think there's a bit of like uncertainty if they're tipping off or going down. So if they get that hammered, then their people coming on will definitely be a lot more threatening.
Yeah, definitely. And it's we saw Exeter do a wonderful example of that in the last game before the break, where touches 1 through 5, it was 10 metre gain every single time, and they just got that roll so beautifully. And as a defence, it's just the worst thing in the world. having to defend against.
Yeah, just rolling backwards constantly.
Oh, it's nasty. As we see Loughborough with a little bit of a roll. However, Loughborough's middle defence has been pretty solid so far in this game in terms of defending that transition.
No, definitely. They're super tight, not letting them... Well, at the first half of this bit, I guess they were conceding a few through the middles, but now they've definitely clocked on and they're a bit tighter in the middles now.
Yeah, and that does bring us to half-time. And what has been a very close game between Nottingham and Loughborough. Nottingham up 2 tries to 1, and I'll pick your brains for a moment. In terms of, so Nottingham obviously ahead, getting those 2 scores through the middle channels. Loughborough have made that read, and they are much more condensed in the midfield. From a Nottingham perspective in attack, do you change what's been working, or do you just sort of stick to that same structure, trying to go through that middle channel?
I think the main thing is just realising that you're not scoring through the middles anymore. Now Loughborough have tightened up the defence, so maybe looking, say, you get a repeat set on the line to still do a couple of the quickies just to tighten up Loughborough's defence and make sure they're still there. And then maybe like at touch 3 or 4, look to spread it wide, like maybe a fire up to the winger. But yeah, I think just looking a bit more expansive and less just focused on the quickies. Hopefully you'll...
Yeah, definitely. And we'll just flip the script quickly. In terms of Loughborough, tried down, but you've defended well in that back end of the first half. In terms of their attack, we've not seen so much sort of line attack from them. It's more off the back of the transition. Is there something you would do to change that, or is it just sort of continue building into the game and see what happens?
I think, well, it all comes from the start of the set, how like you get off the pitch and how the other people are coming on. So I think just maybe like sticking to the structures a bit more, being a bit more direct, and then really letting the people come on with momentum, maybe set up for a scoop or something, and then if they get a repeat set, that's great. They can look to do some more expansive plays there.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, that's exactly what I'm expecting in the second half in Loughborough and Nottingham. It's setting up to be a really good cup quarter-final, and then after this game, we roll into semi-final games. And then, as I've been saying all day, final 3 games, bowl final, plate final, cup final. It is not an afternoon of touch to be missed. We're going to take a very quick break, just about a minute, and then we will be right back with you for the second half.
Closing official, stand by.
So welcome back to the second half as Loughborough get us back underway, and we'll be looking to get the first score of this quarter final. As you see them make brilliant meters and recycle the play. There's an opportunity for a sweeper play, however the open side quickly goes back on the inside.
Lovely.
Oh, but number 11 for Nottingham, I believe that's Max Pennicard, it is indeed, gets up and makes that touch in the Aussie style hat. As we see, it does come the sweeper play. Oh, but it's just a bobble at the foot of the ruck. But already, better signs in terms of attack.
Definitely, yeah. You can see they probably chatted about it at half-time, their game plan, but just the last little execution just wasn't there. But great options for next time.
Yeah, 100%. As we see Nottingham once more make really good meters up that box side. It's been a bit of a staple of their play so far in this quarter-final, is making these meters. But Loughborough are able to cause a little bit of stress. There's Fifth, scooping from deep. Good footwork to get on the outside, however.
Lovely defence there.
Reeled in well, and it is so difficult when you've got someone, when you're defending against a scooper with feet, that, you know, from a defensive perspective, you've almost just got to like hold space and force them to go around you, rather than like biting
committing and then, yeah. No, definitely.
But Loughborough, getting up over halfway, much cleaner.
Yeah.
It seems like they've done a fair bit of problem solving at half time, because these sweeper plays are setting up lovely. Opportunity for some footwork. Ball goes to the wing.
Yeah.
And not a bad end result, killing the ball in the
No,
corner.
ended it on their box side, so it makes it harder for Nottingham to now get off, using up more touches.
Yeah, but it's flashed across the face by Seb Trigger de Castro. However, half is late, and that is knocked down. Trying to get that early touch on the half actually ends up alleviating some of the pressure that they put on Nottingham. And Nottingham will begin their set. This is second touch over halfway. Lovely footwork as well to make some extra meters.
That was good to get that dump down there, because a lot of the time when you've got past someone and they get you on the back, a lot of people go off the mark, but that was good preempting that from that Nottingham link there.
Yeah, great prediction as we see. Nottingham working over to that link channel. Link punishes on. She gets on the outside of her man. But that is 6 touch turnover.
Still great attacking, even though they didn't get the result from that. It definitely makes Loughborough like clump up on that side of the pitch. So for the next set, they can attack wide.
Yeah, and it's just conditioning that link to stay honest as well. It's so important. And you know, we were saying, well, I mean, I'll get your thoughts on it as well. My understanding of conditioning is that you need all of the information to make the right read, and conditioning sort of does that for you from an attacking perspective. You understand where those gaps appear more often than not. Oh, that's a lovely flick out the back. Ball goes to the wing. They recycle it well. This will be try of the tournament if they manage to make something of it. But there is a touch and pass. What a shame.
Oh, no, that was lovely. Lovely play.
But yeah, so just to come back to the point, your understanding of conditioning, just how important is it for your line attack?
A lot. I mean, I think it just kind of confirms for the attacking team that, you know, like where the gaps are. So say you do like quickie and step back and the middle's just there, you'll know that they're all like really close, and then you can look for other options to exploit that. Like they're probably less protected on the outside, so you could look to go open side. But no, yeah, I think mainly just confirming to the attack where the holes are, but it also keeps the defence honest, and so that they're covering those holes on the inside.
Yeah, definitely. So we see Nottingham with Pennicard getting a repeat set pretty much on the line. Now they're here. They'll have at least 2 really good opportunities to strike at the line, try and draw some penalties for dropping early. They're looking for it. Here is Pennicard, right foot step underneath. That should be try time. Oh, but the touch is made, and that is a try saver from Loughborough. Here is Pennicard again. Can't miss him in the hat. Step back option is on. Oh, it is stunning. Absolutely wonderful score from Pennicard. And it's Tom and Max combining. And that is heartbreak for Loughborough after having such good attacking sets, defending the two Pennicards pretty well.
It just comes down to the last bit, doesn't it? Yeah. So they'll have to get one back now then to still be in the game, but see what they can do. They're looking good now.
Yeah, sweeper play coming. But just a little bit disjointed when they needed some proper connections. And another sweeper. The Nottingham number up pretty well. They look to recycle the play and get another strike. They flash the ball open side. That's nice. Good footwork. Good pace going through.
Really nice expansive play there. Just spreading the Nottingham defence to create those holes which they could potentially score through.
Yeah, unfortunately that is a turnover. But again, I'm with you on that. I like the option of just flashing it. And just keeping Nottingham
keeping Nottingham on their toes so they know that there's a threat.
And Loughborough starting to apply the pressure now in their transition. However, that is a lovely weighted ball. And there's a foot race to the line. Might not need any support. No, he doesn't. And it is number 6, Jared Hunter, that just picks a beautiful line off the ball. It cuts all the way through. I mean, what can you do to stop it? And it so Loughborough 3 tries the deficit now. Really do need this next score on the ball. It's a good check-off. Looked to have gone forward though. I think the on-field ref.
Got repeat set there, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Offside penalty. So Loughborough really do need to start to make these opportunities count. We've seen Nottingham defend this full set pretty comfortably on occasion. Nice footwork. Thought he was hitting that outside.
Yeah. No, the Nottingham middles, they're super tight, so not letting anyone dive through there. See if they look to go more expansive and spread it wide.
Yeah, just a little bit slow getting the ball off the floor there for Loughborough. And again, half isn't quite there fast enough. Doggies play sweeping on the link, but there's a foot in the ruck. But they will get the penalty. Another offside. One more, and someone will be sent for the rest of the possession. And again, looking for this. Half
Great
is isolated.
pressure from the Nottingham defence there, just blocking down all the options. They've got to go back the other way.
Yeah, another sweeper attacking against an offside defender. It's penalty.
Yeah, not what they need right now.
No, and it's also
another strike.
It might be the first time I've seen that in the University Series.
Yeah.
I think it's been pretty good for chat.
Yeah, no, I've not seen much. Shows that they're caring about it though.
Yeah, it's passion, isn't it? It's passion. That's what we always say anyway. Here's a collector's item from Nottingham though, coughing the ball up unnecessarily in their transition. So another opportunity now for Loughborough. And to be fair, I can understand their frustrations on that line attack because the Nottingham link was offside by a considerable margin.
No, definitely.
But I almost think at that point you've got to properly attack that hole to make it as obvious as possible, and then also the rest not going to change their mind.
Yeah, especially in a tight game like this where the really good refs are on. I feel like they're not going to be persuaded by the players.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, and it is ball down, so Loughborough do get their reward for staying in the fight. And it's a really nice recycle of the play compared to this open side, staying alive with it. But for me, Loughborough now, they've done the first part, but they need that second score now.
They just need to put their foot down now and stop Nottingham scoring again and then go direct and hopefully get another one on the board.
Oh, lovely check off, just avoiding those touches quite seamlessly. And again, they're almost in that red zone on first, which must be so frustrating from a Loughborough perspective. Although, burning the second one. So nothing doing. Open side.
Oh.
So as you said, Loughborough have done the first bit. You stop Nottingham from scoring.
I think it looks like they're going to get some subs on now, which could be really good for them.
Yeah, it just needs to find that momentum, getting the players on the field, give them something to work with, give them a platform to go and strike. Because really on the transition, that's what's been lacking. The fresh legs are sort of scooping from.
Oh, lovely driving so far.
And that's an unforced error, just foot in a ruck. And the game is built on fine margins, and that is one of those, getting that roll ball down nice and clean.
Definitely. Makes such a difference for the halves, they know where the ball's being dumped, but also the second runners, they're not overrunning it, but also they're on time to hit the ruck.
Yeah, timing is so important. And there is the final whistle, and Nottingham will just surrender the ball. They will go on to the cup semi-final. And Loughborough stayed in the fight really well, but ultimately Nottingham just had a little bit too much for them in the end.
Yeah. No, I think second half was a lot more even, so if Loughborough bring that into their next game, then hopefully they'll do really well there.
Definitely, we look forward to seeing that. But before then, before the cup semi-final, we have the plate semi-final, where it is Edinburgh versus Manchester. So I will see you
in 10 minutes.
Good luck, Anna.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it.
So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms, like the coach of a touch rugby team. Management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. It means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything.
instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. The skills that you learn will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name is Craig Marston and I am a SEMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams, go after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Norgerie and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that SEMA was a qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham, and I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare going around all the volunteers all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. SEMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying SEMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like. through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance, it's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it.
So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So
So, welcome back to the first semi-final of round 2 of the University Touch Series down at Riverside. And I am very pleased to say that I've got my old co-commentator back from the last round, Dan Powell. Dan, how are you? Looking forward to this one?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this one. I'm happy to be back, and we're going to score.
Oh, Edinburgh starting fast and furious. Ben Jackson just cuts the line through the defence, says, oh, well, try and beat me in a foot race. And Manchester, I was going to say, there might be a bit of fatigue in these legs because they had one of the longest drop-offs I've ever seen on pitch one. And it seemed like there might have been a bit of fatigue there against a very fresh Ben Jackson, who just cut that line through. And what a way to start a semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. Just clean pair of heels. Just caught Manchester a little bit flat-footed in midfield, didn't they? It was a good score, and they'll be really happy with that from the first set of the day. As we see Manchester come out with a sweeper.
Oh, he's done it again. I laugh because we just had Manchester on live stream 2 games ago, and I had Anna Crosley on co-coms for the previous game, and we were joking and saying, just get Griffith Sion on the field and he'll run around people, and he's just done exactly that.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's the simple ones, isn't it? Just, wrapped around on that sweeper, little step on the outside, and away we go. 1-1. Game on.
It's shaping up to be a wonderful semi-final. And Edinburgh will look to just go into exactly what they did for their first score. Truck through the middle and make the ground.
Nice and direct from Edinburgh here, slowing down a pot on the 7. Sweeper set up, pick up, wings open. And I think this is coming back for forward.
Yeah, it is. It looked like that pass just drifted forward from the half out to the wing. And Manchester grateful for it because it was a brilliant offensive read from Edinburgh, recognised where the space was, went to execute. It's just that accuracy not quite there really.
Yeah, I think Manchester put on notice there. That's twice that Edinburgh have been up in Manchester's half and causing chaos out here.
Yeah, and if there's one person who's going to steady that chaos, it's Anna Crosley. He's an acting half now, number 29.
I heard she had a 25-minute long drop-off in the last game.
Honestly, it was absolutely outrageous. Both teams actually had begging opportunities to win the game in that drop-off. There was a couple of balls dropped over the line. There was a couple of times where they could have run round someone and didn't. And then finally, as we see,
danger here.
It is the gas again, and he's just gone. And he's Ben Jackson, rinse and repeat from his first try. And he almost says to Griffith Sion, well, anything you can do, I can do better. If you want to have a foot race, I'd love to see those two in it, because that is pure wheels just to cut through the Manchester defence.
Absolutely, it's back to basics again. Second touch coming around the corner. They managed to beat the Manchester dogleg, and it's straight through a big old gap. I mean, that's wicked there. That's a great score.
Yeah, it really is just a battle of the pace at the moment between Sion and Jackson. And if I take my commentator's cap off a little bit, I take my professional cap off.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, I'd just love to see them have a foot race from try line to try line and see who's fastest, because they are both obscenely quick.
Do we have that? And, what a great recovery touch there by Emma Smith. That's a try saver there, and yeah, on the ropes, aren't they, Manchester? Back to the foot race. Do you think that we have that jurisdiction? Is that?
Edinburgh. They do exactly what they did the try before. That was disallowed. It just slightly drifted forward. That one doesn't. And yeah, to come back to your point, I reckon we do.
All right.
I think if we put enough pressure on it, it might happen. If we don't stop calling for it over the next 25 minutes, then I think we might be able to make that happen for us.
Fabulous, fabulous. Well, that was a great score. The Edinburgh really showing their class so far this half, aren't they? They're classy on the line. They know what they want to run, and so far they're showing that they've got the skills to execute as well.
Yeah, as you see, Anna Crossley platform for the 32, looks to check the ball off into space, doesn't happen, and I am quietly quite a smug person right now, because at the end of the wrap, at the end of the wrap off that we did at the end of round one, I touted Edinburgh to be one of the ones to watch for round two, and
well,
it's currently looking like I've got the Midas touch a little bit in terms of predictions. So, yeah.
Well, there we go. Yeah, and yeah, so far in this game at least, you've proven right. I think they look really organised. They drive the ball really well, don't they? They're getting people to half well.
So we are back and away with Manchester with the tap off, running against Edinburgh. And Edinburgh are the lion's share of possession and the winning formula. As we see Manchester look to run their sweepers. This is the dangerous Grufford Sion with the pace. He's got a good bit of footwork as well. Nice little phase opportunity. Looks to get over, and that is scored.
Down.
Yeah.
I think we're giving it. Are we giving it?
We've got to give it.
Try. Here we go. All right, game on. That is an absolute start, isn't it? For Manchester.
Yeah, and it is, well, as you coined him, the gruff.
The gruff.
Get the gruff on, and he will score, and that's exactly what he does. And it was lovely to see that almost like sort of semi-phase play on the line. You know, took that early dump after the touch was made, got it over the retreating defender.
Yeah, didn't necessarily. Oh,
here we go.
As our man goes, he's given hands.
Oh, he's had a touch. Has she made the touch?
I think she's missed it. Really, really good response there from Edinburgh, isn't it? We've got our boy Ben Jackson running outsides again. Gives hands, really, really good finish from that winger, and it was needed as well because the covering touch was coming in. So yeah, perfect from Edinburgh, keeping Manchester at arm's length. And let's see what Manchester can do in response.
Yeah, and it almost seemed like Ben Jackson went, oh, my other really fast local pitch has scored. Let me just go and affect the game as well, and we can even that personal tally up one apiece. As we see, Manchester look to run a sweep. It's really well run.
Yeah,
good timing. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just well covered from Edinburgh. Pretty confident in their defence. I like their defensive spacing as well. Gives them enough space to back their athleticism. That'll be 6-touch turnover. I'm not coached for a while. But I think that there are opportunities for Manchester, especially on the outside edge, if they've got that player to potentially throw long. That especially that far winger. Oh, as we see, Jackson cut all the way through, but
the covering tackle. He keeps calling them tackles. I don't know.
It's Six Nations fever, isn't it?
Something like that. Yeah, good recovery touch there from Manchester, and another try saver. Got a couple, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been a few on the favour of Manchester. Just running that line so tight, and they're going to have to dig deep to secure the win here. That's lovely play. There's a 2-on-1. Is she going to go all the way? Yes, she is. Yeah, and it is number 11, Josiah Ewan. It's brilliant. He just cuts the line, engages defenders, checks it off, easy as you like. Score.
Yeah, well executed, 3-on-2 there.
Yeah, and I remember having a couple coaching like conferences that I went to. And Peter Bell used to always say, touch is just a game of 4-on-3s and 3s-on-2s, and if you can convert them more often than not, you're going to win games.
Yeah, absolutely. No need to overthink it, is there?
No, and there's a beautiful example from Edinburgh there, and unfortunately for Manchester, just coughing the ball up as they look to send Grufford Sy on what is another one of his dangerous runs off the back of the sweeper platform. And this is where I've been really impressed with Edinburgh, the momentum that they get with the subs coming on, and here is Jackson.
It's good work in transition, isn't it, for Edinburgh? Setting up, setting themselves up for success there. Good work in there from Alexia Johnson to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, and it is so important as well, just that momentum that you get coming when you get those fresh legs on. And Edinburgh, it seems like they've just got that one down to a T, and as you said, they look very well structured, they do the basics really well, and that's the difference at the moment, isn't it? They've just got that consistency that's happening throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, definitely. They're a well-drilled and well-drilled team, and it's showing. But don't write off Manchester yet. There's still time.
Yeah, although this is fifth, they're going to have to go from deep. It looked like that ball could have been checked off there. However, Edinburgh will roll it quickly, and they're going against quite a disjointed defence. No touch made there. Dancing feet, good dump. Jackson just slows it down for a second. He wants a bit of structure. I'm surprised if we see another sweeper platform.
Yeah, second touch coming, so that's the second touch. So we're going to get a couple of strikes at the line here.
Yeah, we see.
Right, sweeper.
Ooh.
Trouble there, and that's touch was made. That was close. That was a nice little move there. You saw we switched the female link intercept for the sweeper. Affectionately known. Are we going to do it
again on the different platform? And Jackson picks up away from his support, but not away from the winger. And Ben Jackson has just got that ball on a string at the moment.
It does indeed. It was a great pass, wasn't it? It was just picked up and got the ball on the outside. Great finish from the winger as well. It didn't look like she had a lot of space to get that down in, but she managed it. It was a great score.
Yeah, it is a brilliant score, and again, Edinburgh just pulling away with this game. And Manchester do have a lot to do to make up this deficit. Well, we've got Anna Crosley in at half, however that's an off-the-mark penalty. And we've seen a lot of those today, and it is one of those more niche areas that I think can trip teams up a little bit, that off-the-mark. You've got to expect that touch coming in, especially when playing against teams that have a lot of experience.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that was a little bit unlucky to be given there. I think the player just threw that ball into the retreating defender. I think she had every right to be there. But yeah, the mark stuff. I think it's one of the tougher areas to get to people who haven't been playing very long to kind of understand. And often when we've not been playing very long, the referees will ref to that level, and then you inevitably end up stepping up to a high level where the referees are going to be a little bit more strict in the ruck, and we end up getting caught out by it. But it does cause the Gruffs away here.
Oh, it's a wonderful check off. If that ball's away, it's try time. I'm almost inclined to be like, just give it, ref. Just give it, ref.
Some good covering defence from Edinburgh there. Yeah, might have been a little bit late. But
Maybe. Who are we to say? Who are we to say? I'm always in favour. If it looks good and it's expansive, give it ref. No, it's just coughed up there from Edinburgh. So Manchester and Grufford Sion will have another crack at the line, and we should get him set on these sweepers.
32 here, and ran into traffic. Well held there from Edinburgh. See whether we can adapt and find the open side.
He's on a quickie.
Steps back on the open side.
Oh, I thought he was under.
Good cover and touch, yeah. I wonder whether we'll see them now look to release the ball long where the space is.
And that is fifth. So potentially losing the touch count a little bit, had another opportunity.
Yeah, I think that they could have been a bit more patient there. I think that there was an opportunity. Oh, I think there was an opportunity to get another strike off, and they'd done some really good conditioning in this corner, but they nearly didn't need it anyway. But again, well covered by Edinburgh. Their defensive shape and positioning is really solid, and is causing heaps of problems. As we see Ben Jackson picking up from half and cruising through in goal. He's master of puppets in this game, isn't he?
Yeah, he is indeed. It is Ben Jackson's world, and we're just living in it because everything he touches is turning to gold. And it's that you were saying it's really hard. We don't have many players in England who both have agility and raw speed.
Yeah.
It seems like he's got all of the speed in the world, but also the awareness to make decisions at pace and often the right decisions when he's got that ball in hand. That is so tricky to do.
Yeah, that's just smart play. He's picked up the ball from halfway. Manchester are expecting the ball to come back into the middle of the pitch because that's what they've been doing, but instead he's just pinned his ears back and run down the touchline and caught everybody sleeping. It's just simple good footy.
Yeah, exactly that. And sometimes that's all you need. Simple, good footy. As we see Edinburgh having another maraud up this box side. Well, Anna Crosby recognises, actually I can go there because there's no half. And they are Manchester getting a couple of good touches on, stunting the momentum of Edinburgh. But as we've seen, all they really need is one touch to create their own momentum. As let's go round the outside, ball back on the inside.
And the touch has been missed, I think. Yeah, scores in.
Yeah. And it is Josiah Ewan who gets over. And Edinburgh at the moment, it just seems like they are the fresher team. Yeah. They're the faster. Edinburgh really good value for the win.
Really good value. Played really well. They're absolutely up from start to finish. Manchester showed some flashes and played well, gave a good account of themselves, but I think they just came up against a slightly more organised and well-rounded unit here. And well done, Edinburgh.
Definitely. I look forward to seeing them in the plate final that will be at 10-3. But before then, we've got the cup semi-final, which is Exeter versus Nottingham. And if there's going to be any team that's going to Exeter to the very end, I think it is side with the Penna cards, with Seb Trigo de Castro.
Yeah.
That for me is going to be a really tasty one. I know you've got to jump off to do a little bit of coaching, but just give us a bit of insight on what you expect that game to look like.
I think it'll be a spicy game. It's all gonna, like you say, it's all gonna hinge on how well the Penicids and some of the other players around them go. They're gonna need to score some tries because 20 minutes is not long enough to keep Exeter away from the try line. So they're gonna need to hang around and shoot out. I've probably got Exeter as the favourites for this one, but home team club. So let's see what Nottingham have got.
Yeah, and that one is coming up in just over 10 minutes. It will be Exeter versus Nottingham, and then we're into our final 3 games: plate final, bowl final, cup final. You won't want to miss it.
Dreamy.
studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it.
So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it's a really big thing. I think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career, and then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with SEMA today.
I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. It means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the SEMA qualification. The skills that you learn will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name is Craig Marston and I am a SEMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Laugerie and I've discovered the power of opportunity with SEMA.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that SEMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham, and I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. never seen touch before, never, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
So I realised that the career of a management accountant, I'm working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. It was quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be a qualification for me as well. SEMA taught me a methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying SEMA that I've noticed within the real world environment, that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like.
So welcome back to the Cup semi-final between Exeter and Nottingham, and as now how we were saying earlier, Exeter do come into this the favourites. However, you cannot write off this Nottingham side, who are relative newcomers, definitely in comparison to the Exeter Hurricanes, but the names on this team sheet for Nottingham make this a very, very interesting affair with the likes of the Penicids, Seb Trigo de Castro, namely number 2, taking the ball up for us now, and this could be game of the tournament. It does have a lot to live up to, especially with that drop-off that we had between Manchester and Cardiff. Josh Henderson making a vital covering touch on Seb Trigo de Castro, as you see him hit. Seb Trigo de Castro to Penicid, back to Trigo de Castro, looking to dive over on the line, however, forward pass off the base of the ruck, and it will be that combination of the Penicids, Trigo de Castro, and a few others that are going to need to get scores on the board against Exeter, because 20 minutes is too long to try and hold them out. You cannot hope to get a clean sheet against this Exeter team, so you need to fight fire with fire and go hard and get some tries and see what happens at the end of it. Put yourself in a position where you've got to stop this man, Archie Devlin, picking up at half, left foot step, goes round step, Trigo de Castro, finds the spare man. Can he find the pay? Yes, he can, and it is a wonderful play from the Exeter Hurricanes. Cole Graham is the beneficiary of the hard work done by Archie Devlin, that left foot step just to get round the outside of the toucher. And it is as easy as you like. I mean, we saw One of the most filthy steps we've seen on live stream from Archie Devlin this morning. Big left foot whack. And we saw another one. And that is exactly what we mean when we say you cannot hope to keep Exeter out for too long. But Nottingham have the firepower to go and make something happen. That is exactly what they're going to need to do, as we see here. Hunter. Little bobble on the roll ball. Looks to go back on the open side. However, that is 6-touch turnover. So Exeter on top in defence at the moment. Nottingham struggling to break that line. However, it is only early. There's plenty more time left in this game. As we see, Ben Lenori loses his cap. However, that's off the mark. Ben Lenori, unhappy, didn't feel like he was touched. However, is able to take the ball back and very sheepishly says sorry to the ref. It looked like he was going to ping him for chat and has to quickly wind it back. As we see Anusha Nalanko looks to go on the outside. There is Alanko. It's a great covering touch, but that ball is down. Exeter appealing for knocking the ball down. But the warning signs are there early for Nottingham. First it was Archie Devlin, then it was Alanko. That ball bobbles, and that is a loss of control. And you give the likes of Anusha Nalanko and Josh Henderson another crack at the line. It is dangerous times. As Josh gets the cannonball down nice and strong. Here is Alanko. Josh Henderson on the sweep. Just slowing it down, creating some separation. 32, Counties play. Henderson looks to drop the ball off for Cole Graham. However, there's a forward pass off the base of the ruck. And on this occasion, Cole Graham doesn't get over for his second. Still remains one try up. Do Exeter. As we see Nottingham now with the... just trying to play around the press was Tom Pennisard. And so Trigo de Castro. Exeter look very quickly to go on the outside with Alanko. Feeding into Cole Graham. Josh Henderson in at half. There is Josh Henderson. Alanko. Oh, intercept is gone. And Seb Trigo de Castro might have gone all the way if not for an offside penalty. And Seb Trigo de Castro is ruining the referee's whistle at the moment, because that looked like no one was going to beat him in that foot race. But as it stands, Cole Graham and Josh Henderson and Anusha Nalanko have another crack at the line. And Nalanko goes straight to the wing, and that is stunning. Anusha Nalanko take a bow, engaging the defence, whipping it long. We'll see it here. Cole Graham dumps for Henderson. They skip out Cole Graham, and Anusha Nalanko just dishes the ball off. Wonderful. And I believe it was number 12, Heather Richardson, the beneficiary, in the corner. Nottingham, much better momentum, but that ball is rolling after the dump. And the referees are hot on it. As we see Archie Devlin look to go around the outside. However, that pass a little bit wayward, puts the hand up in a way of apology. But the likes of Ben Lenori in this sub-box applauding the endeavour. They'll back themselves to go and defend this set out. And I don't know if Nottingham have anything to say about it. Opportunities here for a 2-on-1, or at least a link punish. They go for the link punish, they step back. Ball potentially could have gone. There are spaces in this Exeter defence. It's just about making the read and getting it there. As you see another link punish coming in. And that dive looks good. However, the referees have spotted something they're not happy with, and it's a forward pass off the base of the ruck again. There is an extra player down and hurt. I believe that it's Callum Price who's just... Yes, Callum Price is just coming back to his feet. However, he's slow to half, which allows Nottingham an opportunity to put some pressure on. Oh, footwork is disgusting, but the touch is made. Calls are forward. They do get some forward momentum. Oh, it's called play through. offside, but Archie Devlin's just being told to come back. As we see Exeter taking this opportunity to get fresh legs on with Sophia Jelfs coming into the play. There's Ben Lenori. There's Josh Henderson. There's Alanko. Henderson. Alanko. Henderson. Alanko looks to pick and go. Josh Henderson just nonchalant throws the ball long. And on this occasion, Heather Richardson can't reel that one in, but it seems like Nottingham will get a penalty. No, just a roll ball, but there was a hand across the chest from the sideline ref. Nothing doing. Nottingham, the better roll ball. Henderson up to make the touch. This is third touch, just coming over halfway. Here is the Penicides. Scoop comes through. I think he was shaping for the switch, nothing doing. If there's one man you don't really want to take on in a foot race, it is Anushan Alanko. It was Max Pennicid trying to go through in support with his brother Tom. Here is Josh Henderson. Lovely that windmill fake. And Exeter do really well to play around the shooters. As we see the dangerous Archie Devlin. Devlin. Cole Graham in at half. There is Cole Graham. Picks up, gives back to Devlin. A little bit of a bobble. Looks to go for the step. But Max Pennicid is more than up for it. And they're going to need much more of that on Nottingham if they're going to stay in this game. They are only down by 2 tries, but it makes for ominous reading. And that pass goes wayward into touch. And we're just under 2 minutes to go. We're on 90 seconds in this first half. Exeter are going to look to extend their lead to 3. Nottingham just need to see this out and potentially go up and get another one and reduce the deficit. Cole Graham in at half, steps back, comes over to this short side. The pace is too good. There's a Nottingham player down. And there's a touch and pass given. I think Exeter might feel a little bit hard done by. They kick the ball back to the centre circle because they were happy with the score. However, the referees deem a touch and pass. And then an extra 10 metres for kicking the ball away in what was perceived celebration from Exeter. But Nottingham finding a bit more momentum at the end of this second half, but they're going to have to go quickly as we see the Penicides. Number 9 is Tom Pennicid, a little bit static. Hodgson checks off to Pennicid, and Hodgson isn't awake to the check back off on the inside. And it's things like that that are making this game tougher than it needs to be for Nottingham with 30 seconds left to go. Exeter are in the ascendancy. Devlin. Jelfs. Such an experienced player is Sophia Jelfs. Lenuri checking off. Ben Lenuri in at half. We know what's coming. Big scoop. Lots of pace. Looks to go through the gap. Hodgson does enough to make that touch. And the hooter will be going any second now. So if Nottingham want to finish this half on a high, they're going to basically need to go coast to coast and quite quickly. Oh, Tom Pennicid with a lovely right foot step. Tries to go around a couple, does. Almost goes round a third and giggles as he gets touched. It was good endeavour. However, Exeter do go in at half-time. 2 tries up against Nottingham. Some problem solving to do for Nottingham. Exeter will be happy in this cup semi-final, and they will have one foot in the cup final at 4 o'clock. We'll be right back with you for the second half.
Ladies and officials, as you ready your warning. Ladies and officials, your 30-second warning, please take to the field, ready to go.
We are just waiting for the hooter to get us back underway in this cup semi-final, where Exeter have a 2-try lead over a very stubborn and resilient Nottingham side that is spattered with quality. Just currently Exeter making the most of their chances as we see Devlin in motion. Jelfs taking the touch. Devlin, left foot step. Oh, touch, no touch. That will be try time. Yeah, try time. Archie Devlin and Josh Henderson, couple of fist pumps for good measure. Archie Devlin is just enjoying his time out here at the moment. Big left foot step, as we see always. Shows the number 61. He's happy. Exeter are happy. They get the start to the second half that they wanted. And what seemed like a really difficult task for Nottingham just got a little bit harder. Having to now get 3 unanswered tries to square things up. Here is Pennicid. Both Pennicids. Max Anton. Oh, lovely release. Oh, it's a good hole hit as well. But the line just a little bit left wanting. And Exeter, or Nottingham, wanted that turnover. But Exeter just rolled through. Ben Lenori, Josh Henderson, brilliant pace to get that dumped down cleanly. Henderson scooping, looking to come open side. Has the option, scoops through the gap, and there it is once again. Archie Devlin combining with Josh Henderson. And Exeter have come out in this second half with the mindset of just turning the screw, extending the lead, putting the game to bed early, and that is exactly what they have been able to do. They have doubled their score tally in moments of this second half. And Nottingham are going to need more from the likes of Seb Trigo de Castro against such a powerful Exeter side. Cole Graham, though, making a really good defensive read and are able to fight off the offence from Seb Trigo de Castro. Here is Josh Henderson. Looks to check on the outside, doesn't. Ben Lenori in acting half. There's the scoop from Ben Lenori. Looks to goes through. And that is half court. There's just a little bit of conversation mid-play there between the Nottingham middle and the referees. So Nottingham do get that turnover. However, not happy with something. And no one in at half, which allows Ben Lenori to come and fly up. However, that's wonderful hands from the winger. Nottingham being able to escape that midfield press with just one flat pass out to the wing. However, there's another mistake from Nottingham. And it allows Exeter more field position. You don't want to give Josh Henderson free ball. That's exactly what Nottingham have done. Henderson checking off to Hawes. Hawes, Henderson, Ben Lenori. Nope, there's back to Hawes. And that is as simple as you like. Josh Henderson is just out there pulling strings. Call him the puppet master because he's imposing his will upon this semi-final. And this time it's Hawes, the beneficiary, just a little show and go, pop back off on the inside. And possibly the calmest character in England touch is just roaming around the field with ease. And Nottingham need to make the most of this attacking set, and as I say that, there is an error at the roll ball. So Exeter once again dangerous in the transition. Josh Henderson just by some extra metres, evading the touch. Not for long though. It was Rhys Neal-Davies. They got across to make that touch. As we see, Devlin, Hawes, Devlin, Hawes, Devlin in at half. Left foot stare. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, Sophia Jelfs gets that ball down. And Archie Devlin. And the referees are just going to have a chat before I praise him. You see if this try stand. It does indeed. The referee's just having a chat over nothing. And Archie Devlin, with that left foot step we've seen him use so many times today. This one might be the best of the bunch. Oh, it's huge. And it just undoes the Nottingham defence so easily. Now, Seb Trigo de Castro with Penicid. Back to Trigo de Castro. Penicid in at half. Trigo de Castro. Looking for the open side quickly. That ball's gone forward off the base of the ruck. However, the referees are happy with it and they do get their score, and it is that combination of Penicid and Trigo de Castro. It's a wonderful dive underneath. They might get a little bit lucky with the call from the ruck, but Trigo de Castro won't mind. And neither will Tom Penicid, because they do get the answer that they were looking for. They're going to need much more of that, though, with time winding down in the second half. Oh, Josh Henderson in acting half. Cole Graham. Henderson whips it to Archie Devlin. Danger. But no, touch is made. Fifth coming. Devlin. Henderson. Devlin. Just playing around. Having a bit of fun. Devlin. Oh, it is too good. It is too good from Archie Devlin. And you might have seen on the University Instagram, the University Touch Series Instagram, that Archie Devlin was creeping up to Sam Dixon. Well, it feels like this is Archie Devlin's one-man storm to go and overtake top try scorer from the series. Because at the moment, it is just disgraceful feat from Archie Devlin. Penicid looking to drag his team to a couple more tries. So is the other Penicid. Max and Tom combining. Oh, good footwork. Ben Lenori, though, does really well to shadow it. The Penicids recycle a plate. They come back over to this open side where there is some space. Oh, and it was almost telepathic with that blind ball dropped off on the inside. And it was almost phenomenal as well, just not quite happening. And unfortunately for Exeter, it seems like Callum Price has a bit of a hamstring issue. Has just had to come off the field for a moment. Replaced by, well, I mean, it's not a bad replacement, is it? You take off someone who's really good in defence in Callum Price, and you bring on Josh Henderson. But Nottingham force a turnover, so the Penicids will have another crack. This is Tom. Max at the 32. Back to Tom. Left foot step. Looks like it goes through the gap, but Anusha Nalenko and Cole Graham close the door very quickly. Here is Tom. There's Max. Both Penicids. Tom Penicid. Max Penicid. Looks to go long. It's floated nicely, but the ball goes to ground. And Exeter have done a really good job at restricting Nottingham to those long balls that in this blustery breeze you might be able to see from some of the flags spattered around the pitch that it is blustery. The accuracy of those long balls is difficult at the best of times, let alone when there's this gusty breeze. But here is Josh Henderson. Little pop to the wing. Henderson in at half. Just checks the ball off. There's another check off to Archie Devlin. And Archie is able to get that ball away. It is Hawes. Ben Lenori. They'll just take a settler. Lenori. Hawes. Hawes. Lenori. Sweeper play coming for Archie Devlin. Oh, is he over the line? He isn't. So Tom Pennicid does a really good job at defending that. Max Pennicid back inside to Tom. Nottingham getting up their sub-box now. Just losing a little bit of pace and momentum. Tired legs out there. Been a long day of touch. Trigo de Castro looks to scoop through. Checks back off on the inside. We'll need one more platform. Gets it. Might look to take on Hawes. Oh, and unfortunately the ball doesn't go to hand. Otherwise there was a 2-on-1 on that outside edge. Trigo de Castro makes the read. Unfortunately, accuracy left wanting. Hawes, good hands to keep hold of that ball. Here comes Josh Henderson. Oh, looks for the cheeky one to Anusha Nalanko down this short side, and they smile at each other and they know that that was on and it was the right read. But not quite happening for them. But Nottingham do a really good job of getting 3 players in that ruck. Just take a few moments to get some fresh legs on. And it's Tom Pennicid trying to get round Anusha Nalanko, but Alanko eats up that ground with ease. As we see. Here is Pennicid looking to scoop through, taking on Alanko again. Goes long, it's a wonderful ball. It's a wonderful catch and ground. And Tom Pennicid with an absolute pill to the wing. And unfortunately, it might be too little too late. In fact, it will be too little too late with the final whistle going. But Nottingham do get the final say. It's number 19, Adela Fernandez, that gets the final say in this semi-final. But the likes of Ben Lenuri, Josh Henderson, Anusha Nalanko, Archie Devlin, and the rest of their accompaniment will go through to that cup final. Almost as expected. It was a good game from Exeter, and it was a valiant effort from Nottingham, but just the experience making the difference in the end. And that does bring us to the end of the semi-finals. First of all, we have our plate final coming up in 10 minutes. It is Edinburgh versus Exeter Threes, who'll be looking to take home some plate silverware. And then we'll have our bowl final at 25 minutes past 3, and then our cup final at 4 o'clock. It is finals footy.
So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that CIMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well. CIMA taught me the methodical approach to problem solving, which enables me to apply myself in any given business situation that I find myself in. And one of the key benefits to me of studying CIMA that I've noticed within the real world environment is that I'm able to take a look at the bigger picture, approach it from a more holistic approach, and ensure that I put a plan in place that will enable me to reach the goal of that particular task or project.
The CGMA designation has a really wide-ranging breadth of subjects, and that's so valuable because it gives you that expertise and that credibility across a variety of different topics, and that means that in any industry that you go into, you'll already have an inkling of what to expect and you'll already know what the climate is like. It also provides you with a mindset for innovation. And that mindset for innovation means that you're ready to take on any challenge and to shape the future and how it will look like.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Studying through the CIMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it.
So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what CIMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of CIMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
I think what I always liked about the CIMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the CIMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs. This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with CIMA today.
I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything.
So I instantly noticed on the day that I was told that I'd passed my final exam that I almost had an element of stature about my position within the company. I almost felt like overnight that my career prospects were more certain for me because I was able to prove that I had the intelligence and the work ethic to achieve the CIMA qualification. Skills that you learn and will enable you to flourish in any role in any country in the world. My name's Craig Masterson and I am a CIMA member.
So I started on the graduate scheme, and as part of that you do different placements in different teams and you look after different sort of traditional roles in accounting and finance. And I did a couple and I realised very quickly it wasn't really where my strengths were. I could do it, but I think I was more interested in the strategy of finance and in particular in the people of finance and their development. So it's a little bit sort of off track compared to a traditional finance path. I am Diane Lorgerier and I've discovered the power of opportunity with CIMA.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
Officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
So welcome back to the plate final between Edinburgh and Exeter Threes. Exeter Threes will be looking to emulate their one's performance against Nottingham, and I am very pleased to say I am joined once again by Dan Powell. Dan, how are you? How are you seeing this one fare?
We shall see. I mean, obviously, 30 minutes ago we got the opportunity to see Edinburgh in all of their glory, and they played very, very well. This will be the first time that I've watched Exeter Threes this year, so we will. So you know, they're going to be a bit of an unknown entity for me, but if they'll do really well to keep Edinburgh out, who we've, as we've seen, are a really organised team.
Yeah, definitely, and it's the likes of Ben Jackson that they'll be focusing on the most. I think just the pace. However, Edinburgh coughing the ball up early, so Exeter have a good opportunity to go and put one in front. And I was having a discussion with the Birmingham Pumas captain, which is their second team.
Yeah,
and they were saying that the benefit that they have of having loads of different teams is that structure flows all the way through each and every one of them. I'm sort of expecting to see a little bit of that here from this Exeter time.
Yeah, I think we're really seeing that this year as UTS develops and grows. We're seeing teams turn up, and there's an identity of the team. You definitely see that from Exeter between their ones and twos, and fingers crossed, as you say, their threes. You see it with Loughborough and Bath as well. We saw them last UTS, and they have this identity and they look really well, and it just becomes about the quality of the individuals in the team then, rather than the sort of the way that the teams play. So I think a promising start, I think, for Exeter there. They haven't come away with a score, but they look organised on the line, and asked a few questions there of Edinburgh, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and they forced a turnover from Edinburgh's transition, so Exeter on top early in the early sparring.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're going to be a more organised and harder unit to break down than Manchester were in the last game. So it could be a fun game.
Definitely, and it's one of those where it is a final. It's your last game of the day. All your reserves you leave out there on the field. You make sure that you go as hard as you possibly can. And for me, Exeter Threes are going to have to do that, because as we saw Edinburgh's game against Manchester, the likes of Ben Jackson are just pure unadulterated pace. And Exeter, I think, are going to try and combat that level of athleticism with that like structure and understanding the playbook, everything that they've got. And it is shaping up to be a really interesting one. As we see 5th touch, scooping opportunity. Good opportunity to go on the outside. There was a 2-on-1 out here, not quite executed.
Yeah, that was decent from Exeter. They've given away a late pass there, but they shouldn't be too disappointed with that, I don't think. They came on with some pretty good momentum there in their transition, and yeah, they're looking good. I'd like to see them run in a little bit more direct. They're just cruising over towards their box here, and I think that they were lucky not to give a skew dump in midfield there. So yeah, I'd like to see them be a bit more direct, but it looks good, and they got on with some momentum there. Let's see what they can do with this set.
Yeah, good snipe from Edinburgh in the end, getting up out of the line, putting on the pressure, reading the extra tip on. So Exeter with their own transition, and one of those areas which I think you can safely assume has been drilled all the way through the 1s and 2s, and the dumps are pretty clean as well.
Yeah, this is a better set from Exeter here. They're in a good spot here with their strike dump to come.
Yeah, we'll look to see who's going to set up for the scoop, or maybe even not needing it. There's number 88, Cassius Westlake. We've had some proper names out on pitch 1 today, but Cassius Westlake is right up there.
It's a good name, isn't it? Yeah.
Ben Lenuri, he's on your heels, and Seb Trigo de Castro.
Yeah, I think Cassius is a real strong name. I'm giving that I'm giving that over Ben Lenuri, definitely. That's a boring name.
Yeah, and there's no bias against Ben in there at all, is there?
No, I don't think so.
As we see Edinburgh, oh, lovely show and go. No touch made. Oh, we heard that one.
Yeah, collecting a little receipt there, eh?
Yeah, innit? Yeah, you'll have a handprint on your arm afterwards. As we see the dangerous Ben Jackson roll into his marching orders.
He's everywhere, isn't he? Just slow down the game now. Let's see what Ben wants. Might be setting for a sweeper here.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so 5's going to go round. Ben into half. And yeah, this is interesting. So they got a lot of joy in the last game from throwing to the wing early, and looks like Exeter are going to defend a little bit wider, which is interesting. We'll see whether Exeter can, Edinburgh can adapt and get at the line. You know, the space is in the middle of the pitch, not outside. So see whether they can adapt to that.
Oh, lovely show and go, and Exeter are really starting to grind. We're kicking into gear. Unfortunately, just have to take the ball back to the mark.
Yeah, some really good driving in transition from Exeter, from number 5 Sophia Symington. She's driving well. Oh, good hands.
Oh, Ben Jackson thought he'd just given away the repeat set of 6. Well, not if you've got the wingspan of an albatross, that's for sure. Reads that ball in. Oh, big swiping touch, but evaded by Edinburgh. So Exeter not up to their full accompaniment at the moment, and Edinburgh just up to burn through.
Trouble. I think the touch is being claimed. Yeah, and we've got diving touches all over the place here, but they all count. Yeah, that was good cover. As we saw it in the last game, didn't we? Them being very direct, running down the try line and being a threat. And Exeter have been equal to them. It's it's a really interesting game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's boiling up to be a very curious game. As you see, number 35, Toby Sang. He was dangerous in that game against Manchester. They look to skip him out and go straight to the wing, and they kill the ball in this near box side. So actually not a bad result for Edinburgh. They've got to now condense and make sure that Exeter, you can keep them where they are. However, wonderful footwork to evade the first touch, and then a really good dump. And Exeter.
This is great driving from Exeter, and yeah, rewards for it. We've got players in the ruck all over the place. I think that we had somebody in the ruck on every single touch there. So yeah, that was excellent from Exeter. And again, we're seeing Edinburgh go straight to the wing and not have a go in the in the mid channel or in the mid link channel, which is where I think the space is at the moment. So again, let's see whether we adapt.
Yeah, definitely. As we now see Exeter with their opportunity for line attack, looking to shape for the 32, or potentially a doggies going around the outside of the wing. They do. Yeah, there's an opportunity.
Sweeper. Oh, that was a good idea. Good little setup as the link sweeper went round. Yeah, danger there for Edinburgh, and they ride it out. Are we still scoreless?
We are indeed, and ooh, I would not have said that if you'd asked me for predictions in the first. Oh, although he's gone clean through.
Oh, the stutter step. Nice. Cool.
It's almost like a pretend to pull a hammy and then accelerate into the corner. You see Edinburgh now look to move a bit expansive. Here is the dangerous Jackson joining the field, but there's shoulder left in there. Hard touch given, repeat set of 6. So Ben Jackson's first opportunity to go dangerous at the line, diving touch.
I think the Lynx claiming that one. What an excellent recovery there from the number 22, Lauren Caldecott. Yeah, Exeter been a match for everything so far. As here's our boy, hits the link.
Oh, it's a phase opportunity, not taken. And we were, me and Anna were saying, as she was on commentary earlier, that the fact that people are now looking for phase plays at university level is a testament to just how much this sport has grown in the universities in England, because that was something that used to be pretty much reserved for teams of the highest NTS calibre that would run phases. But you see these teams try and run it.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely, and it's a very, you know, the thing about phase plays is that they're not often, we're not looking at them as like a set play. It's a very it's an opportunistic play, but you need players to know and understand and be looking for it, and we're, like you say, we're seeing that. It's a very pure kind of part of the game, I think, if that makes sense, and yeah, it really does show the growth of the sport.
Yeah, and Exeter just get the repeat set of 6 for an Edinburgh hand in the passing lane, and just taking their time getting up to that 7-metre line.
Yeah, got another link sweeper coming around here as we pick up. And well defended there by Edinburgh. The middle was well matched to it. Oh, just got in goal there. There was a hint of an opportunity, as this one's going to be given as a late pass. But yeah, Exeter are causing some problems, aren't they? It's going to be really interesting to see who breaks the deadlock here and what then happens. You often see the pressure valve release, don't you? And it all open.
Oh, here's some pace on display. There's a foot race for the corner. Oh, he looks to get the ball away on the inside, but number 39 for the Exeter Typhoons, Dominic Hounsell, is able to just bat that ball away, and that's a try saver. You don't mind giving away the repeat set of 6 there.
Yeah, he had to make that, didn't he? But equally, I think Edinburgh have been let off a little bit there. The player was half. He needed to get that ball away, and I'm not sure that was going anywhere. But you know, it needed to go. Let's see whether we can do anything on fifth. We've got 2-on-1. Oh, it's going to be a score at half time.
Oh, it's wonderful, and it's Ethan Presswood with his hand in it again. He was the player who made the pass that got battered down, and then as the hooter goes, you see him just spring to life and get around the outside, and it was number 34, Hannah Spear, that gives Edinburgh the lead. And you said it would be interesting to see what happens when the first try goes in. Well, we won't get an immediate answer to that, because it was right on the hooter for half-time.
Yeah, they'll be very happy there. That was they've robbed the score, haven't they, on last touch? But they'll be really happy with that. And yeah, pressure on Edinburgh now for the second half.
Definitely, and we'll bring that second half to you in just a moment. We're going to take a very quick break, catch our breath for a moment, and the second half is coming in just a second.
Ladies and officials, 30 seconds, please take to the field, ready to play. Ladies and officials, stand down.
So we're waiting for the hooter to get us back underway in this plate final, where it is Edinburgh that snuck ahead right on the hooter over Exeter threes, and it's shaping up to be a really interesting second half. We were saying, you know, what's going to happen when that first try goes in. Well, we will find out now. Either Edinburgh are going to run away with it, or Exeter are going to have their own say as we see a sweeper plate come round.
Yeah,
nice pick up.
Yeah, that's ball down. That's a great step back and dive. That's and that's 2-0 now. The having the right of tap off after scoring on the hooter as well to take the lead. It's an absolute dream for Edinburgh, and real pressure now for Exeter, isn't there?
Yeah, it's real pressure, and unfortunately, I don't have a number 33 down on my team sheet, so I can't give him the praise that he deserves.
Does the score count?
I'll tell you what, we'd get accurate team sheets if that was a rule, wouldn't it? They would be perfect every single time. So Edinburgh double their lead, and it's now up to Exeter.
They're going to set for another link sweeper here, and the ball's come back. And the Edinburgh defence equal to it. Let's see what we can do with last coming. Looks like it'll be a link quickie. Ooh, and Edinburgh were equal to it.
I thought there was an opportunity for him to just go through himself there at half. It seemed like that Edinburgh link was always marshalling that link quickie.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's what we mean by like running on instincts, like playing what's in front of you, not being, you know, like you never want to be restricted by structure, but you've got to have that flexibility to be able to react to the pictures that are in front of you.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think that's what Edinburgh have done really well, is that they've made a couple reads that, as you said, the space was in the middle for Edinburgh, and the first try in the second half, they go exactly through the middle and get over. So,
yeah, I'm assuming that was part of their team talk. As the little show and go, and as simple as that, it's 3-0.
It is disgusting from Josiah Ewan. I want to see this one on the replay if the sun will let me. Just dummies the out the back. That is a highlight reel play, and a ball goes down in the corner. It's number 37, Amelia van der Kamp.
It's that pressure valve was unloaded at the end of half time, at the end of the half, wasn't it? And Edinburgh look like they hit their flow.
Yeah, Exeter now, they really need to be the next team to score as they look to run the link sweeper again, diving at the line. That looks
that's
good.
Be a score.
And it's number 3 for the Edinburgh Typhoons.
Idris Hill. That's a good score. They've stuck with that. They've stuck with that doggies platform. And the last couple of times they've run it, they've picked up and they've gone back in field with it. And Edinburgh have matched it. But this time they fed the sweeper, and it was link on link, 1-on-1, and step back and dive was in. It was a good score.
Yeah, definitely. So now, they tried to get the no touch.
Oh, I think that's over the mark though. Yeah, that's going to come back.
Oh, I tell you what, number 35, Toby Seng, bet he thought his eyes were lighting up then for a moment when he saw the attempt at the no touch, and then scoops through. It just carries on.
So the really good thing about this Edinburgh team is that they are looking to attack on every single touch, every single time anybody's got the ball. They're looking for space, they're looking to take yards, they're looking to get up the pitch, they're looking to score, rather than just go through the motions like we often see in this game. It's good.
Yeah, and I think it's that element of this university style of touch, which is that blend of expansiveness and creativity, always looking for space, and little bits of structure.
Yeah.
Enough so a touch defence buys the structure that's coming, if that makes sense. And Edinburgh, I think, ride that really well. And they are such a threat in any area of the pitch whenever they've got ball in hand.
Yeah, I agree, and it's what we need to see more of in Europe as well. Anyway, at all levels, right? And sort of proves that the future is right. As really good recovery touch from that middle there. Yeah, the future's bright if these guys are the future touch.
Definitely, and it's more of that enjoyment, isn't it? Like, you see them playing touch. and they enjoy it, and they're having a great time. They're out there with their mates, playing touch, getting results, learning, developing, and it's tournaments like this where like people get hooked on touch for the rest of their lives, and it is, as you say, it's exciting, and we're in the best position to call it, stood on a big scaffold in the middle of a sunny field in Nottingham, commentating from two teams from either end of the country. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely dreamy. I think Edinburgh might be upset with you saying that they're in this country, though.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good point. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Edinburgh. I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. I promise. It was a slip of the tongue. Scotland. I was going to try and do a really bad Scottish accent then, and decided against it.
Wise move, I think, maybe.
Definitely a wise move. You might be wondering why I'm giggling, because my director just told me give it a go. Why not? As we see Exeter roll through their transition.
Yeah, just getting bogged down a little bit here as they interchange. I think we've got fifth touch coming. Let's see whether we can make anything of the scoop. It's
ball in a good area. I agree with what you were saying, that it's just in that transition, it just lost their momentum, and they were trying to pick it up from nothing really.
Yeah, exactly. We need to be able to get the ball on the floor, get half in place quickly, and either get the ball moving forwards or get fresh legs on so that we can get the ball moving forwards. Just because they're making really good momentum on touches 1 and 2, and then it's just this interchange that looks a little bit sloppy, a little bit scrappy.
Oh, it's ball's knocked down there, so Edinburgh will get a repeat set of 6, and it is Presswood and Jackson on the field, two players who have been causing Exeter all sorts of issues. You see Jackson checking off to Presswood.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a little quickie play. I think he might have had his middle beat there if he pinned his ears back.
Yeah, we've seen how fast he is anyway, so surprising one for me. But Jackson and Presswood will have another go. Back to Jackson.
That's a lovely score. Looking to set up that quickie there on the middle. So Presswood going down then on his middle, and then he's fed the ball straight back to Ben Jackson. Play that we call the QB, quickie back, and it makes it look really simple, but it was a great score.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It kind of feels, well, I mean, it's almost like he heard you on commentary and went, well, no, actually, I don't fancy beating my middle. I fancy doing a more complicated play that looks better for you to commentate over. Which is like, yeah, fine, I'll take it. I'll take it every day of the week. And Edinburgh extend their lead back out. The Exeter look for the middle quickie rather than getting out on the length. Ball's flashed to the wing and just drifts forward. It feels like, with around 2.5 minutes left to go, that Exeter have just sort of succumbed to the Edinburgh pressure at this stage. And Edinburgh, really good value for it. I mean, we've had the pleasure of calling them twice. They are really well drilled. They were in a really tough group as well, with Birmingham ones and Exeter ones. So, there's another massive swiping touch coming in. That was it. Idris Hill has been diving all over the place today.
Yeah, I don't envy his kit man or his mum, who's got to go and clean that vest up, though.
Yeah, definitely. I don't envy his calves either, from having to propel him all over the pitch. As we see Presswood that just goes through the gap.
No. Idris has made another diving touch. He's coming back.
Death taxes. Idris Hill making diving touches. Like, if there's one thing you can't doubt, is work rate. Like, the commitment to be... I wouldn't be throwing myself all over the ground to make those touches. In fact, I don't know many touch players who would. Oh, yeah. So, fair enough. We joke and we poke, but...
It's the sort of it's the touch equivalent of making glory saves. When you're playing football, you got your keeper waiting for the last moment to leave his feet so that he can make himself look. I'm not accusing you of being overly extravagant, Idris, but yeah, no, keep it up. It's great touch.
It is, and he was also had his hand in the score for Exeter as well. He was the one who threw that long ball. So Idris Hill, you can take a bow. You have done your bit by it, and that is an absolute certainty. As you see Exeter come back to this link option. Nice carry. Was he onside? He was indeed. That is 6-touch turnover. Yeah, and with under a minute to go, it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, they've gone down to that link that link quickie a couple of times now, and they're running themselves into no space. They're just sort of running themselves down into this corner without actually having any space to run that quickie into. there's so much space out here on the open side. I'd like to see them, move the ball away, be a little bit more expansive, or even stick with that link quickie, and then we've got the fire up or looking long to get the space on the open side.
Yeah. So are you potentially saying that it's almost start that play in the centre field and then give the ball to the link and then run that quickie off that?
Yeah. So Edinburgh are very set when they're running into that, and it makes it a little bit easier that we're running it girl on boy. So the boy link is very confident to go and make that touch. So they're very set when they go into it. If we move the ball across and make Edinburgh have to move. Oh, is that going to be ball down?
Oh, give it, ref. Oh, and he doesn't, and it will be Edinburgh taking the victory in this plate final over the Exeter 3 Typhoons, and the Exeter 3s can take a lot of pride in that result, but Edinburgh at the end just had enough structure, enough pace, enough quality to get them over the line, and that is the end of our first final of the afternoon. Coming up next, we have a very exciting game between Durham Knights and Leeds Hedgerow, two teams that one might forgive me for saying don't play a lot of structured touch but run hard and pass around shooters, and that one's touted to be a really interesting one. And then we finish with a replay of the cup final from round one between Exeter and Bath, and you'll be joining me for that one, won't you, Dan?
I plan to be back. All right.
Well, I'll let you get off to the Loughborough game. Enjoy, and I will be right back with you for the bowl final.
Ta-ra. My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CIMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it. But I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
So I realised that the career of a management accountant
very smarty co-captains from and Lexi.
Trophy.
That's not working. Third time lucky. Do I need?
Me? There's an official 5-minute warning.
This is going to be the shortest post-match.
That's all right. 1 each.
Okay, right, let's try again. This is going to be like 2 questions each, that's it.
Yeah, good.
Joined by 2 very happy co-captains from Edinburgh, Lexi and Ben. Lexi, 2 tournaments and 2 trophies. Very happy bus on the way home.
Absolutely, it's a great feeling. I mean, the club's been around for nearly 10 years now, and we've never won a trophy at a national scale, and to do it twice in as many weeks is just such a great feeling. It's nice that we're bringing out a consistent team every time, and we're getting the results that we really want.
Ben, it's quite difficult to know when you're talking to tournaments on the trot after games to go, well, what went right? I think today, what goals did you set yourself from 2 weeks ago, and then, what came right today?
Yeah, so having won the plate, we wanted to come here and improve. Not going to shy away from that. We wanted to get in that cup, and unfortunately, a very, very strong Birmingham team played really well and just beat us by a try. So we knew from then we had to regain that plate, had to hold on to it, and it would have been easy to put our heads down, but no, the team played really well. We got better and better, and we got that plate.
What are you saying in that then when you've not achieved the semi-finals and you're going into the plate quarter-finals rather than the cup? What are you saying to the team? What are you doing in that lunch break?
I think every time something goes slightly wrong, we're always saying on to the next thing. Don't dwell on what's gone wrong. Let's just move on and let's go on to the next thing. And it was exactly the same, just on a larger scale. So we attacked the next games as if they were cup games, and we were ready to bring on whatever came. And we delivered the results that we really wanted, which was really nice. So it's just keeping morale up and making sure everyone everyone's fighting for every point in every game.
In terms of the trip home, is it going to be a bit of analysis? You know, you've just had a game on the live stream, or is it going to be kick back? You know, have a few beverages, a couple of toasted cheese sandwiches on the way home.
Yeah, we've got to enjoy it first. Get a bit of Six Nations on the bus on the way home. I think Scotland are playing. Just enjoy it, and then look, we've got another one in 2 weeks. Hopefully the weather's this nice, because that's always the best conditions to play in, and we'll go again. We'll get in that cup.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Yes, countdown is on. The last call for coffee shop. Coffee shop is going at 3:30. Big Bucs is serving us till the end. He's going to stay around and give you some nice cheesy cheese on toast, jam chili filled biscuit, sourdough toasties. Just well making you hungry. Everyone else, 2-minute warning. President officials, 2-minute warning.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that CMA was a qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen Touch before, don't know anybody associated with it. But I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure.
Welcome back.
So welcome back to the bowl final between Durham and Leeds. It's a northern affair, and Durham in the purple, attacking from left to right. Leeds in the green, defending, going from right to left. And I am very pleased to say that I am joined by a namesake, Joe, as we watch Durham go all the way through and get the opening score of this bowl final. And Joe, you've just been part of the Edinburgh team that just took home the plate final.
Yeah.
How does that feel? It must be amazing.
It feels amazing, but we had ambitions to come in. Obviously, we finished plate last time, and we wanted to get him the cup pool, but didn't really go to plan. But I think we backed ourselves, just getting the plate again. So kind of a bit of a statement for everyone to look out for, but hopefully not get too cocky. And then we think we're just standing now for ourselves. So hopefully get the next one, if not in the cup next time.
Yeah, definitely. And you had a really tough group, didn't you, with Exeter and Exeter and Birmingham. So there's no shame in finishing third in the group against two of those teams. So really good result for you coming into the plate final, and it'd be some interesting insight, because you now know what it's like to win this final, and both Leeds and Durham will be wanting to emulate that for their own teams. As we see Leeds go into their own line attack, that looks to be ball away, and for Leeds, we did shout out earlier John Munir in the number 2 shirt. Seems to be one of the players to watch for Leeds Hedgerow. He is a wonderful player and has shown some very expansive rugby. And I had the pleasure of commentating Durham earlier on in the day, and they had a very successful morning. So it'll be really interesting to see how these two fare up. And Joe, from your perspective, in terms of how you feel before a final, Do you prepare differently for a final, or is it just business as usual?
I think because of the schedule of UTC, it's just too tight. We don't really have too much time to think about between game to game, so we just kind of stick to our process in terms of warm-up and our attitude, and just we want to have fun and just keep it simple, yeah. So don't do too much differently, just keep it game plan, take everything under control.
Yeah, and both of these teams will be thinking, do the same thing as we see Munir looking to go through. Oh, lovely footwork, and it's that man, John Munir, who equalises. And I mean, when you've got dancing feet like that, it's easy, isn't it?
I wish I have that.
Don't sell yourself short. I saw that out the back dummy that you run in the final. I saw that. That was stunning in and of itself. But it is John Munir. They get Leeds back on level pegging, and now it's Durham's turn to have a couple touches, take it nice and slow, get to the line, run a couple line attacks, see what you can make happen. As Durham looks to go round the outside early, they do, they hit the wing, and it is a stunning finish. And Durham, off the back of the lead score, just go down the other end and take one away.
Yeah, very good. A lot of heads-up rugby, so that's good to see. I think a lot of the time you kind of want to just stick to the structure, but sometimes I think in touch, you just want to be a bit more creative because everyone play the same playbook, so that's really nice to see. Great finish. Durham's a very good team. Play against them a few times, especially at regional, so really good team.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll just pick up on what you said there because I think it's perfect. Sometimes you do just need that heads up. You need to play what's in front of you, don't you?
Like what you said, I think my dummy in the last game was just kind of lucky. It just kind of went for the gap I saw and didn't bite, but it bite on the wrapping player, so I just kind of went through. So it's what we need sometimes in touch. So.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's just about reacting to what's in front of you and almost not being restricted by your own playbook, having that freedom to go and play what's in front of you, play expansive. And Durham definitely do that as we see them once more playing around some defenders. And the ball is still live, touch is made, so they get a couple cracks at the line now. There's an opportunity to go expansive. They want to put the gas on and hit the winger. They do. And very quickly, 2 tries turn into 3, and that is exactly what we're talking about, isn't it? That heads-up rugby.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, it's good that you got that skill to play heads-up rugby, and then you can just fall back to structure when heads-up rugby doesn't work quite well. So, again, really good heads-up by Durham. They just went to the box side, just all the way down, and then gaps opened up, and great pass and catch to finish off.
Yeah, definitely. And this Durham night side, we saw them earlier on in the day. It was our first game of the day, actually, against Cambridge. And they won 7 tries to 0, playing nothing but heads-up rugby. So we're expecting more of the same. However, Leeds, similarly, have had a good showing on live stream. So they're not ones to be counted out early. As we see them roll into their line attack now, and it's Sam Tong dumping the ball as we see the 32 short comes back to Sam Tong. But it's crowded out well by number 22 for Durham, Shannon Gill. Tong rolling the ball a little bit slow. No touches available, so he needs to play expansive. Mismatch now. John Munir looks to check the ball away. That's still away. That is also away until it wasn't, and it is now given touch and pass. So Durham with a good defensive set, and in a final, you know, like we saw you, Edinburgh feel like you almost kicked up a gear after some of those defensive sets. It gives you such a morale boost, doesn't it?
Yeah, we very fortunate to have the wonderful coaches who play for Scotland Mixed Open and Men's Open that came down and just give us pointers and gives us tips, especially on defence. So then we worked really hard the last couple of weeks, so I think that's kind of the reflection. I think our defence kind of set the standard for our attack, and then we can get out of our line and then just kind of swing from there.
Yeah, definitely. And it's almost like that defence is like the first phase of that attacking structure, right? And it gives you a good platform to work for. As we see Durham force a turnover from Leeds, and it's number 60 for Durham, Ollie Lowe. It just looks to go around the outside, popping it into space, nothing there. But we saw that in the first game of the day. Ollie Lowe, a huge part of the Durham victory, and they'll need more of that if they want to continue to edge out on this lead with just around 4 minutes left to go in this first half. And similarly, Leeds need to have the next score, and unfortunately not quite happening for them. And what are you seeing out there at the moment, Joe? It's just a little bit stop-start, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Durham's very good actually just swinging the ball there and there. So I think Durham just need to keep going at it. I think their free flowing is quite good, so Leeds probably need to step it up in terms of kind of cue that creativity. So we'll see what's going on. But I think Leeds is very much still in this game.
Yeah, definitely. As we see Durham try and scoop through, nothing doing. However, they'll get a penalty for foot in the ruck. So Durham with another opportunity to go and add to their growing tally. As we see Caelan Brown in 63, platforming, sweeper play comes round. They come back to this side where Caelan Brown is operating. Nice dummy, but brilliant defence from Leeds. Didn't bite on the sweeper, held their spacing really well. And it just slows down a touch. As we see 32 short coming. It is Caelan Brown. Looks to just drop the ball off into space. However, Leeds are equal to it. He's a little bit of a frustrated figure at the moment coming back. Here is Brown. They're looking for the link punish. Brown gives it back. Dive at the line is on, and that is good. And Caelan Brown orchestrating that score for Durham. And at the moment, it is all one-way traffic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Actually, it's quite nice to see them doing some line attack, as we spoke about. They're just kind of free-flowing, so they kind of stuck to the structure when they're on the line. So it was really nice to see Durham able to do both. Having played against them, I know deep down like they can really do well in both of them. So.
Yeah, and it was Shannon Gill who gets over from the link punish and makes that play for Durham as they do start to edge away with around 90 seconds left to play. They are 4 tries to 1 ahead of Leeds, but Leeds do get the turnover. And as we wind down this second half, is there anything that you'd be saying that Leeds could potentially do to try and switch the momentum at the moment in this game?
If I was on the pitch, I would just say just finish this half strong and then just regroup in half-time and see how we can come out in the second half.
Yeah. Keep doing what you're doing, keep knocking the door down, see what happens. Put yourself in a position.
Use half-time to reset it.
Yeah, definitely. And here's John Munir, and if there's anyone who's going to put the pressure on, it is going to be John Munir. We've seen what he can do so far. However, this is 5th, so no touches to play with. Running a little bit lateral. And unfortunately, that ball goes to ground, and Durham might look at this as an opportunity to go and extend their lead before half-time. As we see Lowe operating in at half. There's Lowe. Oh, and Lowe just looks to go round the outside. However, did step out of the field of play, so they will get the penalty. And Ollie Lowe is an explosive figure out there. As we see, Caelan Brown, little show and go. Lovely. John Munir makes the touch. There is Gill. Gill in at link now. There's Brown. A little bit of a passive play. Oh, and the stutter step does enough to get round the outside. And that is try time for Durham on the hooter. And that will be half time. And Durham just seem to have a little bit too much for Leeds at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one's a bit unlucky on Leeds' side because I think they read the play quite well, but just a bit of pace and fair to Durham, they backed their pace. But yeah, I think it'll be quite tough second half for Leeds, but hopefully they can come back in the second half for a bit more competitive one.
Yeah, definitely, and you wouldn't put it past them either because they've had some really good results today, namely their game on live stream against Surrey 2s, which ended 5-2 in their favour, and they did that through playing expansive. Just went down in that game, so they're no strangers for coming back from a deficit. However, a 4-try deficit going into half-time, it makes for scary reading from a Leeds perspective. But we'll be back with you for the second half where we can see if Leeds can overturn that deficit or it will be Durham taking home the bowl final.
2-minute warning. Remember, if you are on fields 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's our turn now.
Studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it.
I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
Stand by.
So welcome back. We're just waiting for the Hoosiers to get us back underway any moment now. And it is the bowl final, our penultimate game of round 2, the University Touch Series. And at the moment, it is Durham that lead 5 tries to 1 over Leeds Hedgerow. And it'll be interesting to see how Leeds can come back and make a bit of a difference. And I think this man might have something to say about it, but maybe a bit of fatigue setting in. And to be fair, I'll cast that one over to you, Joe. Just how much does fatigue play a part, especially when you're playing your final, the last game of the day?
A lot, not just physicality, like mental fatigue will kick in, especially when you're going to final the biggest game of the day after traveling in the morning, coming all the way here and then play so many good teams. It can get quite draining, but it's about how you manage it as an individual but also as a team.
Yeah, and you've picked up on a really, really interesting part, and probably, to be fair, not something I've thought of before. The travel aspect of it as well, getting here in the morning, like that must add to that level of fatigue, especially, as you say, that mental fatigue. That must be really tough to manage.
Yeah, well, we are quite lucky. So we stayed down, obviously we've got a 5-6 hour drive. So we stayed overnight, so that gives us a bit easier start of the day. But some of these teams, Exeter travel, God knows when, 2 a.m. maybe. So I don't know how they do it, but credit to them for doing it.
Yeah, and it is a big difference, and it's part of the reason why the University Touch Series is played in Nottingham, because it is that midpoint for a lot of teams coming to and from. I mean, coming from Edinburgh, not really sure where the midpoint would be for you, probably Durham, for example. And it does make a massive difference, and it also shows just how committed all these teams are to do all that travel, come to Nottingham on a Saturday morning, then go play, 8 hours of touch, and then travel home in the evening. It's a big task.
Yeah, absolutely. And also credit to the referees as well, because some of the referees may travel a long time. So one of the Scottish referees down here, so thank you to the rest who travel and give up their time over the weekend.
Oh, and Leeds get that score that they needed in the second half. As we were talking on travel, well, Harry Duckworth, he was travelling into the end goal area and finds the pass to the wing. It is a beautiful play, and that's exactly what Leeds needed. Duckworth snake hips through the gap, finds the spare player, and I tell you what, Leeds need more of that, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we talk about. Just reset in half-time and see what we can get out of. Stick to the system. That would be my chat anyway in half-time.
Yeah, you've got here because you've played good touch. Just continue to play the touch that we know, right? It's
Correct.
I think it's always the mantra is we know we're good at what we do, and it's not uprooting everything we've known when we get to a final just because it might not be working as much as it has done. Although good hands shown from Durham to get round on the outside. It's well crowded out in the end as the ball's recycled. There's Lowe, it's 60, he's in motion, he'll be receiving this ball for 32 short. Oh, and the pace displayed from Ollie Lowe. That is what he does. It is just pure pace. Get to the line, beat you in a foot race. What else do you need?
Yeah, exactly. But also good teamwork as well. I think a lot of people forget touch. It's very much about a team. If that setup wasn't right, you could have gone there. So really good setup, and obviously the pace with back hit to finish.
Yeah, and me and Dan Powell were saying earlier just how important it is to have those players that are just willing to just take the ball down and just be that platform. Almost like it's a bit. You don't get as much celebration, you don't get as much plaudits, but the tries don't happen if you don't have those people who are going to give you platform.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why it's such a great team sport. Like, you do things for one another. Here comes another one.
Oh, big contact.
Yeah, so as I said, you do things for one another, try to see what we can get, and if everyone do their job right, we should be in a good day.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone has a part to play, and Duckworth, his part at the moment is trying to create another score, but Leeds trying to go around the outside. That pass just drifted forward, and Harry Duckworth, it seems like he's going to be the player for Leeds at the moment to unlock the defence, but Durham just go expansive off first, cut out the entire midfield press. There's an opportunity to go on the short side, but not quite on the same page. Half a little bit isolated. Here comes Lowe, injecting some pace, trying to come up this short side. Good touch. This is 4th, 5th coming. Lowe's in motion. Lowe will be scooping. He does. 2-on-1 down the short side. If they can execute, it's just not quite sticking.
Not quite, but unlucky. Really, probably a good option there. Really slick. Credit to Durham. They only have 3 female players. So must have been a long day.
Yeah, definitely. And we've watched them interchange between link and wing, link and wing, link and wing. And, you know, it is International Women's Day as well. And England Touch put some wonderful graphics up on just the percentage of women who are playing touch in the UK and across the world, especially with the representation that we had at the World Cup. And to see 3 women not summing off for 20 minutes straight, running against some very fast players, it is just a testament, isn't it, to the sport?
And 6 games as well. Yeah. That's something else. Happy International Women's Day. We couldn't do it as a mixed sports without all our wonderful ladies. So, yeah, really good day for it.
Yeah, definitely. And also, full credit to you, because I could not do that. Like, not even on like my best day ever, playing 6 games without any subs. I am a write-off, an absolute write-off. As we see Durham now look to go through with the scoop. Oh, good drop-off, and there's some pace displayed by number 57, Matthew Driscoll, who just gets over. And again, it's that heads-up, isn't it? Just playing what's in front of you, picking off single shooters. That's the recipe for Durham's success.
Yeah, I think Leeds were probably a bit tired after that attacking set and defending, so Durham just exploited that quite well.
Yeah, and it was very well by Matthew Driscoll, as the deficit is now back up to 5 tries. 7 tries to Durham, 2 tries to Leeds in this bowl final. And Durham just seem like they've got a little bit more in the tank at the end of what has been a very long day, especially in the sun. And as much as we complain about bad weather, it is also absolutely knackering doing it as the sun's beating down. As we see, a forward pass at the base of the ruck from Leeds, so a couple of those unforced errors creeping in, and they give Durham an opportunity to run expansive off first. As you see Ollie Lowe trying to pop the ball off. That ball actually didn't hit the ground. He tried to kick it up off the foot. It was a audacious attempt at keeping the play alive.
Out of touch.
I wish, right? I wish. It'd be like a Simon Zebo moment.
Yeah.
And Leeds with Munir in at number 2, looking to try and create a bit of momentum of their own. Munir checking the ball off. Oh, it's a lovely hole, but a brilliant covering touch. Good direction from Lee's hedgerow. Munir. This is 5th touch, so that'll be 6th touch turnover. And with 2.5 minutes left to go, Durham seem pretty comfortable in this game. And it is just that ability to play heads up, as we see Ollie Lowe scoop through on 2nd. Needs to find some support. Oh, and that ball is knocked down, so gets the result in the end. But that's a really good example of what Durham do, right? They just play what's in front of them and just don't stop running.
Yeah, don't stop running. If you got space in front of you, just run and see what comes. Good support by his teammates. Just a bit unlucky by Leeds. Just 6 again.
Yeah, as we see now, the sweeper coming round. Good opportunity, looking to go back against the grain, just slowing things down. Leeds need to hit the line, looking a little bit laboured. Getting there. As you see a 32 short coming in. Touch a little bit slow to be engaged. Oh, lovely play. It is stunning. And once again, Shannon Gill has her hand in the creation of a try. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. So just a nice little 32 short. Hannah Gill's running the lead line and then just gives the early release. It's a cultured pass to Kaylin Brown. And, you know, Durham have been impressive, haven't they?
They have, and I think if you're Leeds now, you probably just want to go and enjoy the last couple of minutes. That's all we're here for, really, just to have a bit of fun, but also if we can get a silverware home, that'd be fantastic too. So,
Oh, it's all too easy. It's all too easy. I almost feel like not commentating over that one, to be fair. Ollie Lowe taking his time, putting the ball down, ghosting through a couple gaps, and Leeds, though, I think the body language says it all. There was no chasers there. They didn't want to go pressure him. It's tough, isn't it? It's really tough.
It is. It's a bit of a shame, but you know, part of university competition and Bucs is just about building as a team and as a club. So one tournament doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean everything. Sorry. You just see how your club can build from here onwards.
Yeah, definitely. And I always think that that's something that's not spoken on enough, is the fact that all of these teams have had different journeys to get here. They're all at different stages of that touch journey. And playing these tournaments, you just learn so much. You learn what's working. You learn what needs a little bit of improvement. And that's why I like the 3-series format, because teams on Series 1 that might struggle a little bit build and just improve round on round on round on round on round, don't they?
Yeah, like we played in the semi-final against Manchester. They won the ball last time out, and then this time they came to play. And they gave us a really good hit out. So that's what it's about: just building a team, building as a club, and as a unit, and obviously as a sport across the UK and England. So it's great.
Yeah, definitely. Cannot agree with those sentiments more, as we see Durham, the rightful winners of this bowl final, the bowl competition, taking it out over Leeds. And we have got our final game of the day coming up in just a moment. We have the cup final between Exeter Ones and Bath Ones. Who do you think is going to win?
It's a repeat of last time, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Gosh. I haven't seen... I obviously played Exeter once earlier today, but I haven't seen Bath. But again, I think it's going to be 50-50, just who can manage their fatigue the best and execute it on the field.
Yeah, definitely. And as you say, it is a replay of last round, and it will be right with you in around 10 minutes' time, and we will see if Bath can go and rectify and return the favour on Exeter's win over them last round. Joe, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'll see you next round.
Yeah, see you next round.
Ollie, captain of the Durham University winning team in the bowl final. It was a comprehensive win on the end, but did it feel like that on the scoreboard?
Yeah, I think so. We weren't really in the tournament we wanted to be in today because of a bad last round, but you know, I feel we played a lot better today, and hopefully that'll give us momentum to next tournament.
Shannon, you know, as I was just saying, you know, if you're not in the tournament that you want to be in, what motivation's that on the bus journey on the way down to perform?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of it, because I think we all know that we are able to perform better and be a lot more competitive with the teams, and obviously it's lovely to win, but I mean, I think we focus on being really disciplined so that we can, like, no matter what, we keep our position and our structure.
In terms of how the club's developing, you know, in the season and over the last couple of years, you know, what kind of state are you in?
I'm not gonna lie, I think we've had a small drop off this year, I think, but I think there's always going to be room for development, and I think our 1s and 2s will constantly be growing, I think, as touch grows.
And Ollie, next time around, you know, more than likely going to be back in the top level of the top tier competition. In terms of what point now having proved a point by winning by winning the bowl, you know, what are you going to take into the finals week in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think we can take confidence in knowing, like, we know how to win now. We scored lots of points, defended well, and I think if we come back again, we can cause an upset and get that sort of top 4, top 8, whatever it is.
Well, congratulations, enjoy the rest of the day, enjoy the sun, and good journey home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Grab them flags, grab them comms, grab the pillars, bring them into control with all the referees getting wrapped up. Help us drop the sights after such a great day. The sun is shining. We have one game to go on field 1. Which one? Now then, I know you all want to be involved in the game and be involved in the final. We do request you are.
It's our turn now.
Studying through the SEMA exams, I already felt a little bit of a difference going into the strategic level. I could tell it was a different kind of thinking. It was really maybe more master's level is what I imagined it to be. And then the final exam, so the strategic case study, I remember sitting the exam and thinking, this is brilliant because this isn't accounting or finance. It's about PR, it's about sort of external relations, it's about managing the press, it's about sort of risk and consequences. And so I actually really enjoyed it.
So I think that the number one benefit is that it is recognised by so many people within the financial industry know what SEMA is. And even just being able to go to a party where people know that you're a fully qualified accountant, and it gives you a bit of an ego boost because some people think it is a really big thing. I like to think of SEMA as the plane ticket for your career. And then it's up to you to go on that journey, get new experiences, learn new things, and really make your career what it is.
I think what I always liked about the SEMA qualification is it was much more than just tax advice or much more than just sort of corporate finance management. It was always very wide-ranging. So having the SEMA qualification kind of cemented that I knew a little bit about lots of different areas, about project management, about people management, about HR. So it really helped me understand lots of different areas which helped fit into the bigger picture. And for me, that's strategy. It's thinking big. It's kind of thinking, okay, this is all great, but what's the point of it?
Management accounting explained in touch rugby terms. Like the coach of a touch rugby team, management accountants need to keep track of performance to help their business or team improve. They track revenue and costs, This is like monitoring your team's tries scored and conceded. They analyse performance, like identifying which players are most effective and where improvements can be made. They develop strategies, like creating game plans to help your team win. Management accountants make informed decisions to help businesses, your team, succeed. Find out more about becoming a chartered global management accountant with CIMA today.
I think accounting and finance has become much more about risk and much more about being able to manage the unknowns. The finance business partner role of today is nothing like the 5-year from now finance business partner role. It's in technology, in intelligent sort of automation. Means that accounting and finance really has to focus on adding value and adding value for money more than anything.
So I instantly noticed on the day.
Well, we go to final for round 2 of the Championship for Nottingham. All that take part played competed today. So those that are about to play for the final time.
So welcome back to the final game of the day, a repeat of the cup final that we had 2 weeks ago between the Bath Hawks and the Exeter Hurricanes, and it is shaping up to be a really interesting affair. Dan, we were having a little bit of a talk beforehand about how we think this is going to go, what we saw last time these two teams faced. It's going to take a lot from Bath to get the win over Exeter, as it would do any team. But they do have the firepower to do it, don't they?
Yeah, I think they do. Obviously, this Exeter team is full of firepower, and they got over Bath 2 weeks ago. But Bath gave a really good account of themselves, and they've got superstars of their own. So this is genuinely anybody's game. It's 20-minute touch, anything can happen, and yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, definitely. And you talk about the firepower. Well, Rory Grant was that player that we were sort of ogling over last round. And as we get ourselves underway, there is a very special message that wants to go out to Emily Brown, this is their last game for Exeter University. Been an integral part of this Exeter University side. And I know that she'll be dearly missed, and she'll be wanting to leave the University Touch Series on a high with yet another cup in the cabinet, as we see Exeter looking to roll into their line attack. Is Archie Devlin. Oh, it's a beautiful bomb, but it's just dropped over the line. What a way that would have been to start.
That was a really nice flow. Dangerous start there for Exeter. Third touch around a 32 long. Archie Devlin there throwing long. Unfortunately not able to gather the pass, but that was really nice, and a warning shot sent there as we see Bath coming through in transition. Something that is a bit of a cornerstone of their game as we come up 4-5 here. 32 long.
Oh, good feet
Space.
As well. There's the ball. Is it in? Oh, she's
short,
just,
I think.
Yeah, it's just short, but both teams early doors showing what they want to do in this game. They both want to go expansive.
Yeah.
They both want to go hard at the line, and I mean, I'm excited for this one. And for the first couple touches, it has been an electric affair as we see that influential character Emily Brown, who is probably one of those players that doesn't get enough comms time, actually, because a lot of the work, a lot of the work that underpins the spectacular touch we see happens in the midfield, and that's where she does a lot of that work, a lot of the hard yards, good physical touch, but not deemed to be fair from the referee. I'd be fighting that one. I love a bit of physicality.
Yeah, let's see what Bath can do with their repeat set. Yeah, they've just left one on there a little bit. The Ben Lenori asked for a repeat set and was duly given one. Let's see what he can do with it.
Oh, good footwork. Is that ball down?
Really good recovery touch there by Harry Dean.
Yeah, and it's dangerous as well because they've got that Anushan Alanko wearing number 90. He's here now. Quickie. Ben Lenori picks up, looks to the open side. Bit of gas to go through the gap. Can he find the spare player? And Anushan Alanko, is that ball down?
No, it's not going to be. He didn't gather it before the ball was grounded. It's something that the refs are really, really hot on with those. But yeah, warning signs there. That was good half work from Ben there.
Yeah, and Anushan Alanko probably gets away with the kicking the ball away as well on the floor. I'm not sure if he spotted that one, but I'll call it out. I'll call it out. You can only commentate on what you've seen, and now it's Bath's turn to get a roll on.
Yeah, a bit of a reprieve there, wasn't it? There was two penalties in midfield given away by Bath there, but they survive another day as we see them coming up and out. This is going to be 5 coming here. They've got a bit of a roll on.
Oh, it's good footwork. Let's come over to this edge. Oh, I thought he'd ghosted through a gap, but Sophia Jelf says, no thank you, I'll have that ball back.
Yeah, smart defence there from Exeter. No space there. They're all staying connected, and yeah, Bath are going to have to work harder Bath are going to have to work harder to score against this defence. As we see some good honesty there by the Bath link, who got his foot stuck in the ruck. So again, Exeter going to have good field position here as Archie Devlin gets chased down.
Yeah, Annie Ainscough getting over and making the touch on what is probably one of the faster players in the touch series. Not even just university touch, any touch in Archie Devlin. So they'll take a lot of confidence from that as we see Cole Graham setting up for the 32. Just slowing it down, sweeper play, Henderson, Devlin, left foot, Cole Graham, say no more.
Yeah, really nice sweeper move, and then just brought that ball back inside, caught the link a little bit loose there, and that is 2-0.
Yep.
I think.
Yep, as easy as you like. It is a wonderful score, orchestrated by Archie Devlin, finished off by Cole Graham. And that is actually the opening score, isn't it? Because that first one was...
correct.
Yeah, it went, didn't it? So, yeah, 1-0 to Exeter. Bath have done really good to limit them to just that single score. And now it's Bath's turn to try and get a roll on themselves. Good footwork. And I'm going to tell you what, your footwork's got to be perfect. You want to try and get round Archie Devlin in defence, that's for sure. As we see Bath now, just slowing stuff down, waiting for Archie to come up. County's play, stepping back on the inside. Go back to the short side with Annie Ainscough. Josh Henderson, though, just marshalling it oh so easily. And the turnover is fast as they look to get their own momentum. And there is Josh Henderson, straightening, giving.
He's such a composed player, isn't he? Just yeah, that's been picked up. Archie Devlin just a little bit loose in that roll ball there. He's protesting on the side, but I think when he watches that one back, he will realise that that was not a still roll ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see what we can do. It looks like Bath are going to go and get some fresh legs on the field.
Yeah, they're just going to play around with it, maybe buy some time. There's Ella Halsall wearing number 18. As we do see the fresh legs come on.
Yeah, they've got 4 girls on at the moment, which is fun and interesting and good to see. Looks like Ella's going to go and get another boy on.
Yeah, as we see them, opportunities on the short side, switches play, however, what a diving touch.
Yeah, really good recovery touch there by Matty Hawes, it looks like. Yeah, that was dangerous there from Bath. There a few warning shots fired, but they've not been able to get any live plays at the line thus far in the game, and Exeter look reasonably comfortable.
And I've just noticed there doesn't seem to be an 85 out there.
Yeah,
Archie Devlin just goes through the gap, puts the burners on, and 1 becomes 2. But yeah, no 85.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's happened there. I think if I gaze over into the distance, I think I can see Rory in an Australia shirt. So. I'm not sure what's happened there, but if Bath are going to play the entire game without their star player, then it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, as we see, Bath unfortunately just lose it going down that short side, and we've got 3.5 minutes left to go in this first half, and to Bath limit Exeter to only 2 tries, that's good defensive pressure. Getting up and making touches is a testament to not only their athleticism but also their defensive structure, but they're going to need to show a little bit more in attack if they're going to cut this deficit down, as there is a proper chest slapper coming in off the back of the transition. As we see the dangerous Anusha Nalanko, and the diving touch takes out, well, doesn't just make the touch but also takes out his supporting cast. And
yeah,
I mean, I'm just taking a look around, and there is a wonderful crowd of people that have stayed for this cup final.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? It's really good to see everybody hanging around and staying aside to support this this exciting final. It's been really tightly contested so far. Obviously, Exeter have got over twice, but Bath are really contesting this hard in the same way that we saw 2 weeks ago as well. They're fast, they're fit, they're physical, they're organised in defence, they're difficult to break down.
Yeah, opportunities here on this far side. And if that ball had 2 more yards of distance on it, that would have been 2-1. And Bath would have got a score on the board. However, as it stands, it's just a little bit too short. But again, warning signs as we see Ben Lanuri just do what he does, which is inject pace into that transition. We've got Elanco sweeping on. Here is that.
It's really nice direct play. It's hard to make these yards against the Bath defence, but they are doing a very good job of keeping that pressure. As Josh Henderson just asks for a repeat set there, referee sees it slightly differently. Sounds like he thought that the player was just up in the channel and contesting some space. Maybe a bit of a 50-50 call there. So yeah, looks like Bath are going to get a chance to ruck out.
Yeah, it's one of those calls, isn't it? On another day, would have gone their way. However, not on this glorious Saturday afternoon in Nottingham. As we see Bath now looking to roll into their line attack with Harry Dean wearing the number 13 shirt. We see Dean now on that 32 long. Opportunities. Oh, and it's just popped into space. Ball goes down. Might have drifted forward as well. Archie Devlin often gets a lot of credit, justly so as well, for his attacking prowess, but showed really good endeavour in defence to get up and make touches there.
Yeah, the lad's probably actually a better defender than he is attacker. He might not like me saying that, but he's so agile, he's so quick. He's able to just defend what we call man on instead of that's ably chased down by Bath, but Exeter is still able to escape. There's danger outside here. Oh, that is delicious. Oh, what a wonderful score there for I think Anna Burkett. But yeah, that was just nice. A bit of
watch this
heads
here.
Up jouet touch.
On the replay, look at this. Oh, disgusting. Doesn't even look. Gives the ball on instinct. And that sends Exeter into half-time. And what a way to cap off a half performance. That is absolutely sublime from Exeter. And it seems like, just to mirror the sentiments we had at the start, we had an Exeter player come up and want us to give public acknowledgement to Amelie Brown in this Exeter side, who has been so important. And I mean, it seems like they're not just playing for the win at the moment. There's a bit of emotion in this performance, and
yeah.
I mean, it's bubbling into what is just a spectacular display of touch.
Yeah, I think, the Exeter team that turned up 2 weeks ago, they probably won't mind me saying that I don't think they played their best touch in going and winning the comp. They still looked a little bit scrappy. They're playing around a little bit for form, but that 10 minutes of touch was clinical. They were everything that they did went right for them. They're looking for space. They're getting outside, and it's just a fantastic 10 minutes of touch. Bath can't live with them.
No, they can't. And at the moment, it's the pace at which they're running at this Bath line that is causing them all sorts of issues. And it is encapsulated by that final score with the Ben Lanuri out the back, little inside switch. Horrible bit of skill. You would not want to be defending against that. But it comes from the pace that they transition with. Yeah. Because Bath are always chasing in one direction. So when you combine that with a piece of brilliance like that out the back flick, what can you do? There's not much that you can do to change that.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough. They actually did a really good job to come up and take away that space and crowd them into a corner, and they were just like Houdini-like escape, and it was pressure on from there on in. Yeah, tough job for Bath to come back from this, but they've definitely got the players for it. I thought Rory Fulton looked good, and Milo Robinson looked like the two likely players to create something. But they need to start getting at the line. They've not had enough strikes at the line, and not asked enough questions of Exeter.
Yeah, and it's that sustaining pressure, isn't it? Like, not just, when you're at the line, not just always threatening, but looking for opportunities to repeat and replicate that pressure, drawing penalties, things like dropping early, offsides. It takes a lot to draw that out of Exeter, but we know from the final last round 2 weeks ago that they have it in the locker. Yeah. So, this second half is going to be really interesting to see if they can dive deep into that playbook, find their momentum, find their groove, and ultimately stop the flow of scores going in Exeter's favour. Because at the moment, it is a bit one-way traffic.
Yeah, I think so. Big tap-off coming here. Big tap-off.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if we see some flamboyant tap-off move. At least I'm hoping for it anyway. But it will be Bath to get us underway. And another player I'd like to shout out as well is Harry Dean in the green hat. He's been pretty electric when he's on the ball and making things happen. And as we see, Bath 32 short, early release is on. Oh, and they look to give the extra pass. It's nice endeavour. However, the call is play on.
Yeah, sounds like so no touch, and we're back to 0. So let's see what we can do with this. It's Ella Halsall out there in middle controlling things. We're going to go out for potentially a link quickie.
Yeah, Ella Halsall, one of those players who's just come on leaps and bounds since playing at the University Series, playing for Bath. As we see, Harry Dean, couple little stutter steps, link punish is on. Fire up over to this open side. There's a foot race to the line.
That is a fan. Oh, it looks like it's going to be given ball down. I thought that, is that Emily Brown out there? I thought that she made that touch, but that is a wonderful score. And Bath really, really needed that. They'll be happy with that. I felt like they deserved that touch. It was that score. That's the best we've seen from them. And maybe the start of something.
Yeah, definitely, and it comes from the work on this near side of Harry Dean, just engaging, run the link punish, and there was a fire up. And if you give someone like Rory Fulton space to work, he does punish you. That's exactly what we saw. However, that is only half the problem, is getting scores. The other half is defending this man, Archie Devlin. And he looks for the check-off back on the inside. Oh, Josh Henderson dummies the tweener. Comes back into the midfield. There's no support. Now Cole Graham in at half. Josh Henderson. Oh, it was beautiful. Oh. But now there's a bit of a foot race on. And I tell you what, Bath are riding their momentum a little bit. You get the attacking set, you get the score, you defend out one of the most dangerous pods that Exeter can put out at you.
Yeah, they were on the ropes there, weren't they? They were absolutely dead and buried, and they've managed to come away. Let's see what they can do in response. A score here would make things really fruity, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're hoping for from a commentary perspective. With Fulton and Dean, anything can happen. Oh, and they look to take a leaf out of Ben Lenori's playbook with a little out-the-back drop-off. However, not quite up there. As we see Exeter now. And here is the namesake, Ben Lenori, just stepping onto the field in number 13. You might have heard your comment about his name not being up there in the top 3 and decided to put on a bit of a masterclass and rectify that.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear he learned all he knows about touch from me, so...
Oh, it's unfortunate for Exeter, and Matthew Hawes looked to go over.
Yeah, well defended there from Bath. They just managed to slide out and just look after the space really well. So, good. Well defended, but they've got a long way to go to get to their box, a long way to go to score. So Exeter won't be too disappointed, I don't think, with that.
No, I don't think they will be. But Bath now need to find a way of changing the momentum in this game, and it will start with the transition. However, the transition defence from Exeter is keeping them... good hands. Annie Ainscuff, well done. As we now see Bath get up that box side.
Yeah, this is really good momentum, isn't it? They just managed to escape from one of those touches, and they are absolutely piling down into Exeter's half here. They're going to... Good set of 6 though from Bath there.
Yeah, they just lacked that scoop on 5th, didn't they? Had to play it from half and gave Exeter enough time to reset and regroup. But we are only 3.5 minutes into this second half, and we're now only 2 tries to deficit as well. So.
Yeah, that's over the mark there from Ben Lenori, or well, I think the referee signified that he didn't step over it, but just looks a little bit off balance rolling into that. They're very keen to get to their box early, and a repeat set for Bath for their efforts.
Yeah, and Bath need to find some momentum. I always think it's in this area of the pitch. That'll be hard. It is indeed. But I always think it's in this area of the pitch when you get that midfield turnover, you almost fall into not injecting pace off first touch, and then you sacrifice a couple to actually get there, and then you run out of touches very quickly. So I'd like to see Bath go forward a little bit more. You're still 10 metres away from that try line. However, footwork is going to help you get there, courtesy of William Lewis, as we see Fulton looking for the sweeper.
Well defended there by Exeter. Just a little bit slow to get around. Maybe like the half speed's not necessarily there for Bath. They don't look quite as fluid running into these sweepers as we have seen from them. Maybe missing their star player out there, a little bit of fatigue maybe, as we get an intercept and touch 0.
Yeah, and it's Josh Henderson. I mean, when you've got that wingspan, you can pretty much get anything in your area, and that's exactly what he's done in defence. As we see now, Devlin, left foot step. Oh, thought he'd gone. He thought he'd gone as well. Nothing doing.
Yeah, they're desperate to catch Bath out down this edge, aren't they? But Rose Huget's been equal to it every time.
Yeah, she has indeed. As we see, Anusha Nalanko. Oh, there's the feet. Emily Brown might get hurt. Swan song score, and she does indeed. And what a way to cap off the final cap for Exeter.
Great score. The simple ones are the best ones, aren't they? We just see Anushan Alanko there just pick up and give the little kick to the short side, and the guy's got the footwork and the speed to make Bath pay. Great score, and a good score there for Brown.
It's brilliant, and exactly what Exeter needed. Bath had a bit of a resurgence. You then go down the other end, turn the screw a little bit, make sure that they do stay honest. As we see Bath now looking to get their own score back, 32 short. Oh, Fulton!
Oh, that's going to be a score, isn't
Fulton.
It? Yeah, great feet there. Really, really nice. Just caught the Exeter middle. Ben Lenori just on his heels a little bit there. Matty Hawes looking a little bit sheepish as well. Both middles just caught out there. Just a good bit of footwork, and yeah, great response.
Yeah, Rory Fulton taking a leaf out of Archie Devlin's playbook a little bit. Archie Devlin with a vicious left foot step we've been seeing all throughout these university rounds. Well, Rory Fulton turns around and says, "Oh, you think you're the only person with a left foot?" Goes and puts one on of his own. As we see Cole Graham, Josh Henderson, Archie Devlin, ball goes to ground, and with around 3 minutes left to go, it wouldn't be out of the possibility for Bath to come back, but it would take a lot to get 2 unanswered tries against Exeter.
Yeah, I think they definitely have it in them, but it's going to be tough. They're going to have to get a score out of midfield here, and then get a stop, and that's difficult to do. But and we've seen, we're just lacking a little bit of momentum again here. As we've got 5 coming, and only just getting our boys on the pitch. As we see them come out into that 32 channel, that familiar transition play of Bath's.
Oh, nice switch. Good delay on it again. Oh, there's a bit of pace, but Archie Devlin eats up the ground. And now I'm inclined to believe what you were saying earlier. He might be a better defender than he is an attacker.
Yeah, it's a good recovery from him. He stayed square long enough to be able to chase both ways. And yeah, they just lost a little bit of momentum there, didn't they? The transition was it's been so good all comp. But yeah, just maybe a little bit of tired legs or a bit of mental fatigue. I don't know, but yeah. Let's see whether they're able to fix that for their next set. As we see Exeter slow down a little bit, they've got touches in hand here. Sanushan again, Ben Lenori. As the ball goes out to Matty Hawes, it's a link sweeper they're setting up, and Bath are equal to it. Well defended there by Bath.
Yeah, really good defensive spacing from Bath, facing up the threat, which was Ben Lenori and Ilanko and Batu really well actually to get around this outside, and we know that they can do this off first and second. It's just maintaining that momentum throughout the entirety of the transition. Is again, it seems like that momentum falls away, but Annie Ainscough does really well.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a repeat set as well here. It looks like that was touched in flight, although I'm not sure the referee has got it. Oh, here we go. Oh, as Matty made that touch, it was a really good diving touch, a really important diving touch there to stop Harry Dean going around on the outside.
Yeah, here is Dean as well. Going to make something from nothing now. As we see sweeper play coming, there is Dean in motion.
John Ilanko are equal to that. You know, this. You know, the Bath team today have used their girls a lot less than they did 2 weeks ago. I mean, the final last 2 weeks ago, we saw B Graham, who's just on the ball now. She got over the whitewash twice in that game and was probably their best player. And we've not seen them look to use B as much. They've got Ella Halsall out there, and they've got Annie Ainscough as well. They're all really, really talented players. And as we see B Graham have a dive at the line and nearly get over herself. Yeah, I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them go back to that, because we've already seen that they're able to cause problems for Exeter.
Yeah, definitely, and it makes such a difference as well. You can move the ball more seamlessly, as we see Josh Henderson not happy with the current scoreline, looks to go expansive, and Sophia Jelfs can't quite reel it in, but it will end Exeter 4-2 over Bath, 2 tries the deficit, and it is that beautiful farewell we were hoping for Amelie Brown and the Exeter Hurricanes. And what a way to finish the day. As you said, that first 10 minutes was a clinic of touch from Exeter.
Yeah, they just put them away in the first 10 minutes, didn't they? I think it was pretty even in the second half. Bath clawed themselves back in and gave a good account of themselves, but damage was done. They're an excellent team, Exeter. They've showed that here by taking the first 2 national rounds of UTS, and yeah, they'll be really pleased, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. And Bath will also be pleased. They've made the final 2 times out of 2. Not quite getting over that try line. However, there's another opportunity coming in 2 weeks' time where they'll be able to sort of refocus, come again, maybe a bit of a fresh perspective, maybe take a little bit of knowledge from the 2 matchups that they've had against Exeter so far. And I wouldn't put it against this team being the one that does go and beat Exeter.
They've got all of the ingredients, haven't they? They've got they have a foundation and a way of playing that is really effective. They move the ball so nicely. They defend really well. They've got really, really talented players. Yeah, like you, I wouldn't be surprised if there was if they went and won a round this year. And obviously, yeah, the future's bright in the future. For further years as well. I know some of these players have got only in their sort of first and second years, and yeah, they're a really good team, aren't they?
Yeah, they are a really good team, and it's been a wonderful tournament in this. But it's been a glorious spring day actually here in Nottingham. Wall-to-wall sunshine. It's been lovely. I've been Joe Wright. Alongside me has been Dan Powell. Dan, thank you so much for joining me on Co-Coms, and we are going to love you and leave you. I'll be right back with you in 2 weeks' time.
See you later.
Joined by Sophia and Matty from the victorious Exeter Hurricanes, 2 tournaments, 2 cup trophies. Is it too early to say that you're going to regain the Bucs overall championship, Matty?
I mean, we're always optimistic, so we'd like to think so, but all to play for in the last one, so we'll keep coming firing.
How tough was that game against Bath this week?
It was really, really hard. It's a long day all in all, but I think we ran and left it all out there, so we're very happy. We had a couple of injuries along the way, but we did ourselves proud.
This is very unseasonal weather today. What kind of challenges does that pose for everybody?
I mean, just got to get loads of water on, find the shade when you can, but no, we weren't quite expecting this level of sun in Nottingham.
And in terms of the day overall, you've got your threes reached the final as well. In terms of for Exeter, is it mission accomplished today? I mean, taking the cup aside as a club?
I definitely think so. Everyone, more importantly, had a great day. We didn't bring our 4s this time, but our 1s, 2s and 3s performed so well today, so we're very proud.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Off you go, and we'll see you pick the cup up. And in come the men behind the mic for the afternoon, Dan Powell, Joe Wright. Dan, you join us for the afternoon session. In terms of that final, start off with Exeter and Bath, did it play out pretty much as you expected it to be? I mean, it looked rapid from the side.
Yeah, the standard of it was absolutely fantastic. It was, again, a repeat of 2 weeks ago, and we saw a very similar game, very fast in midfield, two really well organised teams. I think I wasn't expecting Exeter to maybe blow them away in the first 10 minutes like they did, but yeah, they're both really good teams and a good final.
Joe, in terms of the overall day, we've seen a couple of surprises, really. I mean, Birmingham pushed Nottingham Trent to extra time. Nottingham knocked out Loughborough, won as well. I mean, much as the final was the same, there's been lots of movement up and down over the course of the rest of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And I was saying to Dan on commentary, I'm quietly a very smug man, because you asked me a question last round on who to watch out for, and I said Edinburgh, and then they went and won the plate. So I've got the Midas touch a little bit in terms of call-outs, but for me, I like the way that Nottingham Trent have evolved over the past round. Like, they've become, it seems like they're not as reliant on the likes of Sam Dixon and Jake Rugby. They've got other warriors in there that they use. Alice Summers is getting more of the ball in the midfield as well, which is always really nice to see. Durham winning the bowl final, I mean, against not a lot of opposition, to be fair. I mean, the first game of the day, they played Cambridge and won 7-0. And they've come and they've played expansive rugby. They've not compromised on their identity. They are fast, fit, they've got really good core skills. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them push on towards the plate as well afterwards. But it's been great, and it's lovely to see everyone grow compared to last round as well. It makes round 3 look even more exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Edinburgh are going home happy. 2 national trophies for the first time in successive tournaments. Durham are going home with a trophy as well, after a self-acknowledged, in the post-match interview, kick up the backside for what happened 2 weeks ago. Dan, in terms of putting your coach's hat on, in terms of how these teams are achieving and evolving, what are you then looking for them to do in the next 2 weeks of training before finals day?
I think it's probably more of the same. It depends on what our goals are. For these teams up at the top, it's going to be more of the same. For Bath, it's going and working out what didn't get us over the line against Exeter. For some of these other teams, it's going to be about processes, and having the live stream here and the footage that people can gather is really, really important for these teams. They can take it home and they can see what's working and see what's not working. So yeah, 2 weeks ago, short turnaround. They'll have a couple of training sessions. Well, actually the unis, they train every day, don't they? They'll have a load of training sessions, and then yeah, it'll be back to put those final fixes in for the last run of the year.
And I'm going to finish off with the kind of loaded ultimate question. Can you see past Exeter regaining the title that they've held for over so many years?
I think I could see it. Me and Joe were just talking up in the gantry. Bath have got all of the ingredients for a winning team. They've got excellent players, boys and girls. They play a really, really good brand of touch, and they've got everything there. It's going to be tough to get over this Exeter team. They are absolutely littered with stars, but they've got all the ingredients to do it.
Yeah. Joe, how about you? Can you see past Exeter?
No. Is the honest answer. No. I wanted to be really political there and put on have a politician's answer and go, well, this team this year. they've just put together one of the best 10 minutes of touch we saw in that first half. And that doesn't just include the university series, that's touch just in general. They've got such quality all across that team that for this year, yes, if Bath had that game, that one game where everything works, they 100% could do it. But that game just might not happen. And Exeter just looked too good. I mean, our cameramen have been calling Archie Devlin Ballon d'Or for the entire day, and they're not touch purists. They know quality when they see it. So, yeah, it's hard to look past him.
Well, just on that, and there's always the and final one more question, right? You mentioned Archie Devlin, Sophia Jelfs, another England Opens player, and you've got Josh Ennison, who's joined them this year. It seems to think that their England players step up and lead the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see, right? They're not, Josh in particular, he's not here to run the show, he's here to facilitate, and they've got the players around them to go and execute that, and there's, we've got a couple of comps going over to Italy this year. More than half of those players will be playing international touch in some way, shape or form this summer. So it shows the depth that they've got. But yeah, seeing the more senior players playing a more facilitator role than just trying to run strike is great to see, and it's helping the game, isn't it?
Well, thank you both very much for your time on comms. Great calls again, once again. And we'll see if Exeter can indeed regain the Bucs University Touch Championship. Brought to you by AICPA and SEMA. We'll be back here at Riverside Sports Complex in Nottingham in 2 weeks' time. Come along in person, you'll enjoy some great touch, or at the very least join us on the live stream. In the meantime, enjoy your Saturday evening.
My graduate experience in global procurement and at the time global real estate finance was a real kickstarter for my financial career. I realised I wanted to work as a management accountant in an industry company. It just made sense that SEMA was the qualification for me to choose to study in order for me to enable that career.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham, and I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, don't know anybody associated with it, but I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with, because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. There's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
So I realised that the career of a management accountant and working in an industry company in a business that I can have a real impact in and drive the overall performance of the business was far more interesting to me than being a financial accountant. And it was quickly that I realised that SEMA would in fact be the qualification for me as well.
Get ready for the ultimate international showdown. This December, the Global Schools Challenge 2025 is heading to the Mediterranean Sports Hub in Salou, Spain, located just an hour outside of Barcelona. From December 14th to 19th, the world's top student athletes will compete in rugby and a range of new sports. Hosted at one of Europe's premier facilities, you'll experience world-class pitches, state-of-the-art equipment, and a vibrant atmosphere designed for excellence. Off the field, explore the beautiful coastal town of Salou, enjoy golden beaches, and take a trip to Barcelona for iconic landmarks like the Sagrada Familia and the Nou Camp. Every game will be streamed live by NextGen15, bringing the action to a global audience. Don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Register now at globalschoolschallenge.com and rise to the challenge.